Don't forget to subscribe.
Chapter 108. Quick. We spent a few days at the Pennyworth while our welcome was warm. We had our own rooms and all our meals for free. Fewer bandits meant safer roads and more customers, and Penny knew our presence at the inn would draw a better crowd than fiddle playing any night. We put the time to good use, enjoying hot meals and soft beds. All of us could use the time to mend. Hespa was still nursing her arrow-shot leg, Dedan his broken arm. My own minor injuries from the fight with the bandits were long since gone, but I had newer ones, mostly consisting of a heavily scratched back. I taught Tempe the basics of the lute, and he resumed teaching me how to fight. My training consisted of short, terse discussions concerning the Lethani and long, strenuous periods of practicing the Katan. I also pieced together a song about my Felurian experience. I originally called it In Twilight Versed, which, you have to admit, wasn't a very good title. Luckily, the name didn't stick, and these days, most folk know it as The Song Half Sung. It wasn't my best work, but it was easy to remember. The customers at the inn seemed to enjoy it, and when I heard Losi whistling it as she served drinks, I knew it would spread like a fire in a seam of coal. Since folk kept asking for stories, I shared a few other interesting events from my life. I told them how I'd managed to get admitted into the university when I was barely 15 years old. I told them how I'd gained entry to the Arcanum in a mere 3 days' time. I told them how I had called the name of the wind in a furious rage after Ambrose broke my lute. Unfortunately, by the third night, I was out of true stories, and, since my audience was still hungry for more, I simply stole a story about Ilion and put myself in his place instead, stealing a few pieces from Taberlin while I was at it. I'm not proud of that, and in my defense I'd like to say I'd had quite a bit to drink. What's more, there were a few pretty women in my audience. There is something powerfully beguiling about the excited eyes of a young woman. They can pull all manner of nonsense out of a foolish young man, and I was no exception to this rule. Meanwhile, Dedan and Hespa occupied the small, exclusive world new lovers make for themselves. They were a delight to watch. Dedan was gentler, quieter. Hespa's face lost much of its hardness. They spent a great deal of time in their room, catching up on their sleep, no doubt. Martin flirted outrageously with Penny, drank enough to drown a fish, and generally enjoyed himself enough for any 3 men. We left the Pennyworth after 3 days, not wanting to wear our welcome thin. I, for one, was glad to go. Between Tempe's training and Losi's attentions, I was nearly dead from exhaustion. We made slow time on the road back to Severin. Part of this was out of concern for Hespa's injured leg, but some of it was because we knew our time together was drawing to an end. Despite our difficulties, we had become close, and it is hard to leave such things behind. News of our adventures had run ahead of us on the road, so when we stopped for the night, our meals and beds were easy to come by, if not free. On our 3rd day out of the Pennyworth, we ran across a small troop of performers. They weren't a Demaroo and looked rather out at the heels. There were just 4 of them, an older fellow, 2 men in their 20s, and a boy of 8 or 9. They were packing up their rickety cart just as we were stopping to give Hespa's leg a bit of a rest. "Hello, the troopers!" I called out. They looked up nervously, then relaxed as they saw the lute across my back. "Hello, the bard!" I laughed and shook their hands. "No bard here, just a bit of a singer." "Hello, the same," the older man said, smiling. "Which way are you heading?" "North to south. Yourself?" They relaxed further once they knew I was heading in a different direction. "East to west," he said. "How's your luck been?" He shrugged. "Poor enough lately, but we've heard tell of a Lady Chalker who lives 2 days off. They say she never turns a man away if he can fiddle a bit or mum a play. We hope to come off with a penny or 2. "Things were better when we had the bear," one of the younger men said. "Folk'll pay to see a bear bait." "Went sick of a dog bite," the other man complained to me. "Died near a year ago." "That's a shame," I said. "Bear's hard to come by." They nodded a silent agreement. "I've got a new song for you. What will you trade me for it?" He eyed me warily. "Well now, new to you isn't exactly new to us," he pointed out. "And a new song ain't necessarily a good song, if you know what I mean." "Judge for yourself," I said, as I uncased my lute. I'd written it to be easy to remember and simple to sing, but I still had to repeat it twice before he caught all of it. As I've said, they weren't a Demaroo. "A good enough song," he admitted grudgingly. "Everyone likes Felurian, but I don't know what we can trade you for it." The young boy piped up. "I made up a verse to Tinker Tanner." The others tried to hush him, but I smiled. "I'd love to hear it." The boy puffed himself up and sang out in a piping voice. "I once saw a fair farmer's daughter, on the riverbank far from all men. She was taking a bath when I saw her. She said she didn't feel right if a man caught a sight, so she soaped herself slowly all over again." I laughed. "That's good," I complimented him. "But how about this? I once saw a fair farmer's daughter, on the riverbank far from all men. She confessed to me once when I caught her that she didn't feel clean if her bathing was seen, so she washed herself over again." The boy thought about it. "I like mine better," he said after a moment's consideration. I patted him on the back. It's a good man that sticks to his own verse. I turned back to the leader of the little troop. "Any gossip?" He thought for a moment. "Bandits north of here in the Eld." I nodded. "They've been cleared out now, so I've heard." He thought some more. "I heard Elveron's getting married to the Lackless woman." "I know a poem about Lackless," the young boy chimed in again and began. "7 things stand before the entrance to the Lackless door." "Hush!" The older man cuffed the boy gently alongside of his head. He looked up apologetically. "Boy's got a good ear, but not one lick of manners." "Actually," I said, "I'd like to hear it." He shrugged and let go of the boy, who glared at him before reciting. 7 things stand before the entrance to the Lackless door. 1 of them a ring unworn, 1 a word that is forsworn, 1 a time that must be right, 1 a candle without light, 1 a son who brings the blood, 1 a door that holds the flood, 1 a thing tight held in keeping, then comes that which comes with sleeping." "It's one of those riddle rhymes," the father said apologetically. "Lord knows where he hears them, but he knows better than to go spouting every lewd thing he hears." "Where did you hear it?" I asked. The boy thought for a moment, then shrugged and began to scratch himself behind his knee. "Dunno. Kids?" "We should be getting on," the older man said, looking up at the sky. I dug into my purse and handed him a silver noble. "What's this, then?" he asked, eyeing it suspiciously. "To help with a new bear," I said. "I've been through some tight times, too. But I'm flush now." They left after thanking me profuse. Poor fellows. No self-respecting Roo troop would ever stoop to bear baiting. There was no skill involved, no pride in the performance. But they could hardly be blamed for their lack of Roo blood, and we troopers have to watch out for each other. No one else does. Tempe and I used our walking hours to discuss the Lethani and evenings to practice the K-10. It was becoming easier for me, and I could sometimes make it as far as catching rain before Tempe caught some minuscule mistake and made me start over. The 2 of us had found a halfway secluded place beside the inn where we had stopped for the day. Dedan, Hespa, and Martin were inside drinking. I worked my way carefully through the K-10 while Tempe sat with his back to a tree practicing a basic fingering drill I had taught him with relentless determination. Over and over. Over and over. I had just made it through circling hands when I caught a flicker of movement from the corner of my eye, I did not pause, as Tempe had taught me to avoid distraction while performing the K10. If I turned to look, I would have to start over again. Moving with painful slowness, I began dance backwards. But as soon as I placed my heel, I could tell my balance was wrong. I waited for Tempe to call out, but he didn't. I stopped the K10 and turned to see a group of 4 ADEM mercenaries walking toward us with a prowling grace. Tempe was already on his feet and walking toward them. My lute was back in its case and leaning up against the side of the tree. Soon, the 5 of them were standing in a tight group, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Close enough that I couldn't hear the barest whisper of what they were saying, or even see their hands. But I could tell from the angle of Tempe's shoulders that he was uncomfortable, defensive. I knew calling out to Tempe would be considered rude, so I walked over. But before I came close enough to hear, one of the unfamiliar mercenaries stretched out a hand and pushed me away, his spread fingers pressing firmly against the center of my chest. Without thinking, I made break lion, taking hold of his thumb and turning his wrist away from me. He loosened his hand from mine without any apparent effort and moved to trip me with chasing stone. I made dance backwards and got the balance right this time, but his other hand struck me in the temple just enough to dizzy me for half a second, not hard enough to even hurt. My pride stung, though. It was the same way Tempe struck me in silent rebuke for sloppy performance of the K10. "Quick," the mercenary said softly in Aturan. It was only when I heard her voice that I realized she was a woman. Not that she was particularly masculine, it was simply that she seemed so similar to Tempe. She had the same sandy hair, pale gray eyes, calm expression, blood-red clothes. She was taller than Tempe by a few inches, and her shoulders were broader than his. But while she was whipcord thin, the tightness of her mercenary reds still revealed the lean curves of hip and breast. Looking more closely, I could easily see 3 of the 4 mercenaries were women. The broad-shouldered one facing me had a thin scar cutting through her eyebrow and another close to her jaw. They were the same pale silver scars Tempe had on his arms and chest. And while they were far from gruesome, they made her expressionless face look oddly grim. "Quick," she had said. On the surface, it seemed to be a compliment. But I've been mocked enough in my life to recognize it, regardless of the language. Even worse, her right hand slid all the way around to rest in the small of her back, palm facing out. Even with my rudimentary knowledge of ADEM hand talk, I knew what that meant. Her hand was as far as it could possibly get from the hilt of her sword. At the same time, she turned her shoulder to me and looked away. I wasn't just being declared unthreatening. This was insultingly dismissive. I fought to keep my face calm, guessing any expression would only further lower her opinion of me. Tempe pointed back where I had come from. "Go," he said, serious, formal. I reluctantly obeyed, not wanting to make a scene. The ADEM stood in a close knot a quarter hour as I practiced the K10. Though I didn't hear a whisper of their conversation, it was obvious they were arguing. Their gestures were sharp and angry, the placement of their feet aggressive. Eventually, the 4 unfamiliar ADEM left, walking back toward the road. Tempe returned to where I was trying to work my way through threshing wheat. "Too wide." Irritation. He tapped my back leg and pushed my shoulder to show my balance was lacking. I moved my foot and tried again. "Who were they, Tempe?" "ADEM," he said simply, sitting himself back down at the foot of the tree. "Did you know them?" "Yes." Tempe looked around, then brought my lute out of its case. With his hands occupied, he was doubly mute. I went back to practicing the K10, knowing that trying to pry answers out of him would be like pulling teeth. 2 hours passed, and the sun began to sink behind the western trees. "Tomorrow I leave," he said. With both his hands still on the lute, I could only guess at his mood. "Where?" "To Herd. To Cheyenne." "Are those cities?" here to city. Cheyenne is my teacher. I had given some thought to what might be the matter. Are you in trouble for teaching me? He set the lute back in the case and pressed the lid back in place. Perhaps. Yes. Is it forbidden? It is most forbidden, he said. Tempe stood and began the K-10. I followed him, and both of us were quiet for a while. How much trouble? I asked eventually. Most trouble, he said, and I heard an uncharacteristic shred of emotion in his voice. Anxiety. It was perhaps unwise. Together, we moved as slowly as the setting sun. I thought of what the Kvothe had said. The one shred of potentially useful information it had let slip in our conversation. You laughed at fairies until you saw one. Small wonder all your civilized neighbors dismissed the Chandrian as well. You'd have to leave your precious corners far behind before you found someone who might take you seriously. You wouldn't have a hope until you made it to the storm wall. Felurian had said the Kvothe only spoke the truth. Could I accompany you? I asked. Accompany? Tempe asked, his hands moving in a graceful circle intended to break the long bones of the arm. Travel with. Follow. To Hert. Yes. Would it help your trouble? Yes. I will come. I thank you. Chapter 109. Barbarians and Madmen. Truthfully, I wanted nothing more than to make my way back to Severin. I wanted to sleep in a bed again and take advantage of the mayor's favor while it was still fresh in his mind. I wanted to find Denna and make things right between us. But Tempe was in trouble for teaching me. I couldn't simply run off and leave him to face that by himself. What's more, the Kvothe had told me Denna had already left Severin behind, though I hardly needed a prophetic fairy to tell me that. I'd been gone for a month, and Denna was never the sort to let grass grow under her feet. So the next morning, our group parted ways. Dedan, Hespa, and Martin were going south to Severin to report to the mayor and collect their pay. Tempe and I were heading northeast toward the storm wall and Ademre. You sure you don't want me to take him the box? Dedan asked for the 5th time. I promised the mayor I'd return any monies to him personally, I lied, but I do need you to give him this. I handed the big mercenary the letter I'd written the night before. It explains why I had to make you the leader of the group, I grinned. You might get a bonus out of it. Dedan puffed up importantly as he took hold of the letter. Standing nearby, Martin made a noise that could have been a cough. As Tempe and I traveled, I managed to coax a few details from the mercenary. Eventually, I learned it was customary for someone of his social standing to gain permission before he took a student of his own. Complicating matters was the fact that I was an outsider, a barbarian. In teaching a person like me, it seems like Tempe had done more than violate a custom. He had broken a trust with his teacher and his people. Will there be a trial of some sort? I asked. He shook his head. No trial. Cheyenne will ask me questions. I will say, I saw in Kvothe good iron waiting. He is of Lethani. He needs Lethani to guide him. Tempe nodded at me. Cheyenne will ask you of the Lethani, to see if I were right in my seeing. Cheyenne will decide if you are iron worth striking. His hand circled, making the gesture for uneasy. And what will happen if I am not? I asked. For you? Uncertainty. For me, I will be cut away. Cut away? I asked, hoping I misunderstood. He held up a hand and wiggled his fingers. Them. He made a tight fist and shook it. Ray. Then he opened his hand and touched his little finger. Tempi. He touched the other fingers. Friend, brother, mother. He touched the thumb. Shayin. Then he made a gesture as if paring off his little finger and throwing it away. Got away, he said. Not killed then, but exiled. I started to breathe easier until I looked in Tempi's pale eyes. For just a moment, there was a crack in his perfect, placid mask, and behind it I saw the truth. Death would be a kinder punishment than being cut away. He was terrified, as frightened as anyone I had ever seen. We agreed our best hope was for me to put myself entirely in Tempi's hands during the trip to Haert. I had approximately 15 days to polish what I knew to a bright shine. The hope being that when I met Tempi's superiors, I could make a good impression. Before we began that first day, Tempi instructed me to put my shade away. Reluctantly, I did so. It folded down into a surprisingly small bundle that stowed easily into my travel sack. The pace Tempi set was grueling. First, the two of us moved through the dancer's stretch I had watched many times before. Then, instead of our usual brisk walk, we ran for an hour. Then we performed the K10 with Tempi correcting my endless mistakes. Then we walked a mile. Finally, we sat and discussed the Lethani. The fact that these discussions were in Ademic did not make matters easier, but we agreed I should immerse myself in the language so when I reached Haert, I could speak as a civilized person. What is the purpose of the Lethani? Tempi asked. To give us a path to follow, I replied. No, Tempi said sternly. The Lethani is not a path. What is the purpose of the Lethani, Tempi? To guide us in our actions. By following the Lethani, you act rightly. Is this not a path? No. The Lethani is what helps us choose a path. Then we would begin the cycle again. Run an hour, perform the K10, walk a mile, discuss the Lethani. It took about 2 hours, and after our brief discussion was finished, we began again. At one point in our discussion of the Lethani, I began to make the gesture for understatement. But Tempi lay his hand on top of mine, stopping me. When we are having talk about the Lethani, you are to make none of this. His left hand moved quickly through excitement, negation, and several other gestures I didn't recognize. Why? Tempi thought for a moment. When you speak of Lethani, it should not come from here. He tapped on my head. Or here. He tapped on my chest over my heart and ran his fingers down to my left hand. True knowing of the Lethani lives deeper, lives here. He prodded me in the stomach below my navel. You must speak from here without thinking. As we continued, I slowly came to understand the unspoken rules to our discussions. Not only was it intended to teach me the Lethani, it was supposed to reveal how deeply rooted understanding of the Lethani had become within me. That meant questions were to be answered quickly, with none of the deliberate pauses that usually marked Ademic conversation. You were not supposed to give a thoughtful answer. You were supposed to give an earnest one. If you truly understood the Lethani, that knowledge would become obvious in your answers. Run, K10, walk, discuss. We completed the cycle 3 times before our midday break. 6 hours. I was covered in sweat and half convinced I would die. After an hour to rest and eat, we were off again. We finished another 3 cycles before we stopped for the night. We made camp by the side of the road. I chewed my supper half asleep, spread my blanket, and wrapped myself in my shade. In my exhausted state, it seemed soft and warm as a down eider. In the middle of the night, Tempi shook me awake. Though some deep animal part of me hated him, I knew it was necessary as soon as I stirred. My body was stiff and aching, but the slow, familiar movements of the K-10 helped loosen my tight muscles. He made me stretch and drink water. Then I slept like a stone for the remainder of the night. The second day was worse. Even strapped tightly to my back, my loot became a miserable burden. The sword I couldn't even use dragged at my hip. My travel sack felt heavy as a millstone, and I regretted not letting Dedan take the mayor's box. My muscles were rubbery and disloyal, and when we ran, my breath burned in my throat. The moments when Tempe and I spoke of Lethani were the only real rest, but they were disappointingly brief. My mind spun with exhaustion, and it took all my concentration to pull my thoughts into order, trying to give proper answers. Even so, my responses only irritated him. Time after time he shook his head, explaining how I was wrong. Eventually, I gave up trying to be right. Too weary to care, I quit pulling my exhausted thoughts into order and simply enjoyed sitting down for a few minutes. I was too wary to remember what I said half the time, but surprisingly, Tempe found those answers more to his liking. That was a blessing. When my answers pleased him, our discussions lasted longer, and I could spend more time resting. I felt considerably better the third day. My muscles no longer ached as badly. My breath came easier. My head felt clear and light, like a leaf floating on the wind. In this frame of mind, answers to Tempe's questions tripped easily off the tip of my tongue, simple as singing. Run, K-10, walk, discuss. 3 cycles. Then, as we moved through the K-10 on the side of the road, I collapsed. Tempe had been watching closely and caught me before I hit the ground. My world spun dizzily for a few minutes before I realized I was in the shade of a tree at the side of the road. Tempe must have carried me there. He held out my water skin. Drink. The thought of water was not appealing, but I took a mouthful anyway. I am sorry, Tempe. He shook his head. You came far before falling. You did not complain. You showed your mind is stronger than your body. That is good. When the mind controls the body, that is of the Lethani. But knowing your limit is also of the Lethani. It is better to stop when you must than run until you fall. Unless falling is what the Lethani requires, I said without thinking. My head still felt light as a wind-blown leaf. He gave me a rare smile. Yes, you are beginning to see. I returned his smile. Your return is coming very well, Tempe. Tempe blinked. Worry. We are speaking my language, not yours. I'm not speaking... I started to protest, but as I did, I listened to the words I was using. Skeopateias. My head reeled for a moment. Drink again, Tempe said, and though his face and voice were carefully controlled, I could tell he was concerned. I took another sip to pacify him. Then, as if my body suddenly realized it needed the water, I became very thirsty and took several large swallows. I stopped before I drank too much and cramped my stomach. Tempe nodded, approval. Am I speaking well, then? I said to distract myself from my thirst. You are speaking well for a child. Very well for a barbarian. Only well? Am I making the words wrong? You touch eyes too much. He widened his eyes and stared pointedly into my own, unblinking. Also, your words are good but simple. You must teach me more words, then. He shook his head, serious. You already know too many words. Too many? Tempe, I know very few. It is not the words, it is their use. In Adem there is an art to speaking. There are those who can say many things in one thing. My Shayan is such. They say a thing in one breath, and others will find meaning in it for a year. Gentle reproach. Too often you say more than you need. You should not speak in a demic as you sing in a Turin. 100 words to praise a woman. Too many. Our talk is smaller. So when I meet a woman, I should simply say, "You are beautiful"? Tempe shook his head. No, you would say simply beautiful and let the woman decide the rest of what you mean. Isn't that... I didn't know the words for vague or unspecific and had to start again to get my point across. Doesn't that lead to confusion? It leads to thoughtfulness, he said firmly. It is delicate. That should always be the concern when one is speaking. To be too much talking. He shook his head, disapproval. It is... He stalled, searching for a word. Rude? Negation, frustration. I go to Severin, and there are people who stink. There are people who do not. Both are people, but those who do not stink are people of quality. He tapped my chest firmly with 2 fingers. You are not a goatherd. You are a student of the Litany. My student. You should speak as a person of quality. But what about clarity? What if you were building a bridge? There are many pieces to that. All of them must be said clearly. Of course, Tempe said, agreement. Sometimes. But in most things, important things, delicate is better. Small is better. Tempe reached out and gripped my shoulder firmly. Then he looked up, met my eye, and held it for a brief moment. Such a rarity for him. He gave a small, quiet smile. Proud, he said. The remainder of the day was spent in recovery. We would walk a few miles, perform the K10, discuss the Litany, then walk again. We stopped at a roadside inn that evening where I ate enough for 3 men and fell into bed before the sun had left the sky. The next day, we went back to the cycles, but only 2 before midday and 2 after. My body burned and ached, but I was no longer delirious with exhaustion. Fortunately, with a little mental effort, I could slide back into that strange anticipatory clear-headedness I'd used to answer Tempe's questions the day before. Over the next couple of days, I came to think of that odd mental state as spinning leaf. It seemed like a distant cousin to Heart of Stone, the mental exercise I'd learned so long ago. That said, there was little similarity between the two. Heart of Stone was practical. It stripped away emotion and focused my mind. It made it easier to break my mind into separate pieces or maintain the all-important alar. On the other hand, spinning leaf seemed largely useless. It was relaxing to let my mind grow clear and empty, then float and tumble lightly from one thing to the next. But aside from helping me draw answers to Tempe's questions out of thin air, it seemed to have no practical value. It was the mental equivalent of a card trick. By the 8th day on the road, my body no longer ached constantly. That was when Tempe added something new. After performing the K10, the 2 of us would fight. It was hard, as that was when I was the most weary, but after the fighting, we would always sit, rest, and discuss the Litany. Why did you smile as we fought today? Tempe would say. Because I was happy. Did you enjoy the fighting? Yes. Tempe radiated displeasure. That is not of the Litany. I thought for a moment on my next question. Should a man take pleasure in the fight? No. You take pleasure in acting rightly and following the Litany. What if following the Litany requires me to fight? Should I not take pleasure in it? No. You should take pleasure in following the Litany. If you fight well, you should take pride in doing a thing well. For the fighting itself you should feel only duty and sorrow. Only barbarians and madmen take pleasure in combat. Whoever loves the fight itself has left the Litany behind. On the 11th day, Tempe showed me how to incorporate my sword into the K10. The first thing I learned was how quickly a sword becomes lead-heavy when held at arm's length. With our sparring and the addition of the sword, each cycle took nearly 2.5 hours. Still, we kept to our schedule every day. 3 cycles before noon, 3 cycles after, 15 hours in all. I could feel my body hardening, becoming quick and lean like Tempe's. So we ran, and I learned, and Hert drew ever closer. Chapter 110. Beauty and Branch. As we traveled, we moved quickly through towns, stopping only for food and water. The countryside was a blur. My mind was focused on the Khaitan, the Lethani, and the language I was learning. The road became narrower as we made our way into the foothills of the storm wall. The land grew rocky and jagged, and the road began to snake back and forth as it avoided box valleys, bluffs, and jumbles of broken rock. The air changed, growing cooler than I expected in summer. We finished the trip in 15 days. At my best guess, we covered almost 300 miles in that time. Hert was the first Adem town I'd ever seen, and to my inexperienced eye, it hardly seemed a town at all. There was no central street lined with houses and shops. What buildings I did see were widely spaced, oddly shaped, and built to fit closely with the natural shape of the land, as if they were trying to keep out of sight. I didn't know that the powerful storms that gave the mountain range its name were common here. Their sudden, changing winds would tear apart anything so upthrust and angular as the square timber houses common in the lands below. Instead, the Adem built sensibly, hiding their buildings from the weather. Homes were built into the sides of hills, or outward from the leeward walls of sheltering cliffs. Some were dug downward. Others were carved into the stony sides of bluffs. Some you could hardly see unless you were standing next to them. The exception was a group of low stone buildings clustered close together some distance from the road. We stopped outside the largest of these. Tempe turned to face me, tugging nervously at the leather straps holding his mercenary reds tight to his arms. "I must go and make my introductions to Cheyenne. It may be some time." Anxiety, regret. "You must wait here, perhaps long." His body language told me more than his words. "I cannot take you inside, as you are a barbarian." "I will wait," I reassured him. He nodded and went inside, glancing back at me before closing the door behind himself. I looked around, watching a few people quietly going about their business. A woman carrying a basket, a young boy leading a goat by a piece of rope. The buildings were made of the same rough stone as the landscape, blending into their surroundings. The sky was overcast, adding another shade of gray. The wind blew over everything, snapping around corners and making patterns in the grass. I thought briefly of pulling on my shade, but decided against it. The air was thinner here, and cooler, but it was still summer, and the sun was warm. It felt oddly peaceful here, with none of the clamor and stink of a larger town. No clatter of hooves on cobblestones, no cart vendors singing out their wares. I could imagine someone like Tempe growing up in a place like this, soaking in the quiet until he was full of it, then taking it with him when he left. With little else to look at, I turned to the nearby building. It was made from uneven pieces of stone pieced together like a jigsaw. Looking closer, I was puzzled by the lack of mortar. I tapped it with a knuckle, wondering briefly if it might be a single piece of stone carved to look like many stones fit together. Behind me, I heard a voice say in Ademic, "What do you think of our wall?" I turned to see an older woman with the characteristic pale gray eyes of the Adem. Her face was impassive, but her features were kind and motherly. She wore a yellow woolen cap pulled down over her ears. It was roughly knitted, and the sandy hair that stuck out from underneath was starting to go white. After all this time traveling with Tempe, it was odd to see an Adem who wasn't strapped into tight mercenary reds and wearing a sword. This woman wore a loose-fitting white shirt and linen pants. "Is it fascinating, our wall?" she asked, gesturing gentle amusement, curiosity, with one hand. What do you think of it?" "I think it is beautiful," I responded in Ademic, careful to make only brief eye contact. Her hand tilted in an unfamiliar gesture. "Beautiful?" I gave the barest of shrugs. "There is beauty that belongs to simple things of function." "Perhaps you are mistaking a word," she said, gentle apology. "Beauty is a flower or a woman or a gem. Perhaps you mean to say utility. Of all is useful." "Useful, but beautiful as well." "Perhaps a thing gains beauty being used." "Perhaps a thing is used according to its beauty," I countered, wondering if this was the Adem equivalent of small talk. If it was, I preferred it to the insipid gossip of the mayor's court. "What of my hat?" she asked, touching it with a hand. "Is it beautiful because it is used?" It was knitted from a thick homespun wool and dyed a bright corn silk yellow. It was slightly lopsided, and its stitching was uneven in places. "It seems very warm," I said carefully. She gestured, small amusement, and her eyes twinkled ever so slightly. "It is that," she said, "and to me it is beautiful as it was made for me by my daughter's daughter." "Then it is beautiful as well." Agreement. The woman hand-smiled at me. Her hand tilted differently than Tempe's when she made the gesture, and I decided to take it as a fond, motherly smile. Keeping my face blank, I gestured a smile in return, doing my best to make it both warm and polite. "You speak well for a barbarian," she said, and reached out to grip my arms in a friendly gesture. "Visitors are rare, especially those so courteous. Come with me, and I will show you beauty, and you will speak to me of what its use might be." I looked down. Regret. "I cannot. I am waiting." "For one inside?" I nodded. "If they have gone inside, I suspect you will be waiting some time. Certainly they would be pleased if you came with me. I may prove more entertaining than of all." The old woman lifted her arm and caught the attention of a young boy. He trotted over and looked up at her expectantly, his eyes darting briefly to my hair. She made several gestures to the boy, but I only understood, quietly. "Tell those inside I am taking this man for a walk so he need not stand alone in the wind. I will return him shortly." She tapped my loot case, then did the same to my travel sack and the sword on my hip. "Give these to the boy, and he will take them inside for you." Without waiting for me to reply, she began to tug my travel sack off my shoulder, and I couldn't think of a graceful way of disengaging myself without seeming terribly impolite. Every culture is different, but one thing is always true. The surest way to give offense is to refuse the hospitality of your host. The boy scurried off with my things, and the old woman took my arm, leading me away. I resigned myself somewhat gratefully to her company, and we walked quietly until we came to a deep valley that opened suddenly in front of us. It was green, with a stream at the bottom, and sheltered from the persistent wind. "What would you say of such a thing?" she asked, gesturing to the hidden valley. "It is much like a Demre." She patted my arm affectionately. "You have the gift of saying without saying. That is rare for one as you are." She began to make her way down into the valley, keeping one hand on my arm for support as she stepped carefully along a narrow, rocky path that twisted along the valley wall. I spotted a young boy with a herd of sheep not too far off. He waved to us, but did not call out. We made our way to the valley bottom where the stream rolled white over stones. It made clear pools where I could see the ripples of fish stirring in the water. "Would you call this beautiful?" she asked after we had looked a while. "Yes." "Why?" "Uncertainty. Perhaps it's movement." The stone moved not at all, and you called it beautiful as well? Questioning. It is not the nature of stone to move. Perhaps it is beauty to move according to your nature. She nodded, as if my answer pleased her. We continued to watch the water. Have you heard of the Latanta? She asked. No. Regret. But perhaps I simply do not know the word. She turned, and we made our way along the valley floor until we came to a wider spot with the carefully groomed look of a garden. In the center of it was a tall tree, the like of which I had never seen before. We stopped at the edge of the clearing. This is the sword tree, she said, and made a gesture I did not recognize, brushing the back of her hand against her cheek. The Latanta. Would you say it is beautiful? I watched it for a moment. Curiosity. I would enjoy seeing it more closely. That is not allowed. Emphatic. I nodded and watched it as well as I could from this distance. It had high, arching branches like an oak, but its leaves were broad, flat, and spun in odd circles when they caught the wind. Yes, I answered after a long while. Why did it take you so long to decide? I was considering the reason for its beauty, I admitted. And? I could say it both moves and doesn't move according to its nature, and that grants it beauty. But I do not think that is the reason. Why, then? I watched it for a long time. I do not know. What do you consider the reason? It simply is, she said. That is enough. I nodded, feeling slightly foolish about the elaborate answers I'd given before. Do you know of the Kvothe? She asked, surprising me. I now had an inkling of how important such things were to the ADEM, so I hesitated to give an open answer. However, I did not want to lie either. Perhaps. Apology. She nodded. You are cautious. Yes. Are you Cheyenne? Cheyenne nodded. When did you suspect me of being who I am? When you asked of the Kvothe, I said. When did you suspect me of knowing more than a barbarian should? When I saw you set your feet. Another silence. Cheyenne, why do you not wear the red like other mercenaries? She made a pair of unfamiliar gestures. Has your teacher told you why they wear the red? I did not think to ask, I said, not wanting to imply Tempe had neglected my training. I ask you then. I thought for a moment. So their enemies will not see them bleed? Approval. Why then do I wear white? The only answer I could think of chilled me. Because you do not bleed? She gave a partial nod. Also, because if an enemy draws my blood, she should see it as her fair reward. I fretted silently, doing my best to mimic proper ADEM composure. After an appropriately polite pause, I asked, What will become of Tempe? That remains to be seen. She gestured something close to irritation, then asked, Are you not concerned for yourself? I am more concerned for Tempe. The sword tree spun patterns on the wind. It was almost hypnotic. How far have you come in your training? Cheyenne asked. I have studied the Kvothe for a month. She turned to face me and raised her hands. Are you ready? I could not help but think that she was shorter than me by 6 inches and old enough to be my grandmother. Her lopsided yellow hat didn't make her look terribly intimidating either. Perhaps, I said, and raised my hands as well. Cheyenne came toward me slowly, making hands like knives. I countered with catching rain. Then I made climbing iron and fast inward, but could not touch her. She quickened slightly, made turning breath, and striking forward at the same time. I stopped one with fan water, but couldn't escape the other. She touched me below my ribs, then on my temple, softly as you would press a finger to someone's lips. Nothing I tried had any effect on her. I made thrown lightning, but she simply stepped away, not even bothering to counter. Once or twice I felt the brush of cloth against my hands as I came close enough to touch her white shirt, but that was all. It was like trying to strike a piece of hanging string. I set my teeth and made threshing wheat, pressing cider, and mother at the stream, moving seamlessly from one to the other in a flurry of blows. She moved like nothing I had ever seen. It wasn't that she was fast, though she was fast, but that was not the heart of it. Cheyenne moved perfectly, never taking 2 steps when one would do, never moving 4 inches when she only needed 3. She moved like something out of a story, more fluid and graceful than Felurian dancing. Hoping to catch her by surprise and prove myself, I moved as fast as I dared. I made maiden dancing, catching sparrows, 15 wolves. Cheyenne took one single perfect step. "Why do you weep?" Cheyenne asked as she made heron falling. "Are you ashamed? Are you in fear?" I blinked my eyes to clear them. My voice was harsh from the exertion and emotion. "You are beautiful, Cheyenne, for in you is the stone of the wall, the water of the stream, and the motion of the tree in one." Cheyenne blinked, and in her moment of surprise I found myself firmly gripping her shoulder and arm. I made thunder upward, but instead of being thrown, Cheyenne stood still and solid as a stone. Almost absent-mindedly, she freed herself with break lion and made threshing wheat. I flew 6 feet and hit the ground. I was up quickly with no harm done. It was a gentle throw on soft turf, and Tempe had taught me how to fall without hurting myself. But before I could advance again, Cheyenne stopped me with a gesture. "Tempe has both taught you and not taught you," she said, her expression unreadable. I forced my eyes away from her face again. So hard to break that lifetime's worth of habit. "Which is both bad and good. Come." She turned and walked closer to the tree. It was bigger than I had thought. The smaller branches moved in wild, curving patterns as the wind tossed them about. Cheyenne picked up a fallen leaf and handed it to me. It was broad and flat, the size of a small plate, and surprisingly heavy. My hand stung, and I saw a thin line of blood trailing down my thumb. I examined the edge of the leaf and saw it was rigid, its edge as sharp as a blade of grass. Sword tree indeed. I looked up at the spinning leaves. Anyone standing near the tree when the wind was high would be cut to ribbons. Cheyenne said, "If you were to attack this tree, what would you do? Would you strike the root? No. Too strong. Would you strike the leaf? No. Too fast. Where then?" "The branch." "The branch." Agreement. She turned to me. "That is what Tempe has not taught you. It would have been wrong for him to teach you that. Nevertheless, you have suffered for it." "I don't understand." She gestured for me to begin the K-10. Automatically, I fell in to catch sparrows. "Stop." I froze in position. "If I am to attack you, where should it be? Here at the root?" She pushed my leg and found it unyielding. "Here at the leaf?" She pushed at my upheld hand, moving it easily, but accomplishing little else. "Here? The branch?" She pushed gently against one of my shoulders, moving me easily. "And here?" She added pressure to my hip, spinning me around. "Do you see? You find the place to spend your strength, or it is wasted. Wasting strength is not of the Lethani." "Yes, Cheyenne." She raised her hands, falling into the position where I had caught her before, midway through Heron falling. Make thunder upward. There is my route. I pointed to her solidly planted feet. Where is the leaf? I pointed to her hands. No, from here to here is the leaf. She indicated her whole arm and demonstrated how she could freely strike with her hands, elbows, or shoulders. Where is the branch? I thought for a long moment, then tapped her knee. Though she gave no sign of it, I sensed her surprise. And? I tapped her opposite side, under her armpit, then her shoulder. Show me. I came in close to her, set one leg close against her knee, and made thunder upward, throwing her to the side. I was surprised at how little force was required. However, instead of being thrown into the air to tumble to the ground, Shane gripped my forearm. I felt a jolt run up my arm and was pulled one staggering step to the side. Rather than being thrown, Shane used her grip as leverage so her feet came down beneath her. She took a single perfect step and had her balance again. Shane looked me straight in the eye for a long, speculative moment, then turned to leave, gesturing for me to follow. Chapter 111. A Liar and a Thief. Shane and I returned to the complex of stone buildings to find Tempe standing outside, shifting nervously from foot to foot. That confirmed my suspicion. He hadn't sent Shane to test me. She had found me on her own. When we came close enough, Tempe held his sword out in his right hand, point down. His left hand gestured, elaborate respect. Shane, he said, Shane motioned for him to follow as she entered the low stone building. She motioned to a young boy. Fetch Carceret. The boy took off running. Curiosity. I gestured to Tempe. He didn't look at me. Profound seriousness. Attend. It didn't reassure me that these were the same gestures he had made on the road to Crossin when he thought we were walking into an ambush. His hands, I noticed, were shaking slightly. Shane led us to an open doorway where a woman in mercenary reds joined us. I recognized the thin scars on her eyebrow and jaw. This was Carceret, the mercenary we had met while heading to Severin, the one who had pushed me. Shane motioned the two mercenaries inside, but held up a hand to me. Wait here. What Tempe has done is not good. I will listen. Then I will decide what is to be done with you. I nodded, and she closed the door behind her. I waited for an hour, then 2. I strained my ears, but I couldn't hear anything from the other side of the door. A few people walked past in the hallway. 2 in mercenary reds, and another in simple gray homespun. Each of them looked at my hair, though none of them stared. Instead of smiling and nodding, as would have been sociable among barbarians, I kept my face blank, returned their small gestures of greeting, and avoided touching eyes. Somewhere past the 3rd hour, the door opened, and Shane waved me inside. It was a well-lit room with walls of finished stone. It was the size of a large bedroom at an inn, but seemed even larger due to the lack of any significant furniture. There was a small iron stove radiating gentle heat near one wall, and 4 chairs facing each other in a rough circle. Tempe, Shane, and Carceret filled 3 of them. At a gesture from Shane, I took the 4th. How many have you killed? Shane asked. Her tone was different than before, peremptory. It was the same tone Tempe used during our discussions of the Lethani. Many, I responded without any hesitation. I might be thick at times, but I know when I'm being tested. How many is many? Not a request for clarification. It was a new question. In killing men, 1 is many. She nodded slightly. Have you killed men outside of the Lethani? Perhaps. Why do you not say yes or no? Because the Lethani has not always been clear to me. And why is that? Because the Lethani is not always clear. What makes the Lethani clear? I hesitated, though I knew it wasn't the right thing to do. The words of a teacher. Can one teach the Lethani? I began to gesture uncertainty, then remembered hand talk wasn't appropriate. Perhaps, I said. I cannot. Tempe shifted slightly in his chair. This wasn't going well. For lack of any other ideas, I took a deep breath, relaxed, and tipped my mind gently into spinning leaf. Who knows the Lethani? Cheyenne asked. The wind-blown leaf, I responded, though I cannot honestly say what I meant by it. Where does the Lethani come from? The same place as laughing. Cheyenne hesitated slightly, then asked, How do you follow the Lethani? How do you follow the moon? My time with Tempe had taught me to appreciate the different sorts of pauses that can punctuate a conversation. Ademic is a language that says as much with silence as with words. There is a pregnant pause, a polite pause, a confused pause. There is a pause that implies much, a pause that apologizes, a pause that adds emphasis. This pause was a sudden gape in the conversation. It was the empty space of an indrawn breath. I sensed I had said something very clever or something very stupid. Cheyenne shifted in her seat, and the air of formality evaporated. Sensing we were moving on, I let my mind settle out of spinning leaf. Cheyenne turned to look at Carceret. What do you say? Carceret had sat like a statue through all of this, expressionless and still. I say as I have said before, Tempe has not denied us all. He should be cut away. This is the reason we have laws. To ignore a law is to erase it. To blindly follow law is to be a slave, Tempe said quickly. Cheyenne gestured, sharp rebuke, and Tempe flushed with embarrassment. As for this, Carceret gestured at me. Dismissal. He is not of Edemre. At best, he is a fool. At worst, a liar and a thief. And what he said today? Cheyenne asked. A dog can bark 3 times without counting. Cheyenne turned to Tempe. By speaking out of turn, you refuse your turn to speak. Tempe flushed again, his lips growing pale as he struggled to maintain his composure. Cheyenne drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. The K-10 and the Lethani are what make us Edemre, she said. There is no way a barbarian can know of the K-10. Both Tempe and Carceret stirred, but she held up a hand. At the same time, to destroy one who has understanding of the Lethani is not correct. The Lethani does not destroy itself. She said destroy very casually. I hoped I might be mistaken as to the true meaning of the Ademic word. Cheyenne continued. There are those who might say, this one has enough. Do not teach him the Lethani, because whoever has knowledge of the Lethani overcomes all things. Cheyenne gave a severe look to Carceret. But I am not one who would say that. I think the world would be better if more were of the Lethani. For while it brings power, the Lethani also brings wisdom in the use of power. There was a long pause. My stomach knotted itself as I tried to maintain a calm appearance. I think, Cheyenne said at last, it is possible Tempe did not make a mistake. This seemed a long way from a ringing endorsement, but from the sudden stiffness in Carceret's back and Tempe's slow, relieved exhalation, I guessed it was the news we were hoping for. I will give him to Vachette, Cheyenne said. Tempe went motionless. Carceret made a gesture of approval, wide as a madman's smile. Tempe's voice was strained.
"You will give him to the hammer?"
His hand flickered. Respect. Negation. Respect. Cheyenne got to her feet, signaling an end to the discussion.
"Who better? The hammer will show if he is iron worth striking."
With this, Cheyenne pulled Tempe aside and spoke to him for a brief moment. Her hands brushed his arms lightly. Her voice was too soft for even my finely tuned eavesdropper's ears. I stood politely near my chair. All the fight seemed to have left Tempe, and his gestures were a steady rhythm of agreement and respect. Carceret stood apart from them as well, staring at me. Her expression was composed, but her eyes were angry. At her side, out of sight of the other two, she made several small gestures. The only one I understood was disgust, but I could guess the general meaning of the others. In return, I made a gesture that was not Adamic. By the narrowing of her eyes, I suspected she managed to glean my meaning fairly well. There was the high sound of a bell ringing 3 times. A moment later, Tempe kissed Cheyenne's hands, the peak of her forehead and her mouth. Then he turned and motioned for me to follow. Together we walked to a large, low-ceilinged room filled with people and the smell of food. It was a dining hall full of long tables and dark wooden benches worn smooth with time. I followed Tempe, gathering food onto a wide wooden plate. Only then did I realize how terribly hungry I was. Despite my expectations, this dining hall didn't resemble the mess at the university in the least. It was quieter, for one thing, and the food was far better. There was fresh milk and lean, tender meat that I suspected was goat. There was hard, sharp cheese and soft, creamy cheese, and 2 kinds of bread still warm from the oven. There were apples and strawberries for the taking. Salt boxes sat open on all the tables, and everyone could take as much as they liked. It was strange being in a room full of Adem talking. They spoke so softly I couldn't make out any words, but I could see their hands flickering. I could only understand 1 gesture in 10, but it was odd being able to see all the flickering emotions around me: amusement, anger, embarrassment, negation, disgust. I wondered how much of it was about me, the barbarian among them. There were more women than I'd expected, and more young children. There were a handful of the familiar blood-red mercenaries, but more wore the simple gray I'd seen during my walk with Cheyenne. I saw a white shirt as well, and was surprised to see it was Cheyenne herself, eating elbow to elbow with the rest of us. None of them stared at me, but they were looking. A lot of attention was being paid to my hair, which was understandable. There were 50 sandy heads in the room, a few darker, a few lighter or gray with age. I stood out like a single burning candle. I tried to draw Tempe into a conversation, but he would have none of it, and focused on his food instead. He hadn't loaded his plate nearly as full as mine, and ate only a fraction of what he took. With no conversation to slow things, I finished quickly. When my plate was empty, Tempe quit pretending to eat and led us away. I could feel dozens of eyes on my back as we left the room. He took me down a series of passages until we came to a door. Tempe opened it, revealing a small room with a window and a bed. My loot and travel sack were there. My sword was not.
"You are to have another teacher," Tempe spoke at last. "Do your best. Be civilized. Your teacher will decide much. Regret. You will not see me."
He was obviously troubled, but I couldn't think of anything to say that might reassure him. Instead, I gave him a comforting hug, which he seemed to appreciate. Then he turned and left without another word. Inside my room, I undressed and lay on the bed. It seems like I should say I tossed and turned, nervous about what was to come. But the simple truth is that I was exhausted and slept like a happy baby at his mother's breast. Chapter 112. The Hammer. I sat in a tiny park composed of nothing more than 2 smooth stone benches, a handful of trees, and a small path running through the long grass. You could walk from one edge to the other in a minute. There were cliffs close on 2 sides, sheltering it from the wind. Not out of the wind, mind you. There didn't seem to be anywhere in all of Hert entirely out of the wind. As Vachette approached, the first thing I noticed was that she didn't wear her sword on her hip. Instead, she slung it over her shoulder, just as I carried my lute. She walked with the most subtle, solid confidence I have ever seen, as if she knew she ought to swagger, but couldn't quite be bothered. She had the same moderate build I'd come to expect from the Adem, along with the pale, creamy complexion and gray eyes. Her hair was lighter than Tempe's by a fine shade, and she wore it pulled back into a horsetail. When she came closer, I could see her nose had been broken at some point, and while it wasn't crooked, the slight crimp looked strangely incongruous on her otherwise delicate face. Vachette smiled at me, a wide pink smile that showed her white teeth. "So," she said in flawless Aturan, "you are mine now." "You speak Aturan," I said stupidly. "Most of us do," she said. There were a few lines around the mouth and the corners of her eyes, so I guessed she was perhaps 10 years older than me. "It's hard to make your way in the world if you don't have a good grip on the language. Hard to do business." I remembered myself too late. Formal, respect. "Am I correct in assuming you are Vachette?" The smile tugged back onto her mouth. Vachette returned my gesture broadly, exaggerating it so I couldn't help but feel I was being mocked. "I am. I am to be your teacher." "What of Cheyenne?" I understood she was the teacher here. Vachette arched an eyebrow at me, the extravagant expression startling on an Adem face. "In a general sense, that is true, but in a more practical sense, Cheyenne is far too important to be spending her time with someone like you." I gestured, polite. "I was quite happy with Tempe," I said. "And if your happiness were our goal, that might matter," she said. "However, Tempe is closer to being a sailboat than a teacher." I bristled a little at that. "He is my friend, you realize." Her eyes narrowed. "Then as his friend you may fail to realize his faults. He is a competent fighter, but no more than that. He barely speaks your language, has little experience with the real world, and, to be completely frank, he is not terribly bright." "I'm sorry," I said, regret. "I didn't mean to offend you." "Don't show me humility unless you mean it," she said, still looking me over with narrow eyes. "Even when you make your face a mask, your eyes are like glittering windows." "I am sorry," I said earnestly. Apology. "I'd hoped to make a good first impression." "Why?" she asked. "I would rather you thought well of me. I would rather have reason to think well of you." I decided to take another tack, hoping to steer the conversation into safer water. "Tempe called you the Hammer. Why is that?" "That is my name. Vachette. The hammer, the clay, the spinning wheel." She pronounced her name 3 separate ways, each with its own cadence. "I am that which shapes and sharpens, or destroys." "Why the clay?" "That is also what I am," Vachette said. "Only that which bends can teach." I felt a growing excitement as she spoke. "I will admit," I said, "it will be pleasant to share a language with my teacher. There are 1,000 questions I have not asked because I knew Tempe could not understand, or, even if he did, I wouldn't be able to make sense of his answers." Vachette nodded and sat down on one of the benches. "Knowing how to communicate is also the way of a teacher," she said. "Now, go find a long piece of wood and bring it back to me. Then we will begin the lesson." I headed off into the trees. Her request had a ritual air about it, so I didn't want to run back with any odd branch I found on the ground. Eventually, I found a willow tree and snapped off a supple branch longer than my arm and big around as my little finger. I returned to where Vachette sat on the bench. I handed her the willow branch, and she pulled her sword over her shoulder and began to trim the smaller nubs of the remaining branches away. "You said only that which bends can teach," I said. "So I thought this would be appropriate." "It will serve for today's lesson," she said as she stripped the last of the bark away, leaving nothing but a slender white rod. She wiped her sword on her shirt, sheathed it, and came to her feet. Holding the willow branch in one hand, Vachette swung it back and forth, making a low whop, whop noise as it skimmed through the air. Now that she was closer to me, I noticed that while Vachette wore the familiar mercenary reds, unlike Tempe and many of the others, her clothes weren't held tight with leather straps. Her shirt and pants were bound snugly to her arms and legs and chest by bands of blood-red silk instead. She met my eye. "I am going to hit you now," she said seriously. "Stand still." Vachette began to walk around me in a slow circle, still swinging the willow rod. Whop, whop. She moved behind me, and not being able to see her was worse. Whop, whop. She swung the rod faster, and the noise changed. Vip, vip. I didn't flinch. She circled again, moved behind me, then hit me twice. Once on each arm, just below the shoulder. Vip, vip. At first, it merely felt like she'd tapped me. Then pain blossomed across my arms, blazing like fire. Then, before I could react, she struck me across the back so hard I felt the impact in my teeth. The only reason the rod didn't break is because it was supple green willow. I didn't cry out, but only because she had caught me between breaths. I gasped, though, sucking in air so quickly I choked and coughed. My back screamed with pain as if it had been set afire. She came around to the front of me again, giving me that same serious look. "Here is your lesson," she said matter-of-factly. "I do not think well of you. You are a barbarian. You are not clever. You are not welcome. You do not belong here. You are a thief of our secrets. Your presence is an embarrassment and a complication this school does not need." Vachette contemplated the end of the willow rod, then turned her eyes back to me. "We will meet here again, an hour after lunch. You will pick another stick, and I will try to teach you this lesson again." She gave me a pointed look. "If the stick you bring me does not please me, I will choose my own. We will do the same after dinner, then the same the next day. This is the only lesson I have to teach you. When you learn it, you will leave Hert and never return." She looked at me, her face cool. "Do you understand?" "What will—" Her hand flicked out, and the tip of the rod caught me on the cheek. This time, I had the breath for it, and gave a high, startled yelp. Vachette looked at me. I'd never thought anything so simple as eye contact could be so intimidating, but her pale gray eyes were hard as ice. "Say to me, 'Yes, Vachette, I understand.'" I glared. "Yes, Vachette, I understand." The right side of my upper lip felt huge and unwieldy as I spoke. She searched my face as if trying to decide something, then shrugged and tossed the stick aside. Only then did I risk speaking again. "What would happen to Tempe if I were to leave?" "When you leave," she said, stressing the first word. "The few that doubt it will know he was wrong to teach you. Doubly wrong to bring you here." "And what will—" I paused and backtracked. "What would become of him in that case?" She shrugged and turned away. "That is not for me to decide," she said, and walked away. I touched my cheek and lip, then looked at my hand. No blood, but I could feel the red welt rising on my skin, plain as a brand for anyone to see. Not sure what else I should do, I returned to the school for lunch. After making my way to the dining hall, I looked around but didn't see Tempe among the blood-red mercenaries there. I was glad for that. As much as I would have enjoyed some friendly company, I couldn't bear the thought of him knowing how badly things had gone. I wouldn't even need to tell him. The mark on my face said it plainly for everyone in the room to see. I kept my face impassive and my eyes low as I moved through the line and filled my plate. Then I chose an empty section of table, not wanting to force my company on anyone. I have been alone for most of my life, but rarely have I felt it so much as at that moment. I knew one person within 400 miles, and he'd been ordered to keep away from me. I was unfamiliar with the culture, barely competent with the language, and the burning all across my back and face was a constant reminder of how much I was unwelcome. The food was good, though. Roasted chicken, crisp long beans, and a slice of sweet molasses pudding. Better fare than I could usually afford for myself at the university, and hotter than the food at the mayor's estate. I wasn't particularly hungry, but I've been hungry enough in my life that I have a hard time walking away from an easy meal. There was a shadow of movement on the edge of my vision as someone sat down across the table from me. I felt my mood lighten. At least one person was brave enough to visit the barbarian. Someone was kind enough to comfort me, or at least curious enough to come and talk. Lifting my head, I saw Carceret's lean, scarred face. She set her wide wooden plate down across from me. "How do you like our town?" she said quietly, her left hand resting on the surface of the table. Her gestures were different as we were sitting, but I could still recognize curious and polite. To anyone watching, it would seem like we were having a pleasant conversation. "How do you like your new teacher?" "She thinks as I think, that you do not belong." I chewed another mouthful of chicken and swallowed mechanically, not looking up. Concern. "I heard you cry out," she continued softly. She spoke slower now, as if talking to a child. I wasn't sure if it was meant to be an insult or to ensure I understood her. "It was like a tiny bird." I took a drink of warm goat's milk and wiped my mouth. The motion of my arm pulled my shirt across the welt on my back, stinging like 100 wasps. "Was it the cry of love?" she asked, making a gesture I didn't recognize. "Did Vashet embrace you? Does your cheek bear the mark of her tongue?" I took a bit of pudding. It wasn't as sweet as I remembered. Carceret took a bite of her own pudding. "Everyone gambles and then you will leave," she continued, still speaking slow and low for my ears only. "I have 2 talents wagered that you will not last a second day. If you leave in the night, as I hope, I win silver. If I am wrong and you stay, I win in bruises and listening to your cries. Entreaty. Stay." I looked up at her. "You speak as a dog barks," I said, "with no end, with no sense." I spoke quietly enough to be polite, but not so quietly that my voice didn't reach the ears of everyone sitting close to us. I know how to make a soft voice carry. We Rue invented the stage whisper. I saw her face flush, making the pale scars on her jaw and eyebrow stand out. I looked down and continued to eat, the very picture of calm unconcern. It's tricky, insulting someone from a different culture, but I'd chosen my words carefully based on things I'd heard Tempe say. If she responded in any way, it would only seem to prove my point. I finished the rest of my meal slowly and methodically, imagining I could feel the rage rolling off her like waves of heat. This small battle, at least, I could win. It was a hollow victory, of course, but sometimes you have to take what you can get. When Vashet returned to the small park, I was already sitting on one of the stone benches, waiting for her. She stood before me and sighed gustily. "Lovely. A slow learner," she said in her perfect Aturan. "Go fetch your stick, then. We'll see if I can make my point more clearly this time. I've already found my stick, I said. I reached behind the bench and brought out a wooden training sword I'd borrowed from the school. It was old, oiled wood, worn smooth by countless hands, hard and heavy as a bar of iron. If she used this to strike my shoulders as she had with the willow rod, it would break bones. If she struck my face, it would shatter my jaw. I set it on the bench beside me. The wood didn't clatter against the stone. It was so hard it almost rang like a bell. After I set down the training sword, I began to pull my shirt up over my head, sucking a breath through my teeth when it dragged against the hot welt on my back. "Are you hoping to sway me with the offer of your tender young body?" Vachette asked. "You're pretty, but not so pretty as that." I laid my shirt carefully on the bench. "I just thought it would be best if I showed you something." I turned so she could see my back. "You've been whipped," she said. "I cannot say I'm surprised. I already knew you to be a thief." "These are not from thieving," I said. "These are from the university. I was brought up on charges and sentenced to be whipped. When this happens, many students simply leave and take their education elsewhere. I decided to stay. It was only 3 lashes, after all." I waited, still facing away. After a moment, she took the bait. "There are more scars here than 3 lashes can account for." Sometime after that, I said, I was brought up on charges again. 6 lashes this time. Still, I stayed. I turned back to face her. I stayed because there was no other place I could learn what I desired. Mere whipping could not keep me away from it. I picked up the heavy wooden sword from the bench. "I thought it only fair that you should know this. I cannot be frightened away with the threat of pain. I will not abandon Tempe after the trust he has shown me. There are things I desire to learn, and I can only learn them here." I handed her the hard, dark piece of wood. "If you want me to leave, you must do worse than welts." I stepped back and let my hands hang at my sides. I closed my eyes. Chapter 113, Barbarian Tongue. I'd like to say I kept my eyes closed, but that wouldn't be the truth. I heard the gritty sound of dirt beneath the soles of Vachette's shoes, and couldn't help but open them. I didn't peek. That would only make me seem childish. I simply opened my eyes and looked at her. She stared back, making more eye contact than I would get from Tempe in a span of days. Her pale gray eyes were hard in her delicate face. Her broken nose no longer looked out of place. It was a grim warning to the world. The wind swirled between us, raising gooseflesh on my naked arms. Vachette drew a resigned breath and shrugged, then flipped the wooden rod to grip the handle end. She hefted it thoughtfully with both hands, getting a feel for its weight. Then she brought it up to her shoulder and swung. Except she didn't. "Fine," she said, exasperated, throwing up her hands. "You twiggy little skeeth. Fine. Shit and onions. Put your shirt back on. You're making me cold." I sank down until I was sitting on the bench. "Thank God," I said. I started to put my shirt back on, but it was difficult as my hands were shaking. It wasn't from the cold. Vachette saw. "I knew it," she said triumphantly, pointing a finger at me. "You standing there like you're ready to be hanged. I knew you were ready to run like a rabbit." She stamped her foot in frustration. "I knew I should have taken a swing at you." "I'm glad you didn't," I said. I managed to get my shirt on, then realized it was inside out. I decided to leave it rather than drag it across my stinging back again. "What gave me away?" she demanded. "Nothing," I said. "It was a masterful performance." "Then how do you know I wasn't going to crack your skull open?" "I thought it through," I said. "If Cheyenne had really wanted me driven off, she could have just sent me packing. If she wanted me dead, she could have done that too." I rubbed my sweaty hands on my pants. That meant you were really meant to be my teacher, so there were only 3 sensible options. I held up a finger. This was a ritual initiation, a second finger. It was test of my resolve, or I was really trying to run you off, Vashette finished as she sat on the bench opposite me. What if I'd been telling the truth and thumped you bloody? I shrugged. At least I'd have known. But it seemed like long odds that Cheyenne would choose someone like that. If she'd wanted me beaten, she could have let Carceret do it. I cocked my head. Out of curiosity, which was it? Initiation or test of resolve? Does everyone go through this? She shook her head. Resolve. I needed to make sure of you. I wasn't going to waste my time teaching a coward or someone afraid of a little smack or two. I also needed to know you were dedicated. I nodded. That seemed the most likely. I thought I'd save myself several days of welts and force the issue. Vashette gave me a long look, curiosity plain on her face. I will admit, I've never had a student offer himself up for a vicious beating in order to prove he's worth my time. This was nothing, I said nonchalantly. Once, I jumped off a roof. We spent an hour talking about small things, letting the tension between us slowly bleed away. She asked how exactly I'd come to be whipped, and I gave her the bones of the story, glad to have the chance to explain myself. I didn't want her thinking of me as a criminal. Vashette examined my scars more closely afterward. Whoever tended to you certainly knew their physic, she said admiringly. This is very clean work, as good as any I've ever seen. I'll pass along your compliments, I said. Her hand brushed gently along the edge of the hot welt that ran across the whole length of my back. I'm sorry for this, by the way. It hurts worse than the whipping ever did, I'll tell you that for free. It'll be gone in a day or two, she said, which isn't to say you won't be sleeping on your stomach tonight. She helped me settle my shirt, then moved back to the other bench facing me. I hesitated before saying, No offense, Vashette, but you seem different from the other Adam I've met. Not that I've met many, mind you. You're just hungry for familiar body language, she said. There is that, I said. But you seem more expressive than the other Adam I've seen. I pointed at my face. Vashette shrugged. Where I'm from, we grow up speaking your language, and I spent 4 years as bodyguard and captain for a poet in the small kingdoms who also happened to be a king. I probably speak a Turan better than anyone in Hert, including you. I ignored the last. You didn't grow up here? She shook her head. I'm from Fayent, a town farther north. We're more cosmopolitan. Hert only has the one school, and everyone is tied very tightly to it. The sword tree is one of the old paths, too, rather formal. I grew up following the path of joy. There are other schools? Vashette nodded. This is one of the many schools that follow the Latanta, the path of the sword tree. It's one of the oldest behind the 8th and Eretan. There are other paths, maybe 3 dozen, but some of those are very small, with only 1 or 2 schools teaching their Katan. Is that why your sword is different? I asked. Did you bring it from your other school? Vashette gave me a narrow look. What do you know of my sword? You brought it out to trim the willow switch, I said. Tempe's sword was well made, but yours is different. The handle is worn, but the blade looks new. She gave me a curious look. Well, you certainly have your eyes open, don't you? I shrugged. Strictly speaking, it's not my sword, Vashette said. It's merely in my keeping. It is an old sword. The blade is the oldest part of it. It was given to me by Cheyenne herself. Is that why you came to this school? Vashette shook her head. No. Cheyenne gave me the sword much later. She reached back and touched the hilt fondly. No.
I came here because while the Latanta might be rather formal, they excel in the use of the sword. I had learned as much as I could from the Path of Joy. 3 other schools refused me before Cheyenne brought me in. She's a clever woman and realized there was something to be gained in teaching me. I guess we're both lucky she has an open mind, I said. You more than me, Vachette said. There's a certain amount of one-upsmanship among the different paths. When I joined the Latanta, it was a bit of a feather in Cheyenne's cap. It must have been hard, I said, coming here and being the stranger to everyone. Vachette shrugged, making her sword rise and fall on her shoulder. At first, she admitted. But they recognize talent, and I have that to spare. Among those who study the Path of Joy, I was viewed as rather stiff and stodgy. But here, I'm seen as somewhat wild. She grinned. It's pleasant, like having a new set of clothes to wear. Does the Path of Joy also teach the Lethani? I asked. Vachette laughed. That is a matter of some considerable debate. The simple answer is yes. All Adem study the Lethani to some degree, those in the schools especially. That said, the Lethani is open to a broad interpretation. What some schools cling to, others spurn. She gave me a thoughtful look. Is it true you said the Lethani comes from the same place as laughing? I nodded. That is a good answer, she said. My teacher in the Path of Joy once said that very thing to me. Vachette frowned. You look pensive when I say that. Why? I'd tell you, I said, but I don't want you to think less of me. I think less of you for keeping something from your teacher, she said seriously. There must be trust between us. I sighed. I'm glad you like my answer, but honestly, I don't know what it means. I didn't ask you what it means, she said easily. It's just a nonsense answer, I said. I know you all place great stock in the Lethani, but I don't really understand it. I've just found a way to fake it. Vachette smiled indulgently. There is no pretending to understand the Lethani, she said confidently. It is like swimming. It is obvious to anyone watching if you really know the way of it. A person can pretend to swim too, I pointed out. I've simply been moving my arms and walking on the bottom of the river. She gave me a curious look. Very well, then. How have you managed to fool us? I explained Spinning Leaf to her, how I had learned to tip my thoughts into a light, empty floating place where the answers to their questions came easily. So, you have stolen the answers from yourself, she said with mock seriousness. You have cleverly fooled us by pulling the answers from your own mind. You don't understand, I said, growing irritated. I don't have the slightest idea what the Lethani really is. It's not a path, but it helps choose a path. It's the simplest way, but it is not easy to see. Honestly, you people sound like drunk cartographers. I regretted saying it as soon as it was out of my mouth, but Vachette merely laughed. There are many drunks who are quite conversant with the Lethani, she said. Several legendarily so. Seeing I was still agitated, she made a motion to calm me. I don't understand the Lethani either, not in a way that can be explained to another. The teaching of the Lethani is an art I do not possess. If Tempe has managed to instill the Lethani in you, it is a great mark in his favor. Vachette leaned forward seriously. Part of the problem is with your language, she said. A Turan is very explicit. It is very precise and direct. Our language is rich with implication, so it is easier for us to accept the existence of things that cannot be explained. The Lethani is the greatest of these. Can you give me an example of one other than the Lethani? I asked. And please don't say blue, or I might go absolutely mad right here on this bench. She thought for a moment. Love is such a thing.
You have knowledge of what it is, but it defies careful explication. Love is a subtle concept, I admitted. It's elusive, like justice, but it can be defined. Her eyes sparkled. Do so then, my clever student. Tell me of love. I thought for a quick moment, then for a long moment. Vashet grinned. You see how easy it will be for me to pick holes in any definition you give. Love is the willingness to do anything for someone, I said, even at detriment to yourself. In that case, she said, how is love different from duty or loyalty? It is also combined with a physical attraction, I said. Even a mother's love? Vashet asked. Combined with an extreme fondness, then, I amended. And what exactly do you mean by fondness? She asked with a maddening calm. It is... I trailed off, racking my brain to think how I could describe love without resorting to other equally abstract terms. This is the nature of love, Vashet said. To attempt to describe it will drive a woman mad. That is what keeps poets scribbling endlessly away. If one could pin it to the paper, all complete, the others would lay down their pens. But it cannot be done. She held up a finger. But only a fool claims there is no such thing as love. When you see two young ones staring at each other with dewy eyes, there it is, so thick you can spread it on your bread and eat it. When you see a mother with her child, you see love. When you feel it roil in your belly, you know what it is, even if you cannot give voice to it in words. Vashet made a triumphant gesture. Thus also is the Lethani. But as it is greater, it is more difficult to point toward. That is the purpose of the questions. Asking them is like asking a young girl about the boy she fancies. Her answers may not use the word, but they reveal love, or the lack of it within her heart. How can my answers reveal a knowledge of the Lethani when I don't truly know what it is? I asked. You obviously understand the Lethani, she said. It is rooted deep inside you. Too deep for you to see. Sometimes it is the same with love. Vashet reached out and tapped me on the forehead. As for this spinning leaf, I have heard of similar things practiced by other paths. There is no Aturan word for it that I know. It is like a K10 for your mind, a motion you make with your thoughts to train them. She made a dismissive gesture. Either way, it is not cheating. It is a way of revealing that which is hidden in the deep waters of your mind. The fact that you found it on your own is quite remarkable. I nodded to her. I bow to your wisdom, Vashet. You bow to the fact that I am unarguably correct. She clapped her hands together. Now, I have much to teach you. However, as you are still welted and flinching, let us forbear the K10. Show me your Adamic instead. I want to hear you wound my lovely language with your rough barbarian tongue. I learned a great deal about Adamic over the next several hours. It was refreshing to be able to ask detailed questions and receive clear, specific answers in return. After a month of dancing about and drawing in the dirt, learning from Vashet was so easy it felt dishonest. On the other hand, Vashet made it clear that my hand language was embarrassingly crude. I could get my point across, but what I was doing was, at best, baby talk. At worst, it resembled the rantings of a deranged maniac. Right now, you speak like this. She got to her feet, waved both hands over her head, and pointed to herself with both thumbs. I want to make good fight. She gave a wide, insipid grin. With sword. She thumped her chest with both fists, then jumped into the air like an excited child. Come now, I said, embarrassed. I'm not that bad. You are close, Vashet said seriously as she sat back down on the bench. If you were my son, I would not let you leave the house. As my student, it is only tolerable because you are a barbarian. It's as if Tempe brought home a dog that can whistle. The fact that you are out of tune stands quite beside the point." Vashette made as if she would get to her feet. "That said, if you are happy speaking like a simpleton, just say the word and we can move to other things." I reassured her I wanted to learn. "First, you say too much, and you speak too loudly," she said. "The heart of Adam is stillness and silence. Our language reflects this. Second, you must be much more careful with your gestures," she said, "with their placement and timing. They modify specific words and thoughts. They do not always reinforce what you say. Sometimes they run purposely counter to your surface meaning." She made 7 or 8 different gestures in quick succession. All of them said amusement, but each of them was slightly different. You must also come to understand the fine shades of meaning, the difference between slim and slender, as my poet king used to say. Right now, you only have one smile, and that cannot help but make a person look a fool. We worked for several hours, and Vashette made clear something Tempe could only hint at. A turn was like a wide, shallow pool. It had many words, all very specific and precise. A demic was like a deep well. There were fewer words, but they each had many meanings. A well-spoken sentence in a Turin is a straight line pointing. A well-spoken sentence in a dem is like a spider web, each strand with a meaning of its own, a piece of something greater, more complex. I arrived in the dining hall for supper in a considerably better mood than before. My welts still stung, but my fingers told me the swelling on my cheek was much reduced. I still sat alone, but I didn't keep my head down as I had before. Instead, I watched the hands of everyone around me, trying to note the subtle shades of difference between excitement and interest, between denial and refusal. After supper, Vashette brought a small pot of salve which she smeared liberally across my back and upper arms, then more sparingly on my face. It tingled at first, then burned, then settled down to a dull, numb heat. Only after the pain along my back faded did I realize how tense my entire body had been. "There," Vashette said, twisting the stopper back into the bottle. "How is that?" "I could kiss you," I said gratefully. "You could," she said, "but your lip is swollen and you would doubtless make a mess of it. Instead, show me your K10. I hadn't stretched, but not wanting to make excuses, I fell into open hands and began to move slowly through the rest. As I've already mentioned, Tempe usually stopped me when I made the slightest mistake in the K10. So when I reached the 12th position without interruption, I felt rather smug. Then, I misplaced my foot badly in Grandmother Gathers. When Vashette said nothing, I realized she was merely watching and withholding judgment until the end. I began to sweat and didn't stop until I reached the end of the K10 10 minutes later. After I'd finished, Vashette stood stroking her chin. "Well," she said slowly, "it certainly could be worse." I felt a flicker of pride until she continued. "You could, for instance, be missing a leg." Then she walked in a circle around me, looking me up and down. She reached out to prod at my chest and stomach. She gripped at my upper arm and the thick muscle above my leg. I felt like a suckling pig brought to market. Lastly, she took hold of my hands, turning them over to examine them. She looked pleasantly surprised. "You never fought before Tempe taught you?" she asked. I shook my head. "You have good hands," she said, her fingers running up my forearms, feeling at the muscles there. "Half of you barbarians have soft, weak hands from doing nothing. The other half have strong, stiff hands from cutting wood or working behind a plow." She turned my hands over in her own. "But you have strong, clever hands, with good motion in your wrists." She looked up at me questioningly. "What do you do for a living?" "I'm a student at the university where I work with fine tools, shaping metal and stone," I explained. "But I'm also a musician. I play the lute." Vashette looked startled, then burst into laughter. She let my hands fall and shook her head in dismay. "A musician on top of everything else," she said. "Perfect. Does anyone else know?" "What does it matter?" I said. "I'm not ashamed of who I am." "No," she said. "Of course you're not. That's part of the problem." She drew in a deep breath and let it out again. "Okay. You should know about this as soon as possible. It will save us both trouble in the long run." She looked me in the eye. "You're a whore." I blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "Pay attention for a moment. You're not thick. You must have realized there are huge cultural differences between here and where you grew up in the Commonwealth," I said. "And you're right. The cultural divide between Tempe and myself was huge compared to the other mercenaries from Vintas." She nodded. "Part of that is because Tempe has fewer wits than tits," she said. "And he is as fresh as a baby chick when it comes to making his way in the world." She waved a hand. "All that aside, you're right. There are huge differences." "I noticed," I said. "You don't seem to have a nudity taboo for one thing. Either that or Tempe is a bit of an exhibitionist." "I'd be curious how you found that out," she chuckled. "But you're right. Strange as it may seem to you, we have no particular fear of a naked body." Vachette looked thoughtful for a moment, then seemed to reach some kind of decision. "Here. It will be simpler to show you. Watch." I watched the familiar Adam impassivity slide over her face, leaving her face blank as new paper. Her voice lost most of its inflection at the same time, shedding its emotional content. "Tell me what I mean when I do this," she said. Vachette stepped close, making no eye contact. Her hand said, "Respect." "You fight like a tiger." Her face was expressionless, her voice flat and calm. She grabbed hold of the top of my shoulder with one hand and gripped my arm with the other, giving it a squeeze. "It's a compliment," I said. Vachette nodded and stepped back. Then she changed. Her face grew animated. She smiled and met my eyes. She stepped close to me. "You fight like a tiger," she said, her voice glowing with admiration. One of her hands rested on the top of my shoulder, while the other slipped around my biceps. She squeezed. I was suddenly embarrassed at how close we were standing. "It's a sexual advance," I said. Vachette stepped away and nodded. "Your folk view certain things as intimate, naked skin, physical contact, the nearness of a body, love play. To the Adam, these are nothing remarkable." She looked me in the eye. "Can you think of a single time you have heard one of us shout, raise our voice, or even speak loudly enough we can be overheard?" I thought for a moment, then shook my head. "That is because for us, speaking is private, intimate. Facial expression, too. And this?" She pressed her fingers to her throat. "The warmth a voice can make, the emotion it reveals, that is a very private thing." "And nothing carries more emotion than music," I said, understanding. It was a thought too strange for me to cope with all at once. Vachette nodded gravely. "A family might sing together if they are close. A mother might sing to her child. A woman might sing to her man." A slight flush rose on Vachette's cheeks as she said this. "But only if they are very much in love and very much alone." "But you?" She gestured to me. "A musician? You do this to a whole room full of people, all at once. And for what? A few pennies? The price of a meal?" She gave me a grave look. "And you do it again and again, night after night, with anyone?" Vachette shook her head in dismay and shuddered a bit, while her left hand unconsciously clenched in rough gestures, horror, disgust, rebuke. It was rather intimidating getting both sets of emotional signals from her at the same time. I fought off the mental image of standing naked on the stage of the Aeolian, then moving through the crowd, pressing my body to everyone there, young and old, fat and thin, rich noble and penniless commoner. It was a sobering thought. But play lute is the 38th position in the Katan, I protested. I was grasping at straws, and I knew it. And sleeping bear is 12th, she shrugged. But you will find no bears here, or lions, or lutes. Some names reveal. The names in the Katan are meant to hide the truth, that we may speak of it without spilling its secrets to the open air. I understand, I said at last. But many of you have been out in the world. You yourself speak a turn beautifully and with much warmth in your voice. Surely you know there is nothing inherently wrong with a person singing. You have been out in the world as well, she said calmly. And surely you know there is nothing inherently wrong with having sex with 3 people in a row on the broad hearth of a busy inn. She looked me in the eye pointedly. I imagine the stone would be rather rough, I said. She chuckled. Very well. Assume they had use of a blanket, too. What would you call that person? If she'd asked me 2 span ago, when I'd been fresh out of the Fae, I might not have understood her. If I'd stayed with Felurian any longer, it's entirely possible that having sex on the hearth wouldn't have seemed odd to me. But I'd been back in the mortal world for a while now. A whore, I thought silently to myself, and a cheap and shameless whore to boot. I was glad I hadn't mentioned Tempe's desire to learn the lute to anyone. How ashamed he must have felt for such an innocent impulse. I thought of a young Tempe wanting to make music but never telling anyone because he knew it was dirty. It broke my heart. My face must have given away quite a bit because Vashet reached out to grip my hand gently. I know this is hard for you folk to understand. So much harder because you have never even entertained the possibility of thinking otherwise. Caution. I struggled with everything this implied. How do you get your news? I asked. With no troopers wandering from town to town, how do you keep in touch with the outside world? Vashet smirked a bit at this, and made a gesture to the wind-swept landscape. Does this seem to be a place that concerns itself overmuch with the turning of the world? She dropped her arm. But it is not so bad as you think. Traveling peddlers are more welcome here than in most places. Tinkers doubly so. And we ourselves travel quite a bit. Those who take the red come and go, bringing news with them. She laid a reassuring hand on my shoulder. And occasionally, a rare singer or musician will travel through. But they do not play for a whole town at once. They will visit a single family. Even then, they perform while sitting behind a screen so they cannot be seen. You can tell an ADEM musician because when they travel, they carry their tall screens on their backs. Her mouth pursed a bit. But even these are not viewed in an entirely favorable light. It is a valuable occupation, but not a respectable one. I relaxed a bit. The thought of a place where no performer was welcome struck me as profoundly wrong, sick even. But a place with strange customs I could understand. Adapting to fit your audience is common as changing costumes to the Adimaru. Vashet continued. This is the way of things, and you would do well to accept it sooner rather than later. I say this as a well-traveled woman. I've spent 8 years among the barbarians. I have even listened to music in a group of people. She said this proudly with a defiant tilt to her head. I have done it more than once. Have you ever sung in public? I asked. Vashet's face went stony. That is not a polite question to ask, she said stiffly, and you will make no friends with it here. All I mean, I said quickly, is that if you tried it, you might find it is nothing shameful. It is a great joy to everyone. Vashet gave me a severe look and made a hard gesture of refusal and finality. Kvothe, I have traveled much and seen much. Many of the ADEM here are worldly. We know of musicians, and to be completely forthright, many of us have a secret guilty fascination with them. Much the same way your folk are enamored with the skill of the Modegan courtesans. She gave me a hard look. But for all that, I would not want my daughter to bring one home, if you catch my meaning. Neither would it improve anyone's opinion of Tempe if others knew he had shared the K-10 with such as you. Keep it to yourself. You have enough to overcome without all Edemre knowing you are a musician on top of everything. Chapter 114. His Sharp and Single Arrow. Reluctantly, I took Vachette's advice, and though my fingers itched for it, I did not bring out my lute that night and fill my small corner of the school with music. I even went so far as to slide my lute case underneath my bed, lest the mere sight of it fill the school with rumor. For several days, I did little but study under Vachette. I ate alone and made no attempt to speak with anyone, as I was suddenly self-conscious of my language. Carceret kept her distance, but she was always there, watching me, her eyes flat and angry as a snake's. I took advantage of Vachette's excellent Turin and asked 1,000 questions that would have been too subtle for Tempe to understand. I waited 3 entire days until I asked her the question that had been slowly smoldering inside me since I'd climbed the foothill of the storm wall. Personally, I thought this showed exceptional restraint. "Vachette," I asked, "do your people have stories of the Chandrian?" She looked at me, her normally expressive face gone suddenly impassive. "And what does this have to do with your hand talk?" Her hand flickered through several different variations of the gesture that indicated disapproval and reproach. "Nothing," I said. "Does it have something to do with your fighting, then?" she asked. "No," I admitted, "but surely it relates to the K-10, Vachette said, "or the Lethani. Or perhaps it touches on some subtle shade of meaning you have difficulty grasping in Adamic." "I am merely curious." Vachette sighed. "Can I persuade you to focus your curiosity on more pressing matters?" she asked, gesturing, exasperated, firm rebuke. I quickly let the matter drop. Not only was Vachette my teacher, she was my only companion. The last thing I wanted to do was irritate her, or give the impression that I was less than attentive to her lessons. With that one disappointing exception, Vachette was a sparkling font of information. She answered my endless questions quickly and clearly. As a result, I couldn't help but feel that my skill in speaking and fighting was progressing in great leaps and bounds. Vachette did not share my enthusiasm, and was not bashful about saying so. Eloquently, in 2 languages. Vachette and I were down in the hidden valley that contained the sword tree. We had been practicing our hand fighting for about an hour, and were now sitting in the long grass, catching our breath. Rather, I was catching my breath. Vachette was not winded at all. Fighting me was nothing to her, and there was no time when she couldn't chide me for sloppiness or reaching lazily past my defenses to cuff me on the side of the head. "Vachette," I said, mustering the courage to ask a question that had been bothering me for some time. "May I ask a question that is perhaps presumptuous?" "I prefer a presumptuous student," she said. I had hoped we were beyond the point of worrying about such things. "What is the purpose of all this?" I gestured between the 2 of us. "The purpose of this," she mimicked my gesture, "is to teach you enough so that you no longer fight like a little boy drunk on his mother's wine." Today, her sandy hair was tied in 2 short braids that hung down her back on either side of her neck. This made her look oddly girlish, and had not done wonders for my self-esteem over the last hour, as she had repeatedly thrown me to the ground, forced me into submission, and struck me with countless solid but generously pulled punches and kicks. And once, laughing, she had stepped easily behind me and slapped me firmly on the ass, as if she were a lecherous taproom drunk and I some low-bodiced serving girl. "But why?" I asked. "To what purpose are you teaching me? If Tempe was wrong to teach me, why continue to teach me more?" Vachette nodded approvingly. "I've been wondering how long it would take you to ask that," she said. "It should have been one of your first questions." "I've been told I ask too many questions," I said. "I've been trying to step a little more carefully here." Vachette sat forward, suddenly businesslike. You know things you should not. Cheyenne does not mind that you know of the Lethani, though others feel differently, but there is agreement on the subject of our Khatan. It is not for barbarians. It is only for the Adem, and only for those who follow the path of the sword tree. Vashette continued. Cheyenne's thought is thus. If you were part of the school, you would be part of Ademre. If you are part of Ademre, you are no longer a barbarian, and if you are no longer a barbarian, it would not be wrong for you to know these things. It had a certain convoluted logic to it. That also means Tempe would not be wrong for teaching me. She nodded. Exactly. Instead of bringing home an unwanted puppy, it would be as if he had returned a lost lamb to the fold. Must I be a lamb or a puppy? I sighed. It's undignified. You fight as a puppy fights, she said, eager and clumsy. But aren't I already part of the school? I asked. You are teaching me, after all. Vashette shook her head. You sleep in the school and eat our food, but that does not make you a student. Many children study the Khatan with hopes of entering the school and someday wearing the red. They live and study with us. They are in the school, but not of the school, if you follow me. It seems odd to me that so many want to become mercenaries, I said as gently as possible. You seem eager enough, she said with an edge to her voice. I am eager to learn, I said, not take the life of a mercenary. I mean no offense. Vashette stretched her neck, working out some stiffness. It is your language getting in the way. In the barbarian lands, mercenaries are the lowest rung of society. No matter how thick or useless a man might be, he can carry a cudgel and earn a halfpenny a day guarding a caravan. Am I right? The lifestyle does tend to attract a rough sort of person, I said. We are not mercenaries of that kind. We are paid, but we choose which jobs we take. She paused. If you fight for your purse, you're a mercenary. What are you called if you fight out of duty for your country? A soldier. If you fight for the law, a constable or a bailiff. If you fight for your reputation. I had to think a bit on that one. A duelist, perhaps? If you fight for the good of others. An emir, I said without thinking. She cocked her head at me. That is an interesting choice, she said. Vashette held up her arm, displaying the red sleeve proudly. We Adem are paid to guard, to hunt, to protect. We fight for our land and our school and our reputations. And we fight for the Lethani. With the Lethani. In the Lethani. All of these things together. The Adem word for one who takes the red is Setan. She looked up at me. And it is a very proud thing. So becoming a mercenary is quite high on the Adem social ladder, I said. She nodded. But barbarians do not know this word and wouldn't understand even if they did, so mercenary must suffice. Vashette pulled 2 long strands of grass from the ground and began to twist them together into a cord. This is why Cheyenne's decision is not an easy one to make. She must balance what is right against what is best for her school, all the while taking into consideration the good of the entire path of the sword tree. Rather than make a rash decision, she is playing a more patient game. Personally, I think she is hoping the problem will take care of itself. How would this take care of itself? I asked. You could have run off, she said simply. Many assumed you would. If I'd decided you were not worth teaching, that would have taken it out of her hands as well, or you could die during your training, or become crippled. I stared at her. She shrugged. Accidents happen. Not often, but sometimes. If Carceret had been your teacher... I grimaced. So, how does one officially become a member of the school? Is there some sort of test? She shook her head. First, someone must stand on your behalf, saying you are worthy of joining the school. Tempe? I asked. Someone of consequence, she clarified. So that would be you, I said slowly. Vachette grinned, tapping the side of her crimped nose, then pointing at me. Only took you 2 guesses. If you ever progress to the point I feel you won't embarrass me, I'll stand on your behalf, and you can take the test. She continued to twist the blades of grass together, her hands moving in a steady, complicated pattern. I'd never seen another Adem idly toy with something like this while talking. They couldn't, of course. They needed one hand free to talk. If you pass this test, you are no longer a barbarian. Tempe is vindicated, and everyone goes home happy. Except for those who aren't, of course. And if I don't pass this test? I asked. Or what if you decide I'm not good enough to take it? Then things grow complicated. She came to her feet. Come. Cheyenne has asked to speak with you today. It would not be polite of us to be late. Vachette led the way back to the small cluster of low stone buildings. When I'd first seen them, I'd assumed they were the town itself. Now, I knew they composed the school. The group of buildings was like a tiny university, except there was none of the scheduled regimen I was used to. There was no formal ranking system either. Those with their reds were treated with deference, and Cheyenne was obviously in charge. Other than that, all I had was a vague impression of a social pecking order. Tempe was obviously rather low and not well thought of. Vachette was rather high and respected. When we arrived for our meeting, Cheyenne was midway through performing the K-10. I watched silently as she moved at the speed of honey spreading on a tabletop. The K-10 grows more difficult the slower it is done, but she performed it flawlessly. It took her half an hour to finish, after which she opened a window. A curl of wind brought in the sweet smell of summer grass and the sound of leaves. Cheyenne sat. She wasn't breathing hard, though a sheen of sweat covered her skin. Did Tempe tell you of the 99 tales? She asked without preamble. Of Eighth and the beginning of the Adem? I shook my head. Good, Cheyenne said. It is not his place to do such a thing, and he could not do it properly. She looked at Vachette. How is language coming? Quickly as these things go, she said, however. Very well, Cheyenne said, switching to precise, slightly accented Aturan. I will tell it like this, so there will be less interruption, and less room for misunderstanding. I did my best to gesture respectful gratitude. This is a story of years ago, Cheyenne said formally. Before this school, before the path of the sword tree, before any Adem knew of the Lethani. This is a story of the beginning of such things. The first Adem school was not a school that taught sword work. Surprisingly, it was founded by a man named Eighth, who sought mastery over the arrow and the bow. Cheyenne paused in her tale and gave a word of explanation. You should know that in those days use of the bow was very common. The skill of it was much prized. We were shepherds, and much set on by our enemies, and the bow was the best tool we had to defend ourselves. Cheyenne leaned back in her chair and continued. Eighth did not set out to found a school. There were no schools in those days. He merely sought to improve his skill. All his will he bent upon this, until he could shoot an apple from a tree 100 feet away. Then he strove until he could shoot the wick of a burning candle. Soon the only target that challenged him was a piece of hanging silk blowing in the wind. Eighth strove until he could anticipate the turning of the wind, and once he mastered this thing, he could not miss. Stories of his talent spread, and others came to him. Among them was a young woman named Wraith. At first, Eighth doubted she possessed the strength to draw the bow,
but she was soon regarded as his finest student. As I have said, this was long years and distant miles from where we sit. In those days, the Adem did not have the Letani to guide us, and so it was a rough and bloody time. In those days, it was not uncommon for one Adem to kill another out of pride, or from an argument, or as a proof of skill. Since Eighth was the greatest of archers, many challenged him. But a body is nothing of a target when one can strike silk blowing in the wind. Eighth slew them easily as cutting wheat. He took only a single arrow with him to a duel, and claimed that if that single arrow was not enough, he deserved to be struck down. Eighth grew older, and his fame spread. He put down roots and began the first of the Adem schools. Years passed, and he trained many Adem to be deadly as knives. It became well known that if you gave 8 students 3 arrows and 3 coins, your 3 worst enemies would never bother you again. So, the school grew rich and famous and proud, and so did Eighth. It was then that Wraith came to him. Wraith, his best student. Wraith, who stood nearest his ear and closest to his heart. Wraith spoke to Eighth, and they disagreed. Then they argued. Then they shouted loud enough that all the school could hear it through the thick stone walls. And at the end of it, Wraith challenged Eighth to a duel. Eighth accepted, and it was known that the winner would control the school from that day forth. As the challenged, Eighth chose his place first. He chose to stand among a grove of young and swaying trees that gave him shifting cover. Normally, he would not bother with precautions such as this, but Wraith was his finest student, and she could read the wind just as well as he. He took with him his bow of horn. He took with him his sharp and single arrow. Then Wraith chose her place to stand. She walked to the top of a high hill, her outline clear against the naked sky. She carried neither bow nor arrow, and when she reached the top of the hill, she sat calmly on the ground. This was perhaps the oddest thing of all, as Eighth was known to sometimes strike a foe through the leg rather than kill them. Eighth saw his student do this, and he was filled with anger. Eighth took his single arrow and fitted it to his bow. Eighth drew the string against his ear. The string Wraith had made for him, woven from the long, strong strands of her own hair. Cheyenne met my eye. Full of anger, Eighth shot his arrow. It struck Wraith like a thunderbolt. Here. She pointed with 2 fingers at the inner curve of her left breast. Still seated, arrow sprouting from her chest, Wraith drew a long ribbon of white silk from beneath her shirt. She took a white feather from the arrow's fletching, dipped it in her blood, and wrote 4 lines of poetry. Then, Wraith held the ribbon aloft for a long moment, waiting as the wind pulled first one way, then another. Then, Wraith loosed it, the silk twisting through the air, rising and falling on the breeze. The ribbon twisted in the wind, wove its way through the trees, and pressed itself firmly against Eighth's chest. It read, Eighth near my heart, without vanity the ribbon, without duty the wind, without blood the victory. I heard a low noise and looked over to see Vachette weeping quietly to herself. Her head was lowered, and tears ran down her face to drip deeper spots of red under the front of her shirt. Cheyenne continued. Only after Eighth read these lines did he recognize the deep wisdom his student possessed. He hurried to tend Wraith's wounds, but the head of the arrow was lodged too close to her heart to be removed. Wraith lived only 3 days after that,
with the grief-stricken eighth tending her. He gave her control of the school and listened to her words, all the while the head of the arrow riding close to her heart. During those days, Wraith dictated 99 stories, and Eighth wrote them down. These tales were the beginning of our understanding of the Latani. They are the root of all Edemre. Late in the third day, Wraith finished telling the 99th story to Eighth, who now held himself to be his student's student. After Eighth finished writing, Wraith said to him, "There is one final story, more important than all the rest, and that one shall be known when I awake." Then Wraith closed her eyes and slept, and sleeping, she died. Eighth lived 40 years after that, and it is said he never killed again. In the years that followed, he was often heard to say, "I won the only duel I ever lost." He continued to run the school and train his students to be masters of the bow, but now he also trained them to be wise. He told them the 99 tales, and thus it was the Latani first came to be known by all Edemre, and that is how we came to be that which we are. There was a long pause. "I thank you, Cheyenne," I said, doing my best to gesture respectful gratitude. "I would very much like to hear these 99 stories." "They are not for barbarians," she said, but she didn't seem offended at my request, gesturing a combination of reproach and regret. She changed the subject. "How is your K-10 coming?" "I struggle to improve, Cheyenne." She turned to Vachette. "Does he?" "There is certainly struggle," Vachette said, her eyes still red with tears, wry amusement. "But there is improvement, too." Cheyenne nodded. Reserved approval. "Several of us will be fighting tomorrow. Perhaps you could bring him to watch." Vachette made an elegant motion that made me appreciate how little I knew of the subtleties of hand language. Gracious, thankful, slightly submissive acceptance. "You should be flattered," Vachette said cheerfully. "A conversation with Cheyenne and an invitation to watch her fight." We were making our way back to a sheltered box valley where we typically practiced the K-10 and our hand fighting. However, my mind kept spinning back to several unavoidable and unpleasant thoughts. I was thinking about secrets and how people longed to keep them. I wondered what Kilvin would do if I brought someone into the fishery and showed them the sigildry for blood and bone and hair. The thought of the big artificer's anger was enough to make me shiver. I knew the sort of trouble I would face. That was clearly laid out in the university's laws. But what would he do to the person I had taught these things to? Vachette slapped my chest with the back of her hand to get my attention. "I said you should be flattered," she repeated. "I am," I said. She took hold of my shoulder, turning me to face her. "You've gone all pensive on me." "What will be done with Tempe if all of this ends badly?" I asked bluntly. Her cheerful expression faded. "His reds will be taken away, and his sword, and his name, and he will be cut away from the Latanta." She drew a slow breath. "It is unlikely any other school would take him after such a thing, so this would effectively exile him from all Edemre." "But exile won't work for me," I said. "Forcing me back into the world would only make the problem worse, wouldn't it?" Vachette didn't say anything. "When all of this started," I said, "you encouraged me to leave. If I had run, would I have been allowed to go?" There was a long silence that told me the truth of it, but she said it aloud, too. "No." I appreciated not being lied to about it. "And what is my punishment to be?" I asked. "Imprisonment?" I shook my head. "No. It's not practical to keep me locked up here for years." I looked up at her. "So what?" "Punishment is not our concern," she said. You are a barbarian after all. You did not know you were doing anything wrong. The main concern is to prevent you from teaching others what you have stolen, to keep you from using it to your own profit." She hadn't answered my question. I gave her a long look. "Some say killing you would be the best way," she said frankly. "But most believe killing is not in keeping with the Lethani. Cheyenne is among these, as am I." I relaxed slightly. That was something, at least. "And I don't suppose a promise on my part would reassure anyone?" She gave me a sympathetic smile. "It speaks well of you that you came back with Tempe, and you stayed when I tried to drive you away, but the promise of a barbarian amounts for little in this." "What then?" I asked, suspecting the answer and knowing I wasn't going to like it. She took a deep breath. "You could be prevented from teaching by removing your tongue or putting out your eyes," she said frankly. "To keep you from using the K10, you might be hobbled, your ankle tendon cut, or the knee of your favored leg lamed." She shrugged. "But one can still be a good fighter even with a damaged leg, so it would be more effective to remove the two smallest fingers from your right hand. This would be—" Vashette kept speaking in her matter-of-fact tone. I think she intended it to be reassuring, calming, but it had the opposite effect. All I could think of was her cutting off my fingers as calmly as you would pare away a piece of apple. Everything grew bright around the edges of my vision, and the vivid mental picture made my stomach roll over. I thought for a moment I might be sick. The lightheadedness and nausea passed. As I came to my senses, I realized Vashette had finished talking and was staring at me. Before I could say anything, she waved a hand dismissively. "I see I will get no more use of you today. Take the rest of the evening for yourself. Get your thoughts in order or practice the K10. Go watch the sword tree. Tomorrow we will continue." I walked aimlessly for a while, trying not to think about my fingers being cut away. Then, coming over a hill, I stumbled almost literally onto a naked Adem couple tucked away in a grove of trees. They didn't scramble for their clothes when I burst out of the trees, and rather than try to apologize with my poor language and fuddled wits, I simply turned and left, face burning with embarrassment. I tried to practice the K10, but couldn't keep my mind on it. I went to watch the sword tree, and for a while, the sight of it moving gracefully in the wind calmed me. Then, my mind drifted, and I was confronted with the image of Vashette paring off my fingers again. I heard the 3 high bells and went to dinner. I was standing in line, half stupid with the mental effort of not thinking of someone maiming my hands, when I noticed the Adems standing nearby were staring at me. A young girl of about 10 wore an expression of open amazement on her face, and a man in his mercenary reds looked at me as if he had just seen me wipe my ass with a piece of bread and eat it. Only then did I realize I was humming. Not loud exactly, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. I couldn't have been doing it for long, as I was only 6 lines into Leave the Town Tinker. I stopped, then lowered my eyes, took my food, and spent 10 minutes trying to eat. I managed a few bites, but that was all. Eventually, I gave up and headed to my room. I lay in bed, running through the options in my mind. How far could I run? Could I lose myself in the surrounding countryside? Could I steal a horse? Had I even seen a horse since I'd been in Hert? I brought out my lute and practiced my chording a bit, all 5 of my clever fingers flicking up and down the long neck of the lute. But my right hand ached to strum and pick notes from the strings. It was as frustrating as trying to kiss someone using only one lip, and I soon gave up. At last, I brought out my shade and wrapped it around myself. It was warm and comforting. I drew the hood over my head as far as it would go and thought of the dark piece of Fey where Felurian had gathered its shadows. I thought of the university, of Will and Sim, of Ari and Davy and Fella. I had never been popular at the university, and my circle of friends had never seemed particularly large. But the truth was, I'd simply forgotten what it was like to be truly alone. I thought of my family then. I thought of the Chandrian, of Cinder, his fluid grace, his sword held easy in his hand like a piece of winter ice. I thought of killing him. I thought of Denna and what the Kvothe had told me. I thought of her patron and the things I had said during our fight. I thought about the time she had slipped on the road and I had caught her, how the gentle curve above her hip had felt against my hand. I thought about the shape of her mouth, the sound of her voice, the smell of her hair, and eventually I stepped softly through the doors of sleep. Chapter 115, Storm and Stone. I woke the next morning knowing the truth. My only way out of this situation was through the school. I needed to prove myself. That meant I needed everything Vashat could teach me as quickly as possible. So the next morning, I rose in the pale blue light of dawn, and when Vashat emerged from her small stone house, I was waiting for her. I was not particularly bright-eyed or bushy-tailed, as my sleep had been filled with troubling dreams, but I was ready to learn. I realize now that I may have given an inaccurate impression of Hert. It was no thriving metropolis, obviously, and it couldn't be considered a city by any stretch of the imagination. In some ways, it was barely a town. I do not say this disparagingly. I spent the majority of my young life traveling with my troop, moving from small town to small town. Half the world is made of tiny communities that have grown up around nothing more than a crossroads market, or a good clay pit, or a bend of river strong enough to turn a mill wheel. Sometimes these towns are prosperous. Some have rich soil and generous weather. Some thrive on the trade moving through them. The wealth of these places is obvious. The houses are large and well-mended. People are friendly and generous. The children are fat and happy. There are luxuries for sale, pepper and cinnamon and chocolate. There is coffee and good wine and music at the local inn. Then there are the other sort of towns. Towns where the soil is thin and tired. Towns where the mill burned down, or the clay was mined out years ago. In these places, the houses are small and badly patched. The people are lean and suspicious, and wealth is measured in small, practical ways: cords of firewood, a second pig, 5 jars of blackberry preserve. At first glance, Hert seemed to be this sort of town. It was little more than tiny homes, broken stone, and the occasional penned goat. In most parts of the Commonwealth, or anywhere in the Four Corners for that matter, a family living in a small cottage with only a few sticks of furniture would be viewed as unfortunate, one step away from paupers. But while most of the Adem homes I had seen were relatively small, they weren't the same sort you would find in a desperate Aturan town, made of sod and logs chinked with mud. The Adem homes were all snug stone, fit together as cunningly as anything I had ever seen. There were no cracks letting in the endless wind, no leaking roofs, no cracking leather hinges on the doors. The windows weren't oiled sheepskin or empty holes with wooden shutters. They were fitted glass, tight as any you'd find in a banker's manor. I never saw a fireplace in all my time in Hert. Don't get me wrong, fireplaces are better than freezing to death by a long step. But most of the rough ones folk can build for themselves out of loose fieldstone or cinder brick are drafty, dirty, and inefficient. They fill your house with soot and your lungs with smoke. Instead of fireplaces, each Adem home had its own iron stove. The sort of stove that weighs hundreds of pounds. The sort of stove made of thick drop iron, so you can stoke it until it glows with heat. The sort of stove that lasts a century and costs more than a farmer earns from an entire year of hard harvesting. Some of these stoves were small, good for heating and cooking, but I saw more than a few that were larger and could be used for baking, too. One of these treasures was tucked away in a low stone house of only 3 rooms. The rugs on the Adem floors were mostly simple, but they were of thick, soft wool deeply dyed. The floors beneath those rugs were smooth sanded wood, not dirt. There were no guttering tallow tapers or reed lights. There were beeswax candles or lamps that burned a clean white oil, and once, through a distant window, I recognized the unwavering red light of a sympathy lamp. It was this last that made me realize the truth. This was not a scattered handful of desperate folk scratching out a lean existence on the bare mountainside. They were not living hand to mouth, eating cabbage soup and living in fear of winter. This community was comfortably, quietly prosperous. More than that. Despite the lack of glittering banquet halls and fancy gowns, despite the absence of servants and statuary, each of these homes was like a tiny manor house. They were each of them wealthy in a quiet, practical way. "What did you think?" Vashet said, laughing at me. "That a handful of us win our reds and run off to lives of mad luxury while our families drink their own bathwater and die of scurvy?" "I hadn't thought of it at all, really," I said, looking around. Vashet was beginning to show me how to use a sword. We had been at it for 2 hours, and she had done little more than explain the different ways of holding it, as if it were a baby and not a piece of steel. Now that I knew what to look for, I could see dozens of the Adem houses worked cunningly into the landscape. Heavy wooden doors were dug into bluffs. Others looked like little more than tumbles of stone. Some had grass growing on their roofs and could only be recognized by the stovepipes peeping out. A fat nanny goat grazed atop one of these, her udders swinging as she stretched out her neck to crop a mouthful of grass. "Look at the land around you," she said, spinning in a slow circle to take in the landscape. "The ground is too thin for the plow, too jagged for horses. The summer too wet for wheat, too harsh for fruit. Some mountains hold iron or coal or gold, but not these mountains. In winter, the snow will pile higher than your head. In spring, the storms will push you from your feet." She looked back at me. "This is our land because no one else wants it." She shrugged. "Or rather, it became ours for that reason." Vashet adjusted her sword on her shoulder, then eyed me speculatively. "Sit and listen," she said formally, "and I will tell a story of a time long gone." I sat on the grass, and Vashet took her place on a nearby stone. "Long ago," she said, "the Adem were upheaved from our rightful place. Something we cannot remember drove us out. Someone stole our land, or ruined it, or made us flee in fear. We were forced to wander endlessly, our whole nation mendicant like beggars. We would find a place and settle and rest our flocks. Then those who lived nearby would drive us off. The Adem were fierce back then. If we had not been fierce, there would be none of us left today. But we were few, so we were always driven forth. Finally, we found this thin and windy place, unwanted by the world. We dug our roots deep into the stone and made it ours." Vashet's eyes wandered the landscape. "But this land had little to give us, a place for our flocks to graze, stone, and endless wind. We could not find a way to sell the wind, so we sold our fierceness to the world. So we lived, and slowly we sharpened ourselves into the thing we are today, no longer only fierce, but dangerous and proud, unceasing as the wind and strong as stone." I waited a moment to make sure she was finished. "My people are wanderers too," I said. "It is our way. Nowhere and everywhere is where we live." She shrugged, smiling. "It is a story, mind you, and an old one. Take from it what you will." "I am fond of stories," I said. "A story is like a nut," Vashet said. "A fool will swallow it whole and choke. A fool will throw it away, thinking it of little worth." She smiled. "But a wise woman finds a way to crack the shell and eat the meat inside." I got to my feet and walked to where she was sitting. I kissed her hands and her forehead and her mouth. "Vashet," I said, "I am glad Cheyenne gave me to you." "You are a foolish boy." She looked down, but I could see a faint blush rising on her face as she spoke. "Come, we should go. You do not want to miss the chance to see Cheyenne fight." Vashet led me to an unmarked piece of meadow where the thick grass had been grazed close to the ground. A few other Adem already stood nearby, waiting. Some folk had brought small stools or rolled pieces of log to use as benches. Vashet simply sat on the ground. I joined her. A crowd slowly gathered. Only 30 people or so, but it was the most ADEM I'd ever seen together other than in the dining hall. They gathered in 2s and 3s, moving from one conversation to another. Rarely did a group of 5 coalesce for any length of time. Though there were a dozen conversations all within a stone's throw of me, I couldn't hear more than a murmur. The speakers stood close enough to touch, and the wind in the grass made more noise than their voices. But I could tell the tone of each conversation from where I sat. 2 months ago, this gathering would have seemed eerily subdued. A gathering of fidgety, emotionless near-mutes. But now I could plainly see one pair of ADEM were a teacher and student by how far apart they stood, by the deference in the younger woman's hands. The cluster of 3 red-shirted men were friends, easy and joking as they jostled at each other. That man and woman were fighting. She was angry. He was trying to explain. I suddenly wondered how I ever could have thought of these people as restless or fidgety. Every motion was to a purpose. Every shifting of the feet implied a change in attitude. Every gesture spoke volumes. Vachette and I sat close to each other and kept our voices low, continuing our discussion in Turin. She explained how each school had standing accounts with the Sealdish moneylenders. That meant far-flung mercenaries could deposit the school's share of their earnings anywhere people used Sealdish currency, which meant anywhere in the entire civilized world. That money was then tallied to the appropriate account so the school could make use of it. "How much does a mercenary send back to the school?" I asked, curious. 80%, she said. 8%? I asked, holding up all my fingers but 2, sure I had misheard. 80, Vachette said firmly. That is the proper amount, though many pride themselves on giving more. The same would be true for you, she said dismissively, if you stood a fiddler's chance in hell of ever wearing the red. Seeing my astonishment, she explained. It is not so much when you think of it. For years the school feeds and clothes you. It gives you a place to sleep. It gives you your sword, your training. After this investment, the mercenary supports the school. The school supports the village. The village produces children who hope to someday take the red. She made a circle with her finger. Thus all Edemre thrives. Vachette gave me a grave look. Knowing this, perhaps you can begin to understand what you have stolen, she said. Not just the secret, but the major export of the Adem. You have stolen the key to this entire town's survival. It was a sobering thought. Suddenly, Carceret's anger made much better sense. I caught a glimpse of Cheyenne's white shirt and roughly knitted yellow cap through the crowd. The scattered conversations grew still, and everyone began to gather into a large, loose circle. It wasn't just Cheyenne fighting today, apparently. The first to fight were 2 boys a few years younger than myself, neither of them wearing red. They circled each other warily, then fell on each other in a flurry of blows. It was too fast for my eye to follow, and I saw a dozen half-formed pieces of the K-10 scattered and discarded. It finally ended when one boy caught the other's wrist and shoulder in Sleeping Bear. It was only when I saw the boy twist his opponent's arm and force him to the ground that I recognized it as the grip Tempe had used in the bar fight in Crossan. The boys separated, and 2 red-shirted mercenaries came out to talk to them, presumably their teachers. Vachette leaned her head close to mine. What do you think? They're very quick, I said. She looked at me. But... They seem rather sloppy, I said, being careful to speak quietly. Not at first, but after they started. I pointed at one. His feet were too close together, and the other kept leaning forward so his balance was off. That's how he got caught in Sleeping Bear. Vachette nodded, pleased. They fight like puppies. They are young and boys. They are full of anger and impatience. Women have less trouble with these things. It's part of what makes us better fighters. I was more than slightly surprised to hear her say that. Women are better fighters? I asked carefully, not wanting to contradict her. Generally speaking, she said matter-of-factly. There are exceptions, of course, but as a whole, women are better. But men are stronger, I said. Taller. They have better reach." She turned to look at me, slightly amused. "Are you stronger and taller than me, then?" I smiled. "Obviously not. But as a whole, you have to admit, men are bigger and stronger." Vashette shrugged. "And that would matter if fighting were the same as splitting wood or hauling hay. That is like saying a sword is better the longer and heavier it is. Foolishness. Perhaps for thugs this is true, but after taking the red, the key is knowing when to fight. Men are full of anger, so they have trouble with this. Women, less so." I opened my mouth, then thought of Dedan and closed it. A shadow fell over us, and I looked up to see a tall man in his reds standing at a polite distance. He held his hand poised near the hilt of his sword. Invitation. Vashette gestured back, gentle regret and refusal. I watched as he walked away. "Won't they think less of you for not fighting?" Vashette sniffed disdainfully. "He didn't want to fight," she said. "It would only embarrass him and waste my time. He merely wanted to show he was brave enough to fight me." She sighed and gave me a pointed look. "It is that sort of foolishness that leads men from the Latani." The next match was between two red-shirted mercenaries, and the difference was obvious. Everything was much cleaner and crisper. The two boys had been frantic as sparrows flapping in the dust, but the fights that followed were elegant as dances. Many of the bouts were hand-fighting. These lasted until one person submitted or was visibly stunned by a blow. One fight stopped immediately when a man bloodied his opponent's nose. Vashette rolled her eyes at this, though I couldn't tell if she thought less of the woman for allowing herself to be struck or the man for being reckless enough to hurt her. There were several bouts with wooden swords, too. These tended to go more quickly, as even a light touch was considered enough for a victory. "Who won that one?" I asked, after a quick exchange of clacking swordplay ended with both women scoring hits at the same time. "Neither," she said, frowning. "Why don't they fight again if it was a tie?" I asked. Vashette frowned at me. "It wasn't a tie, strictly speaking. Dren would have died in minutes, struck through the lung. Lazrel would have died in days when the wound in her gut soured." "So Lazrel won?" Vashette gave me a look of withering contempt and turned her attention back to the next fight. The tall Adem man who had asked Vashette to fight was bouting with a thin whip of a woman. Strangely, he used a wooden sword while she was barehanded. He won by a narrow margin after catching 2 solid kicks to the ribs. "Who won there?" Vashette asked me. I could tell she wasn't looking for the obvious answer. "It's not much of a victory," I said. "She didn't even have a sword." "She is of the 3rd stone and far outstrips him as a fighter. It was the only way for things to be balanced between them unless he were to bring a companion to fight by his side," Vashette pointed out. "So I ask again, who won?" "He won the bout," I said, "but he'll have some impressive bruises tomorrow. Also, his swing seemed somewhat reckless." Vashette turned to look at me. "So who won?" I thought about it for a moment. "Neither," I decided. She nodded, formal approval. The gesture warmed me, as everyone facing us could see it. At long last, Cheyenne stepped into the circle. She had removed her lopsided yellow hat, and her graying hair swirled about in the wind. Seeing her among the other Adem, I realized how small she was. She carried herself with such confidence that I had come to think of her as taller, but she barely came up to the shoulder of some of the taller Adem. She carried a straight wooden sword with her. Nothing ornate, but it was carved to have the shape of a hilt and blade. Many of the other practice swords I had seen were barely more than smoothed sticks that gave the impression of being swords. Her white shirt and pants were tied tightly to her body with thin white cords. Alongside Cheyenne came a much younger woman. She was shorter than Cheyenne by an inch or so. Her frame was more delicate, too, her small face and shoulders making her look almost childlike. But the pronounced curve of her high breasts and round hips beneath her tight mercenary reds made it obvious she was no child. Her wooden sword was also carved. It was curved slightly, unlike most of the others I had seen. Her sandy hair was braided into a long, narrow plait that hung down to the small of her back. The two of them raised their swords and began to circle each other. The young woman was amazing. She struck so fast I could barely see the motion of her hand, let alone the blade of her sword. But Cheyenne brushed it away casually with drifting snow, taking half a step in retreat. Then, before Cheyenne could respond with an attack of her own, the young woman spun away, her long braids swinging. "Who is she?" I asked. "Kvothe," Vashette said admiringly. "She is a fury, is she not? Like one of our old ancestors." Kvothe closed with Cheyenne again, feinting and thrusting. She darted in, low to the ground, impossibly low. Her back leg thrust out for balance, not even touching the ground. Her sword arm licked out in front of her, her knee bent so deeply that her entire body was below the level of my head, even though I was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Kvothe unfurled all this sinuous motion as quickly as you can snap your fingers. The tip of her sword came in low under Cheyenne's guard and angled up toward her knee. "What is that?" I asked softly, not even expecting an answer. "You never showed me that." But it was just astonished noise. Never in 100 years could my body do that. But Cheyenne somehow avoided the attack, not leaping away with any sudden motion, not darting out of reach. She was quick, but that was not the heart of how she moved. Instead, she was deliberate and perfect. She was already halfway gone before Kvothe's sword had begun to flick toward her leg. The tip of Kvothe's sword must have come within an inch of her knee, but it was not a close thing. Cheyenne had only moved as much as was needed, no more. This time Cheyenne did manage to counterattack, stepping forward with Sparrow strikes the hawk. Kvothe rolled sideways, touched the grass briefly, then pushed herself up off the ground. No, she threw herself away from the ground, using only her left hand. Her body snapped like a steel spring, arcing away while her sword licked out twice, driving Cheyenne back. Kvothe was full of passion and fury. Cheyenne was calm and steady. Kvothe was a storm, Cheyenne a stone. Kvothe was a tiger, and Cheyenne a bird. Kvothe danced and wove madly. Cheyenne turned and took one single perfect step. Kvothe slashed and spun and whirled and struck and struck and struck. And then they stopped. The tip of Kvothe's wooden sword pressed to Cheyenne's white shirt. I gasped, though not loudly enough to draw any attention. Only then did I realize my heart was racing. My entire body was covered in sweat. Cheyenne lowered her sword, gesturing, irritation, admiration, and a mingling of other things I couldn't identify. She bared her teeth a little in a grimace and used her hand to chafe roughly at her ribs where Kvothe had struck her. The same way you rub your shin when you bark it against a chair. Horrified, I turned to Vashette. "Will she be the new leader of the school?" I asked. Vashette looked at me puzzled. I gestured to the open circle in front of us where the two women stood talking. "This Kvothe, she's beaten Cheyenne." Vashette looked at me for a moment, uncomprehending, then burst out in a long, delighted laugh. "Cheyenne is old," she said. "She is a grandmother. You cannot expect her to always win against a limber young thing like Kvothe, all full of fire and fresh wind." "Ah," I said. "I see. I thought—" Vashette was kind enough not to laugh at me again. "Cheyenne is not the head of the school because no one can beat her." What an odd notion. What chaos that would be, everything tipping this way and that, changing with the luck of one fight or another. She shook her head. "Cheyenne is the head because she is a marvelous teacher, and because her understanding of the Lethani is deep. She is the head because she is wise in the ways of the world, and because she is clever at dealing with troublesome problems." She tapped me pointedly on the chest with 2 fingers. Then, Vashette made a conciliatory gesture. She is also an excellent fighter, of course. We would not have a leader who could not fight. Cheyenne's Kvothe is without equal. But a leader is not a muscle. A leader is a mind. I looked up in time to see Cheyenne approaching. One of the cords holding her sleeve in place had come loose during the fight, and the cloth was fluttering in the wind like a luffing sail. She had donned her lopsided yellow cap again and gestured formal greeting to both of us. Then Cheyenne turned to me. "At the end," she asked, "why was I struck?" Curiosity. Frantically, I thought back to the final moments of the fight, looking them over in my mind's eye. I tried to gesture with the subtlety Vashette had been teaching me. Respectful uncertainty. "You misplaced your heel slightly," I said. "Your left heel." Cheyenne nodded. "Good." She gestured, pleased approval widely enough so anyone who happened to be watching could see it. And of course, everyone was. Giddy with praise, but conscious of the fact I was being watched, I kept my face locked in the proper impassivity as Cheyenne walked away with Penthe in tow. I leaned my head close to Vachette's. "I like Cheyenne's little hat," I said. Vachette shook her head and sighed. "Come." She jostled my shoulder with her own and got to her feet. "We should leave before you spoil the good impression you have made today." That night at supper, I sat in my customary place at the corner of one table by the wall farthest from the food. Since no one was willing to sit within 10 feet of me, there was no sense my taking up space where people might actually want to sit. My good mood still buoyed me, so I was not surprised when I saw a flicker of red slide into the seat across from me. Karsa read again. Once or twice a day she made a point to come close enough to hiss a few words at me. She was overdue. But looking up, I was surprised. Vachette sat across from me. She nodded, her impassive face staring into my astonished one. Then I composed myself, nodded back, and we ate for a while in companionable silence. After we were finished eating, we passed some time pleasantly, speaking softly of small things. We left the dining hall together, and when we stepped into the evening air, I switched back into A Turin so I could properly articulate something I'd been thinking for several hours. "Vachette," I said, "it occurs to me it would be nice to fight someone whose ability is somewhat closer to my own." Vachette laughed, shaking her head. "That is like throwing 2 virgins into a bed. Enthusiasm, passion, and ignorance are not a good combination. Someone is likely to get hurt." "I hardly think it's fair to call my fighting virginal," I said. "I'm not near your level, but you yourself said my K10 is remarkably good." "I said your K10 was remarkably good considering the amount of time you have been studying," she corrected me, "which is less than 2 months, which is no time at all." "It's frustrating," I admitted. "If I strike a blow against you, it's because you let me. There's no substance to it. You've given it to me. I haven't earned it for myself." "Any strike or throw you make against me is earned," she said, "even if I offer it to you. But I understand. There is something to be said for honest competition." I started to say something else, but she put her hand over my mouth. "I've said I understand. Stop fighting after you have won." Hand still over my mouth, she tapped a finger thoughtfully. "Very well. Continue your progress and I will find you someone at your own level to fight." Chapter 116. Height. I was almost beginning to feel comfortable in Hert. My language was improving, and I felt less isolated now that I was able to exchange brief pleasantries with others. Vachette occasionally shared meals with me, helping me feel like slightly less of a pariah. We had done sword work this morning, which meant an easy start to the day. Vachette was still showing me how the sword was incorporated into the K10, and the moments we fought were few and far between. After a few hours of this, we worked on my Ademic, then more sword work. After lunch, we moved on to hand fighting. I couldn't help but feel that here, at least, I was progressing well. After half an hour, not only was Vachette breathing harder, but she began to sweat a bit. I was still no sort of challenge to her, of course, but after days of humiliating nonchalance on her part, she was finally having to put forth a shred of effort to keep ahead of me. So we continued to fight, and I noticed that, how can I say this delicately? She smelled wonderful. Not like perfume or flowers or anything like that. She smelled like clean sweat and oiled metal and crushed grass from when I'd thrown her to the ground some time before. It was a good smell. I can't describe this delicately, I suppose. What I mean to say is that she smelled like sex. Not as if she'd been having it, as if she was made of it. When she came in close to grapple me, the smell of her combined with her body pressing against mine. For a second, it was like someone had thrown a switch in my head. All I could think of was kissing her mouth, biting the soft skin of her neck, tearing at her clothes and licking the sweat off her. I did none of these things, of course, but at the moment I wanted nothing more. This is embarrassing to look back on, but I will not bother defending myself except to point out that I was in the full flower of my youth, fit and healthy, and she was quite an attractive woman, though 10 years my senior. Add to this the simple fact that I had gone from the loving arms of Felurian to the eager arms of Losine, and from thence to a long, barren stretch of training with Tempe as we traveled to Hert. That meant for 3 span I had been constantly exhausted, anxious, confused, and terrified by turns. Now I was none of these things. Vachette was a good teacher and made sure I was well rested and relaxed as possible. I was growing more confident in my abilities and more comfortable around her. Given all of this, it's no great surprise I had the reaction I did. At the time, however, I was startled and embarrassed as only a young man can be. I stepped away from Vachette, blushing and fumbling an apology. I tried to hide my obvious arousal, and in doing so only drew more attention to it. Vachette looked down at what my hands were trying vainly to conceal. "Well then, I suppose I will take that as a compliment and not a curious new avenue of attack." If a person could die from shame, I would have. "Would you like to take care of it yourself?" Vachette asked easily. "Or would you prefer a partner?" "I beg your pardon?" I said stupidly. "Come now." She gestured to my hands. "Even if you could keep your mind away from that, it would doubtless throw your balance off." She gave a low, throaty chuckle. "You'll need to tend to it before we continue your lessons. I can leave you to it, or we can find a soft spot and see who can pin the other best 2 of 3. The casual tone of her voice convinced me I'd misunderstood her. Then she gave me a knowing smirk, and I realized I'd understood her perfectly well. "Where I come from, a teacher and a student would never—" I stumbled, trying to think of a polite way to diffuse the situation. Vachette rolled her eyes at me, the exasperated expression looking odd on an 8M face. "Do your teachers and students also never fight? Never talk? Never eat together?" "But this," I said, "this—" She sighed. "Kvothe, you need to remember, you come from a barbarous place. Much of what you grew up thinking is quite wrong-headed and foolish, none of it as much as the strange customs you barbarians have built around your sex play." "Vachette," I said, She cut me off with a sharp gesture. "Whatever you're about to say, I have doubtless heard before from my poet king. But there are only so many hours of light in the day. So I ask you this, are you desirous of sex?" I gave a helpless shrug, knowing it would be pointless to deny it. "Would you like to have sex with me?" I could still smell her. At that moment, I wanted it more than anything. "Yes." "Are you free of disease?" she asked seriously. I nodded, too off balance to be startled by the frankness of the question. "Very well, then. If I remember correctly, there is a nice patch of moss out of the wind not too far from here." She began to walk up a nearby hill, her fingers working the buckle that fastened her sword's scabbard over her shoulder. "Come with me. Her memory did serve her well. 2 trees arched their branches over a thick bed of soft moss that was snugged up against a small stony bluff, sheltered from the wind by some convenient bushes. It quickly became obvious that what Vachette had in mind was not an afternoon of twining idly in the shade. To say she was businesslike would be a great disservice to her, as Vachette's laughter always ran very close to the surface, but she was not flirtatious or coy. She stripped off her mercenary reds without the least fanfare or teasing, revealing a few scars and a body hard and lean and corded with muscle, which isn't to say that she wasn't also round and soft as well. Then she teased me for staring as if I'd never seen a naked woman before, when the truth was, I'd simply never seen one standing full naked in the sunlight. When I didn't undress fast enough to suit her, Vachette laughed and mocked my bashfulness. Stepping close, she stripped me naked as a plucked chicken, then kissed me on the mouth, her warm skin pressing against the entire front of my body. "I've never kissed a woman my own height before," I mused when we stopped for a breath. "It's a different experience." "See how I continue to be your teacher in all things," she said. "Your next lesson is this. All women are the same height lying down. The same cannot be said for your sort, of course. Too much depends on a man's mood and his natural gifts." Vachette took my hand and brought us both to lie on the soft moss. "There," she said, "as I suspected. Now you are taller than me. Does this set you at your ease?" It did. I was prepared for things to be awkward after Vachette and I returned from the bushes, and was surprised to find they were nothing of the sort. She did not suddenly grow flirtatious, which I wouldn't have known how to cope with. Neither did she feel obliged to treat me with any newfound tenderness. This became clear somewhere around the 5th time she managed to lure me off my guard, catch me with thunder upward, and throw me roughly to the ground. In all, she acted as if nothing odd at all had happened, which meant either nothing odd had happened, or something very odd had happened, and she was pointedly ignoring it, which meant that everything was lovely, or everything was going terribly wrong. Later, as I ate supper alone, I rolled what I knew of the ADEM around in my head. No nudity taboo. They didn't consider physical contact particularly intimate. Vachette had been very casual both before, during, and after our encounter. I thought back to the naked couple I had stumbled onto several days ago. They had been startled, but not embarrassed. Sex was viewed differently here, obviously, but I didn't know any of the specific differences. That meant I didn't have the first idea of how to conduct myself properly, and that meant that what I was doing was dangerous as walking around blind. More like running blind, really. Normally, if I had a question about the ADEM culture, I asked Vachette. She was my touchstone. But I could imagine too many ways for that conversation to go astray, and her goodwill was all that stood between me and the loss of my fingers. By the time I finished eating, I decided it would be best to simply follow Vachette's lead. She was my teacher, after all. Chapter 117, Barbarian Cunning. The days passed quickly, as days tend to do when there is much to fill them. Vachette continued to teach me, and I turned the whole of my attention toward being a clever and attentive student. Our amorous encounters continued, punctuating my training. I never initiated them directly, but Vachette could tell when I was unproductively distracted, and was quick to pull me down into the bushes. "In order to clear your foolish barbarian head," as she said. Before and afterward, I still found these encounters troubling. During, however, I was far from anxious. Vachette seemed to enjoy herself as well. That said, she didn't seem the least interested in much of what I had learned from Felurian. She had no interest in playing Ivy, and while she did enjoy Thousand Hands, she had little patience for it, and it usually ended up being more like 75 hands. Generally speaking, as soon as we had caught our breath, Vachette was tying on her mercenary reds and reminding me that if I kept forgetting to turn my heel out, I would never be able to hit any harder than a boy of 6. Not all my time was spent training with Vachette. When she was busy, she set me to practice the K10, consider the Lethani, or watch the other students spar. There were a few afternoons or evenings when Vachette simply sent me on my way, so I explored the surrounding town and discovered Haert was much larger than I'd originally assumed. The difference was that all its houses and shops weren't huddled together in a knot. They were scattered over several square miles of rocky hillside. I found the baths early on, by which I mean I was pointedly directed there by Vachette with instructions to wash off my barbarian stink. They were a marvel, a sprawling stone building built on top of what I guessed was either a natural hot spring or some marvelously engineered plumbing. There were large rooms full of water and small rooms full of steam, rooms with deep pools for soaking and rooms with great brass tubs for scrubbing. There was even one room with a pool big enough for swimming. All through the building, the Adem mingled without any regard for age, gender, or state of undress. This didn't surprise me nearly as much as it would have a month ago, but it still took a great deal of getting used to. At first, I found it hard not to stare at the breasts of the naked women. Then, when some of that novelty faded, I found it hard not to stare at the scars that crossed the bodies of mercenaries. It was easy to tell who had taken the red even when their clothes were off. Rather than fight my urge to gawk, I found it easier to go early in the morning or late at night when the baths were largely empty. Coming and going at odd hours wasn't difficult, as there was no lock on the door. It was open at all hours for anyone to use. Soap and candles and towels were available for the taking. The baths, Vachette told me, were maintained by the school. I found the smithy by following the noise of ringing iron. The man working there was pleasantly talkative. He was glad to show me his tools and tell me the names for them in Ademic. Once I knew to look, I saw there were signs above the doors of the stores, pieces of wood carved or painted to show what was sold inside: bread, herbs, barrel staves. None of the signs had words, which was fortunate for me, as I had no idea how to read Ademic. I visited an apothecary where I was told I was not welcome, and a tailor where I was greeted warmly. I spent some of the 3 royals I'd stolen to buy 2 new sets of clothes, as those I had with me were showing their miles. I bought shirts and pants in muted colors after the local fashion, hoping they might help me fit in just a little better. I also spent many hours watching the sword tree. At first, I did this under Vachette's direction, but before long, I found myself drawn back when I had time of my own to spend. Its motions were hypnotic, comforting. At times, it seemed the branches wrote against the sky, spelling the name of the wind. True to her word, Vachette found me a sparring partner. Her name is Celian, Vachette told me over breakfast. Your first meeting will be at the sword tree at midday. You should take this morning to prepare yourself however you think is best. At last, a chance to prove myself, a chance to match wits with someone at my own level of skill, a real contest. I was at the sword tree early, of course, and when I first saw them approaching, I had a moment of confused panic when I thought the small figure at Vachette's side was Penthe, the woman who had beaten Cheyenne. Then I realized it couldn't be Penthe. The figure approaching with Vachette was short, but the wind revealed a straight, lean body with none of Penthe's curves. What's more, the figure wore a shirt of bright corn silk yellow, not mercenary red. I fought down a stab of disappointment. Even though I knew it was foolish. Vachette had said she had found a fair fight for me. Obviously, it couldn't be someone who had already taken the red. They came closer still, and my excitement guttered and died. It was a little girl. Not even a young girl of 14 or so. It was a little girl, no more than 10 by my best guess. She was skinny as a twig, and so short her head barely made it up to my breastbone. Her gray eyes were huge in her tiny face. I was humiliated. The only thing that kept me from crying out in protest was the fact that I knew Vachette would find it unspeakably rude. Celian, this is Kvothe, Vachette said in Ademic. This young girl looked me up and down appraisingly, then took an unconscious half-step closer. A compliment. She considered me enough of a threat that she wanted to be close enough to strike at me if necessary. It was closer than an adult would have stood, because she was shorter. "Polite greeting," I gestured. Celian returned my gesture. It might have been my imagination, but it seemed the angle of her hands implied polite, non-subordinate greeting. If Vachette saw it, she made no comment. "It is my desire that the two of you fight." Celian looked me over again, her narrow face set in the typical Adem impassivity. The wind blew at her hair, and I could see a half-healed cut running from above her eyebrow up into her hairline. "Why?" the girl asked calmly. She didn't seem afraid. It sounded more as if she couldn't think of the least reason she would want to fight me. "Because there are things you can learn from each other," Vachette said, "and because I say you will." Vachette gestured to me. "Attend. Celian's Kvothe is quite exceptional. She has years of experience and is easily the match of any two girls her size." Vachette tapped Celian on the shoulder twice. Caution. Kvothe, on the other hand, is new to the Kvothe and has much to learn, but he is stronger than you and taller with a better reach. He also possesses a barbarian's cunning. I looked at Vachette, unsure if she were poking fun at me or not. "Also," Vachette continued to Celian, "you will very likely have your mother's height when you are grown, so you should practice fighting those larger than yourself. Attend. Lastly, he is new to our language, and for this you will not mock him." The girl nodded. I noticed Vachette hadn't specified I couldn't be mocked for other reasons. Vachette straightened and spoke formally. "Nothing with the intention to injure." She held up fingers, marking the rules she had taught me when we started hand-fighting. "You may strike hard, but not viciously. Be careful of the head and neck, and nothing at all toward the eyes. You are each responsible for the other's safety. If one of you gains a solid submission against the other, do not attempt to break it. Signal fairly and count at the end of the bout." "I know this," Celian said, irritation. "It bears repeating," Vachette said, stern rebuke. "Losing a fight is forgivable. Losing your temper is not. This is why I have brought you here instead of some little boy. Did I choose wrongly?" Celian looked down. Apologetic regret. Embarrassed acceptance. Vachette addressed us both. "Injuring another through carelessness is not of the Lethani." I couldn't see how my beating up a 10-year-old girl was of the Lethani either, but I knew better than to say so. And with that, Vachette left us alone, walking to a stone bench some 40 feet away where another woman in mercenary reds was sitting. Celian made a complicated gesture I didn't recognize toward Vachette's back. Then the young girl turned to face me, looking me up and down. "You are the first barbarian I have fought," she said after a long moment. "Are you all red?" She lifted her hand to her own hair to clarify her meaning. I shook my head. "Not many of us." She hesitated, then reached out her hand. "Can I touch it?" I almost smiled at this, but caught myself. I ducked my head a bit and bent down so she could reach. Celian ran her hand through my hair, then rubbed some between her thumb and forefinger. "It's soft." She gave a little laugh. "But it looks like metal." She let go of my hair and stepped back to a formal distance again. She gestured polite thanks, then brought up her hands. "Are you ready?" I nodded uncertainly, bringing up my own hands. I wasn't ready. Celian darted forward, catching me flat-footed. Her arm drove out in a punch straight toward my groin. Raw instinct made me crouch so it struck my stomach instead. Luckily, by this point, I knew how to take a punch, and a month of hard training had made my stomach a sheet of muscle. Still, it felt like someone had thrown a rock at me, and I knew I'd have a bruise by dinner. I got my feet under me and flicked an exploratory kick at her. I wanted to see how skittish she was, and hoped to make her back away so I could get my balance settled and make better use of my longer reach. It turned out Celian wasn't skittish at all. She didn't back away. Instead, she slipped alongside my leg and struck me squarely in the thick knot of muscle directly above the knee. Because of this, I couldn't help but stagger when my foot came back down, leaving me off balance with Celian close enough to climb me if she wanted. She set her hands together, braced her feet, and struck me with threshing wheat. The force of it knocked me over backward. Given the thick grass, it wasn't a hard landing. I rolled to get some distance and came back to my feet. Celian chased me and made thrown lightning. She was fast, but I had longer legs and managed to back away or block everything she threw. She faked a kick, and I fell for it, giving her the opportunity to hit me right above the knee in the same place as before. It hurt, but I didn't stagger this time, instead stepping sideways and away. Still, she followed me, relentless and overeager. And in her haste, she left an opening. But despite the bruises and the fall she'd already given me, I couldn't bring myself to throw a punch at such a tiny girl. I knew how solidly I could hit Tempe or Vachette. But Celian was such a tiny twig of a thing. I worried I would hurt her. Hadn't Vachette said we were responsible for each other's safety? So instead, I grabbed her with climbing iron. My left hand missed, but the long, strong fingers of my right hand wrapped all the way around her slender wrist. I didn't have her in the proper submission, but now it was a game of strength, and I couldn't help but win. I already had her wrist. All that remained was to grip her shoulder, and I'd have her in Sleeping Bear before... Celian made Break Lion, but it wasn't the version I had learned. Hers used both hands, striking and twisting so quickly that my hand was stinging and empty before I could think. Then she grabbed my wrist and pulled, lashing out to kick my leg in a fluid motion. I leaned, buckled, and she stretched me out flat above the ground. This landing wasn't soft, more a jarring flop onto the grass. It didn't completely stun me, but that didn't matter because Celian simply reached out and tapped my head twice, signaling that if she'd wanted to, she could easily have knocked me unconscious. I rolled into a sitting position, aching in several places and with a sprained pride. It wasn't badly sprained, though. My time with Tempe and Vachette had taught me to appreciate skill, and Celian's K-10 truly was excellent. "I've never seen that version of Break Lion before," I said. Celian grinned. It was only a small grin, but it still showed a glimpse of her white teeth. In the world of Adem impassivity, it was like the sun coming from behind a cloud. "That is mine," she said, extreme pride. "I made it. I'm not strong enough to use regular Break Lion against my mother or anyone your size." "Would you show it to me?" I asked. Celian hesitated, then nodded and stepped forward, holding out her hand. "Grab my wrist." I took hold of it, gripping firmly, but not fiercely. She did it again, like a magic trick. Both of her hands moved in a flurry of motion, and I was left with a stinging, empty hand. I reached out again, amusement. "I have slow barbarian eyes. Could you make it again so I can learn it?" Celian stepped back, shrugging. Indifference. "Am I your teacher? Should I give something of mine to a barbarian who cannot even strike me in the fight?" She lifted her chin and looked off toward the spinning sword tree, but her eyes darted back to me playfully. I chuckled and came to my feet, bringing up my hands again. She laughed and turned to face me. "Go!" This time, I was ready, and I knew what Celian was capable of. She was no sort of delicate flower. She was quick and fearless and aggressive. So I went on the offensive, taking advantage of my long arms and legs. I struck out with Dancing Maiden, but she skipped away. No, it would be better to say she slid away from me, never compromising her balance in the least, her feet weaving smoothly through the long grass. Then she changed directions suddenly, catching me between steps and slightly off my stride. She feigned a punch at my groin, then pushed me slightly off balance with Turning Millstone. I staggered, but managed to keep my feet beneath me. I tried to regain my balance, but she brushed me again with Turning Millstone, then again, and again. Each time only shoving me a few inches, but it kept me in a helpless, stumbling retreat until she managed to plant her foot behind mine, tripping me and sending me flat onto my back. Before I'd finished striking the ground, she already had hold of my wrist, and soon had my arm tangled firmly in ivy on the oak. This pressed my face into the grass while putting uncomfortable pressure against my wrist and shoulder. For a second, I considered trying to struggle free, but only for a second. I was stronger than she was, but the whole point of positions like Ivy on the Oak and Sleeping Bear is to put pressure on the fragile parts of the body. You did not need a great deal of strength to attack the branch. "I submit," I said. This is easier to say in Ademic. Veh, an easy noise to make when you are winded, tired, or in pain. I'd become rather used to saying it lately. Celian let go of me and stepped away, watching as I sat up. "You really aren't very good," she said with brutal honesty. "I'm not used to striking young girls," I said. "How could you become used to it?" She laughed. "To grow used to a thing, you must do it over and again. I expect you have never struck a woman even once." Celian extended a hand. I took it in what I hoped was a gracious manner, and she helped pull me to my feet. "I mean, where I come from, it is not right to fight with women." "I do not understand," she said. "Do they not let the men fight in the same place as the women?" "I mean, for the most part, our women do not fight," I explained. Celian rolled her wrist over, opening and closing her hand as if there were some dirt on the palm and she was absent-mindedly trying to rub it off. It was the hand-talk equivalent of puzzlement, a confused frown of sorts. "How do they improve their K10 if they do not practice?" she asked. "Where I come from, the women have no K10 at all." Her eyes narrowed, then brightened. "You mean to say they have a secret K10?" she said, using the Aturan word for secret. Though her face was composed, her body vibrated with excitement. "A K10 only they know, that the men are not allowed to see." Celian pointed over to the bench where our teachers sat ignoring us. "Vashette has such a thing. I have asked her to show it to me many times, but she will not." "Vashette knows another K10?" I asked. Celian nodded. "She was schooled in the path of joy before she came to us." She looked over at her face serious, as if she would pull the secret out of the other woman by sheer force of will. "Someday, I will go there and learn it. I will go everywhere, and I will learn all the K10s there are. I will learn the hidden ways of the ribbon and the chain and of the moving pool. I will learn the paths of joy and passion and restraint. I will have all of them." When she spoke, Celian didn't say this in a tone of childish fancy, as if she were daydreaming of eating an entire cake. Neither was she boastful, as if she were describing a plan she had put together on her own and thought very clever. Celian said it with a quiet intensity. It was almost as if she were simply explaining who she was. Not to me. She was telling herself. She turned back to look at me. "I will go to your land too," she said, absolute. "And I will learn the barbarian K10 your women keep secret from you." "You will be disappointed," I said. I did not misspeak. I know the word for secret. What I meant to say is that where I come from, many women do not fight. Celian rolled her wrist again in puzzlement, and I knew I had to be more clear. Where I come from, most women spend their whole lives without holding a sword. Most grow up not knowing how to strike another with the fist or the blade of their hand. They know nothing of any sort of K10. They do not fight at all. I stressed the last two words with strong negation. That finally seemed to get the point across to her. I had half expected her to look horrified, but instead, she simply stood there blankly, hands motionless, as if at a loss for what to think. It was as if I'd just explained to her that the women where I came from didn't have any heads. "They do not fight?" she asked dubiously. "Not with the men, or with each other, or with anyone at all?" I nodded. There was a long, long pause. Her brow furrowed, and I could actually see her struggling to come to grips with this idea. Confusion, dismay. "Then what do they do?" she said at last. I thought of the women I knew. Mola, Fella, Davy. "Many things," I said, having to improvise around the words I didn't know. They make pictures out of stones. They buy and sell money. They write in books. Celian seemed to relax as I recited this list, as if relieved to hear these foreign women, empty of any Khatan, weren't strewn around the countryside like boneless corpses. They heal the sick and mend wounds. They play... I almost said play music and sing songs, but caught myself in time. They play games and plant wheat and make bread. Celian thought for a long moment. I would rather do those things and fight as well, she said decisively. Some women do, but for many it is considered not of the Lethani. I used the phrase of the Lethani because I could not think of how to say proper behavior in Ademic. Celian gestured sharp disdain and reproach. I was amazed how much more it stung coming from this young girl in her bright yellow shirt than it ever had from Tempe or Vashette. The Lethani is the same everywhere, she said firmly. It is not like the wind changing from place to place. The Lethani is like water, I responded without thinking. It is itself unchanging, but it shapes itself to fit all places. It is both the river and the rain. She glared at me. It was not a furious glare, but coming from one of the Adem, it had the same effect. Who are you to say the Lethani is like one thing and not another? Who are you to do the same? Celian looked at me for a moment, the hint of a serious line between her pale eyebrows. Then she laughed brightly and brought up her hands. I am Celian, she proclaimed. My mother is of the third stone. I am Adem born, and I am the one who would throw you to the ground. She was as good as her word. Chapter 118. Purpose. Vashette and I fought, moving back and forth across the foothills of Ademre. After all this time, I barely noticed the wind anymore. It was as much a part of the landscape as the uneven ground beneath my feet. Some days it was gentle, and did little more than make patterns in the grass or flick my hair into my eyes. Other days it was strong enough to make the loose fabric of my clothes crack and snap against my skin. It could come at you from unexpected directions without a moment's warning, pushing you as firmly as a hand between your shoulder blades. Why do we spend so much time on my hand fighting? I asked Vashette as I made picking clover. Because your hand fighting is sloppy, Vashette said, blocking me with fan water. Because you embarrass me every time we fight, and because 3 times of 4 you lose to a child half your size. But my sword fighting is even worse, I said as I circled, looking for an opening. It is worse, she acknowledged. That is why I do not let you fight anyone but me. You are too wild. You could hurt someone. I smiled. I thought that was the point of this. Vashette frowned, then reached out casually to grip my wrist and shoulder, twisting me into sleeping bear. Her right hand held my wrist over my head, stretching my arm at an awkward angle, while her left pressed firmly against my shoulder. Helpless, I was forced to bend at the waist, staring at the ground. There, I said in submission. But Vashette didn't release me. She twisted, and the pressure against my shoulder increased. The small bones of my wrist began to ache. There, I said a little louder, thinking she hadn't heard me. But still, she held me, twisting a little harder at my wrist. Vashette! I tried to turn my head to look at her, but from this angle, all I could see was her leg. If the point of this is to hurt someone, she said, why should I let you go? That's not what I meant. Vashette pushed down harder, and I stopped talking. What is the purpose of sleeping bear? She asked calmly. To incapacitate your opponent, I said. Very well. Vashette began to bear down with the slow, relentless force of a glacier. Dull pain began to build in my shoulder as well as my wrist. Soon your arm will be twisted from the cup of your shoulder. Your tendons will stretch and pull free of the bone. Your muscles will tear and your arm will hang like a wet rag at your side. Then will Sleeping Bear have served its purpose? I struggled a bit out of pure animal instinct, but it only turned the burning pain into something sharper, and I stopped. Over the course of my training, I had been put into inescapable positions before. Every time I had been helpless, but this time was the first time I had truly felt that way. "The purpose of Sleeping Bear is control," Vachette said calmly. "Right now, you are mine to do with as I wish. I can move you, or break you, or let you free." "I would prefer free," I said, trying to sound more hopeful than desperate. There was a pause. Then she asked calmly, "What is the purpose of Sleeping Bear?" "Control!" I felt her hands release me, and I stood, slowly rolling my shoulder to ease the ache. Vachette stood there frowning at me. "The point of all of this is control. First, you must have control of yourself. Then you can gain control of your surroundings. Then you gain control of whoever stands against you. This is the Litany." After the better part of a month in Hert, I could not help but feel that things were going well. Vachette acknowledged that my language was improving, congratulating me by saying I sounded like a child rather than just an imbecile. I continued to meet with Celian in the grassy field next to the sword tree. I looked forward to these encounters, despite the fact that she thrashed me with cheerful ruthlessness every time we fought. It took 3 days before I finally managed to beat her. That's an interesting verse to add to the long story of my life, isn't it? "Come listen all, and I will tell a tale of brave and daring deeds, of wonders Kvothe the bloodless wrought, and of the time he bravely fought, a twigling girl no more than 10, and listen how it came to pass, the mighty blow he bravely dealt, that knocked her sprawling to the grass, and of the glow of joy he felt." Awful as it might sound, I was proud, and justifiably so. Celian herself congratulated me when it happened, seeming more than a little surprised that I had managed it. There, in the long shadow of the sword tree, she showed me her two-handed variant of breaking lion as a reward, flattering me with the familiarity of an impish grin. That same day we finished our prescribed number of bouts early. I went to sit on a nearby lump of stone that had been smoothed into a comfortable seat. I nursed my dozen small hurts from the fight and prepared to watch the sword tree until Vachette returned to fetch me. Celian, however, was not the sort to sit and wait. She skipped over to the sword tree, standing only a few feet from where the longest branches bobbed and danced in the wind, sending the round, razor-sharp leaves turning in wild circles. Then she lowered her shoulders and darted under the canopy, in among the 1,000 madly spinning leaves. I was too startled to cry out, but I did come halfway to my feet before I heard her laughing. I watched as she darted and jigged and spun, her tiny body dodging out of the way of the wind-tossed leaves as if she were playing tag. She made it halfway to the trunk and stopped. She ducked her head, reached out, and swatted away a leaf that otherwise would have cut her. No, she didn't just lash out. She used drifting snow. Then I watched her move even closer to the trunk, weaving back and forth and protecting herself. First, she used maiden combs her hair, then danced backwards. Then she skipped to one side, the K-10 abandoned. She crouched and sprinted through a gap in the leaves and made her way to the trunk of the tree, slapping it with one hand. And she was back among the leaves. She made pressing cider, ducked and spun and ran until she was clear of the canopy. She didn't shout out in triumph as a Commonwealth child might have, but she jumped into the air, hands raised in victory. Then, still laughing, she did a cartwheel. Breathless, I watched Celian play her game again and again, moving in and out of the tree's dancing leaves. She didn't always make it to the trunk. Twice, she scampered back out of the reach of the leaves without making it, and it was obvious, even from where I sat, that she was angry. Once, she slipped and was forced to crawl out under the reach of the leaves. But she made it to the trunk and back 4 times, each time celebrating her escape with upraised hands, laughter, and a single perfect cartwheel. She only stopped when Vachette returned. I watched from a distance as Vachette stormed over and gave the girl a stern telling off. I couldn't hear what was said, but their body language spoke volumes. Celian looked down and shuffled her feet. Vashette shook a finger and cuffed the young girl on the side of her head. It was the same scolding any child receives. Stay out of the neighbor's garden. Don't tease the Benton sheep. Don't play tag among the 1,000 spinning knives of your people's sacred tree. Chapter 119. Hands. Once Vashette judged my language only moderately embarrassing, she arranged for me to talk with an odd handful of people scattered around Hert. There was a garrulous old man who spun silk thread while chattering endlessly, telling strange, pointless, half-delirious stories. There was a story of a boy who put shoes on his head to keep a cat from being killed. Another where a family swore to eat a mountain stone by stone. I could never make any sense of them, but I listened politely and drank the sweet beer he offered me. I met with twin sisters who made candles and showed me the steps of strange dances. I spent an afternoon with a woodcutter who spoke for hours of nothing but splitting wood. At first, I thought these were important members of the community. I thought Vashette might be parading me in front of them in order to show how civilized I had become. It wasn't until I spent the morning with Two Fingers that I realized she sent me to each of these people with the hope I would learn something. Two Fingers was not his real name. I'd merely come to think of him as that. He was a cook at the school, and I saw him at every meal. His left hand was whole, but his right was viciously crippled, with only his thumb and forefinger remaining. Vashette sent me to him in the morning, and together we prepared lunch and talked. His name was Naden. He told me he had spent 10 years among the barbarians. What's more, he had brought more than 230 silver talents back into the school before he was injured and could no longer fight. He mentioned the last several times, and I could tell that it was a particular point of pride with him. The bells rang, and folk filtered into the dining hall. Naden ladled up the stew we'd made, hot and thick with chunks of beef and carrot. I cut slices of warm white bread for those who wanted it. I exchanged nods and occasional polite gestures with those who moved through the line. I was careful to make only the briefest eye contact and tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence so few people seemed interested in bread today. Carceret made a show of her feelings for everyone to see. First, she made it to the front of the line, then made a widely visible gesture of abhorrent disgust before walking away, leaving her wooden plate behind. Later, Naden and I tended to the washing up. "Vashette tells me your swordplay is progressing poorly," he said without preamble. "She says you fear too much for your hands, and this makes you hesitant." Firm reproach. I froze at the abruptness of it, fighting the urge to stare at his ruined hand. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He turned from the iron pot he was scrubbing and held out his hand in front of him. It was a defiant gesture, and his face was hard. I looked then, as ignoring it would be rude. Only his thumb and forefinger remained, enough to grip at things, but not enough for any delicate work. The half of his hand that remained was a mass of puckered scar. I kept my face even, but it was hard. In some ways, I was looking at my worst fear. I felt very self-conscious of my uninjured hands and fought the urge to make a fist or hide them behind my back. "It has been a dozen years since this hand held a sword," Naden said. Proud anger, regret. "I have thought long on that fight where my fingers were lost. I did not even lose them to a skilled opponent. They fell to some barbarian whose hands were better suited to a shovel than the sword." He flexed his 2 fingers. In some ways, he was lucky. There were other Adem in Hert who were missing entire hands, or eyes, or limbs to the elbow or knee. "I have thought a long time. How could I have saved my hand? I have thought about my contract, protecting a baron whose lands were in rebellion. I think, what if I had not taken that contract? I think, what if I had lost my left hand? I could not talk, but I could hold a sword." He let his hand drop to his side. "But holding a sword is not enough. A proper mercenary requires 2 hands. I could never make Lover out the window or Sleeping Bear with only one."
He shrugged. It is the luxury of looking backward. You can do it forever, and it is useless. I took the red proudly. I brought over 230 talents to the school. I was of the second stone, and I would have made the third in time.
Naden held up his ruined hand again.
I could have gained none of these things if I had lived in fear of losing my hand. If I flinched and cringed, I would never have been accepted into the Latanta. Never made the second stone. I would be whole, but I would be less than I am now.
He turned back and began to scrub the pots again. After a moment, I joined him. Is it bad? I asked quietly, unable to help myself. Naden didn't answer for a long moment.
When it first happened, I thought to myself, it was not so bad. Others have had worse wounds, others have died. I was luckier than them.
He drew in a deep breath, then let it out slowly.
I tried to think it was not bad. My life would continue on, but no. Life stops. Much is lost. Everything is lost.
Then he said,
When I dream, I have two hands.
We finished the dishes together, sharing silence between us. Sometimes, that is all you can share. Celian had a lesson of her own to teach me, namely, that there are opponents who will not hesitate to punch, kick, or elbow a man directly in his genitals. Never hard enough to permanently injure me, mind you. She'd been fighting her entire young life and had the control Vashat valued so highly. But that meant she knew exactly how hard to strike to leave me stunned and reeling, making her victory utterly unquestionable. So I sat on the grass, feeling gray and nauseous. After incapacitating me, Celian had given me a comforting pat on the shoulder before skipping blithely away, no doubt going to dance among the wind-tossed branches of the sword tree again. "You were doing well until the end," Vashat said, lowering herself onto the ground across from me. I said nothing. Like a child playing find and catch, it was my sincere hope that if I closed my eyes and remained perfectly still, the pain wouldn't be able to find me. "Come now, I saw her kick," Vashat said dismissively. "It was not so hard as that." I heard her sigh. "Still, if you need someone to look at them and make sure they are still intact—" I chuckled slightly. It was a mistake. Unbelievable pain uncoiled in my groin, radiating down to my knee and up to my sternum. Nausea rolled over me, and I opened my eyes to steady myself. "She will grow out of it," Vashat said. "I should hope so," I said through gritted teeth. "It's a noxious habit." "That is not what I meant," Vashat said. "I mean she will grow taller. Hopefully then she will distribute her attentions more evenly across the body. Right now she attacks the groin too regularly. It makes her easy to predict and defend against." She gave me a pointed look. "To anyone with a shred of wit." I closed my eyes again. "No lessons right now, Vashat," I begged. "I'm ready to vomit up yesterday's breakfast." She climbed to her feet. "It sounds like the perfect time for a lesson. Stand up. You should learn how to fight while wounded. This is an invaluable skill Celian has given you the chance to practice. You should thank her." Knowing it was pointless to argue, I climbed to my feet and began to walk gingerly toward my training sword. Vashat caught me by the shoulder. "No. Hands only." I sighed. "Must we, Vashat?" She raised an eyebrow at me. "Must we what?" "Must we focus always on hand fighting?" I said. "My swordplay is falling farther and farther behind." "Am I not your teacher?" she asked. "Who are you to say what is best?" "I am the one who will have to use these skills out in the world," I said pointedly. "And out in the world I would rather fight with a sword than a fist." Vashat lowered her hands, her expression blank. "And why is that?" "Because other people have swords," I said, and if I'm in a fight, I intend to win." "Is winning a fight easier with a sword?" she asked. Vashet's outward calm should have warned me I was stepping onto thin conversational ice, but I was distracted by the nauseating pain radiating from my groin. Though honestly, even if I hadn't been distracted, it's possible I wouldn't have noticed. I had grown comfortable with Vashet, too comfortable to be properly careful. "Of course," I said. "Why else carry a sword?" "That is a good question," she said. "Why does one carry a sword?" "Why do you carry anything? So you can use it." Vashet gave me a look of raw disgust. "Why do we bother to work on your language then?" she asked angrily, reaching out to grab my jaw, pinching my cheeks and forcing my mouth open as if I were a patient in the medica refusing my medicine. "Why do you need this tongue if a sword will do? Tell me that." I tried to pull away, but she was stronger than me. I tried to push her away, but she shrugged my flailing hands away as if I were a child. Vashet let go of my face, then caught my wrist, jerking my hand up in front of my face. "Why do you have hands at all and not knives at the end of your arms?" Then she let go of my wrist and struck me hard across the face with the flat of her hand. If I say she slapped me, you will take the wrong impression. This wasn't the dramatic slap of the sort you see on a stage. Neither was it the offended, stinging slap a lady-in-waiting makes against the smooth skin of a too familiar nobleman. It wasn't even the more professional slap of a serving girl defending herself from the unwelcome attention of a grabby drunk. No. This was hardly any sort of slap at all. A slap is made with the fingers or the palm. It stings or startles. Vashet struck me with her open hand, but behind that was the strength of her arm. Behind that was her shoulder. Behind that was the complex machinery of her pivoting hips, her strong legs braced against the ground, and the ground itself beneath her. It was like the whole of creation striking me through the flat of her hand, and the only reason it didn't cripple me is that even in the middle of her fury, Vashet was always perfectly in control. Because she was in control, Vashet didn't dislocate my jaw or knock me unconscious. But it made my teeth rattle and my ears ring. It made my eyes roll in my head and my legs go loose and shaky. I would have fallen if Vashet hadn't gripped me by the shoulder. "Do you think I am teaching you the secrets of the sword so you can go out and use them?" she demanded. I dimly realized she was shouting. It was the first time I had ever heard one of the Adem raise their voice. "Is that what you think we are doing here?" As I lolled in her grip, stupefied, she struck me again. This time, her hand caught more of my nose. The pain of it was amazing, as if someone had driven a sliver of ice directly into my brain. It jolted me out of my daze, so I was fully alert when she hit me the third time. Vashet held me for a moment while the world spun, then let go. I took one unsteady step and crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, not unconscious, but profoundly dazed. It took me a long time to collect myself. When I was finally able to sit up, my body felt loose and unwieldy, as if it had been taken apart and put back together again in a slightly different way. By the time I gathered my wits enough to look around, I was alone. Chapter 120. Kindness. 2 hours later, I sat alone in the dining hall. My head ached, and the side of my face was hot and swollen. I'd bitten my tongue at some point, so it hurt to eat, and everything tasted of blood. My mood was exactly what you might imagine, except worse. When I saw a red form slide onto the bench across from me, I dreaded looking up. If it was Carceret, it would be bad. But Vashet would be even worse. I had waited until the dining hall was almost empty before coming to eat, hoping to avoid them both. But glancing up, I saw it was Penthe, the fierce young woman who had beaten Cheyenne. "Hello," she said, in lightly accented Aturan. I gestured, polite formal greeting. Considering the way my day was going, I thought it best to be as careful as possible. Vachette's comments led me to believe Penthe was a high-ranking and well-respected member of the school. For all that, she wasn't very old. Perhaps it was her small frame or her heart-shaped face, but she didn't look much more than 20.
"Could we speak your language?" she asked in Aturan. "It would be a kindness. I'm in need of practice with my talking."
"I will gladly join you," I said in Aturan. "You speak very well. I am jealous. When I speak Ademic, I feel I am a great bear of a man stomping around in heavy boots." Penthe gave a small, shy smile, then covered her mouth with her hand, blushing slightly.
"Is that correct, to smile?"
"It is correct, and polite. A smile such as that shows a small amusement, which is perfect, as mine was a very small joke." Penthe removed her hand and repeated the shy smile. She was charming as spring flowers. It eased my heart to look at her. "Normally," I said, "I would smile in answer to yours, but here I worry others would view it as impolite."
"Please,"
she said, making a series of gestures wide enough for anyone to see. Bold invitation, imploring entreaty, familiar welcome.
"I must practice."
I smiled, though not quite as widely as I would have ordinarily, partly out of caution, and partly because my face hurt. "It feels good to smile again," I said.
"I have anxiousness about my smiling."
She started to gesture, and stopped herself. Her expression shifted, her eyes narrowing a bit, as if she were irritated. "This?" I asked, gesturing mild worry. She nodded.
"How do you make that with the face?"
"It is like this." I drew my brows together slightly. "And also, as a woman, you would do this." I pursed my lips slightly. "I would do this, as I am a man." I drew my lips down into a small frown instead. Penthe looked at me blankly, aghast.
"It is different for men and women?"
she asked, disbelief creeping into her tone. "Only some," I reassured her, "and only small things."
"There is so much,"
she said, allowing a note of despair into her voice.
"With one's family, one knows what every small movement of face means. You grow up watching. You know the all of what is in them. Those friends you are young with, before you know better than to grin at everything. It is easy with them, but this—" She shook her head. "How can one possibly remember when to correctly show one's teeth? How often am I supposed to touch eyes?"
"I understand," I said. "I am very good at speaking in my language. I can make the cleverest meanings, but here that is useless." I sighed. "Keeping my face still is very hard. I feel I'm always holding my breath."
"Not always," she said. "We are not always still of the face. When you are with—"
She trailed off, then quickly gestured apology. "I have none I am close to," I said, gentle regret. I had hoped I was growing close to Vachette, but I fear I ruined that today. Penthe nodded.
"I saw."
She reached out and ran her thumb along the side of my face. It felt cool against the swelling.
"You must have angered her very."
"I can tell that by the ringing of my ears," I said. Penthe shook her head.
"No. Your marks."
She gestured to her own face this time.
"With another it might be a mistake, but Vachette would not leave such if she did not wish everyone to see."
The bottom dropped out of my stomach, and my hand went unconsciously to my face. Of course. This wasn't mere punishment. It was a message to all of Ademre. "Fool that I am," I said softly. "I did not realize this until now." We ate quietly for several minutes before I asked, "Why did you come to sit with me today?"
"When I saw you today, I thought I had heard many people speak about you. But I knew nothing of you from personal knowing."
A pause. And what do others say? I said with a small, wry smile. She reached out to touch the corner of my mouth with her fingertips. That, she said. What is the bent smile? Gentle mocking. I gestured in explanation. But of myself, not you. I can guess what they say. Not all is bad, she said gently. Pentho looked up at me and met my eyes then. They were huge in her small face, slightly darker gray than usual. They were so bright and clear that when she smiled, the sight of it almost broke my heart. I felt tears well up in my eyes, and I quickly looked down, embarrassed. Oh, she said softly, and gestured a hurried, distressed apology. No, I am wrong with my smiling and eye-touching. I meant this. Kind encouragement. You are right with your smiling, I said without looking up, blinking furiously in an attempt to clear the tears away. It is an unexpected kindness on a day when I do not deserve such a thing. You are the first to speak with me from your own desire, and there is a sweetness in your face that hurts my heart. I made gratitude with my left hand, glad that I didn't need to meet her eyes to show her how I felt. Her left hand crossed the table and caught hold of mine. Then she turned my hand face up and pressed comfort softly into my palm. I looked up and gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. She mirrored it almost exactly, then covered her mouth again. I maintain anxiousness about my smiling. You should not. You have the perfect mouth for smiling. Pentha looked up at me again, her eyes meeting mine for a heartbeat before darting away. True? I nodded. In my own language, it's a mouth I would write a... I brought myself up short, sweating a bit when I realized I'd almost said song. Poem? She suggested helpfully. Yes, I said quickly. It's a smile worthy of a poem. Make one then, she said, in my language. No, I said quickly. It would be a bear's poem, too clumsy for you. This just seemed to spur her on, and her eyes grew eager. Do. If it is clumsy, it will make me feel better of my own stumbling. If I do, I threatened, you must too, in my language. I thought this would scare her away, but after only a moment's hesitation, she nodded. I thought of the only Ademic poetry I had heard, a few snippets from the old silk spinner, and the piece from the story Cheyenne had told about the archer. It wasn't much to go on. I thought of the words I knew, the sounds of them. I felt the absence of my lute sharply here. This is why we have music, after all. Words cannot always do the work we need them to. Music is there for when words fail us. Finally, I looked around nervously, glad there were only a scattered handful of people left in the dining hall. I leaned toward her and said, Double-weaponed Pentha, no sword in hand, her flower mouth curves, and cuts a heart a dozen steps away. She gave the smile again, and it was just as I said. I felt the sharpness of it in my chest. Felurian had had a beautiful smile, but it was old and knowing. Pentha's smile was bright as a new penny. It was like cool water on my dry, tired heart. The sweet smile of a young woman. There is nothing better in the world. It is worth more than salt. Something in us sickens and dies without it. I am sure of this. Such a simple thing. How strange. How wonderful and strange. Pentha closed her eyes for a moment, her mouth moving silently as she chose the words of her own poem. Then she opened her eyes and spoke in Aturan. Burning as a branch, Kvothe speaks, but the mouth that threatens boots reveals a dancing bear. I smiled wide enough to make my face hurt. It is lovely, I said honestly. It is the first poem anyone has ever made for me. After my conversation with Pentha, I felt considerably better. I was uncertain as to whether or not we had been flirting, But that hardly mattered. It was enough for me to know there was at least one person in Hert who didn't want me dead. I walked to Vashet's house as I usually did after meals. Half of me hoped she would greet me, smiling and sarcastic, the morning's unpleasantness put wordlessly behind us. The other half of me feared she would refuse to speak with me at all. As I came over the rise, I saw her sitting on a wooden bench outside her door. She leaned against the rough stone wall of her house, as if she were merely enjoying the afternoon sun. I drew a deep breath and let it out, feeling myself relax. But as I came closer, I saw her face. She was not smiling. Neither did she wear the impassive Adam mask. She watched me approach, her expression hangman grim. I spoke as soon as I came close enough. "Vashet," I said earnestly, "I'm—" Still sitting, Vashet held up her hand, and I stopped speaking as quickly as if she had struck me across the mouth. "Apology now is of little consequence," she said, her voice flat and chill as slate. "Anything you say at this point cannot be trusted. You know I am well and truly angry, so you are in the grip of fear. This means I cannot trust any word you say as it comes from fear. You are clever and charming and a liar. I know you can bend the world with your words, so I will not listen." She shifted her position on the bench, then continued. "Early on I noticed a gentleness in you. It is a rare thing in one so young, and it was a large piece of what convinced me you were worth teaching. But as the days pass, I glimpse something else, some other face that is far from gentle. I have dismissed these as flickers of false light, thinking them the brags of a young man or the odd jokes of a barbarian. But today, as you spoke, it came to me that the gentleness was the mask, and this other half-seen face, this dark and ruthless thing, that is the true face hiding underneath." Vashet gave me a long look. "There is something troubling inside you. Cheyenne has seen it in your conversations. It is not a lack of the Lethani, but this makes my unease more, not less. That means there is something in you deeper than the Lethani, something the Lethani cannot mend." She met my eye. "If this is the case, then I have been wrong to teach you. If you have been clever enough to show me a false face for so long, then you are a danger to more than just the school. If this is the case, then Carceret is right, and you should be killed swiftly for the safety of everyone involved." Vashet came to her feet, moving as if she were very tired. "This I have thought today, and I will continue to think for long hours tonight. Tomorrow I will have decided. Take this time to order your thoughts and make whatever preparations seem best to you." Then, without meeting my eye, she turned and went into her house, closing the door silently behind her. For a while, I wandered aimlessly. I went to watch the sword tree, hoping I might find Celian there. But she was nowhere to be seen. Watching the tree itself did nothing to soothe me. Not today. So I went to the baths, where I soaked myself joylessly. Afterward, in one of the mirrors scattered through the smaller rooms, I caught the first glimpse of my face since Vashet had struck me. Half my face was red and swollen, with bruises beginning to mottle blue and yellow around my temple and the line of my jaw. I also had the raw beginnings of a profoundly blackened eye. As I stared at myself in the mirror, I felt a low anger flicker to life deep in my belly. I was, I decided, tired of waiting helplessly while others decided whether I could come or go. I had played their game, learned their language, been unfailingly polite, and in return, I had been treated like a dog. I had been beaten, sneered at, and threatened with death and worse. I was finished with it. So I made my way slowly around Hert. I visited the twin sisters, the talkative smithy, the tailor where I had bought my clothes. I chatted amiably, passing the time, asking questions and pretending I didn't look as if someone had beaten me unconscious a handful of hours ago. My preparations took a long time. I missed dinner, and the sky was growing dark by the time I came back to the school. I went straight to my room and closed the door behind me. Then I emptied the contents of my pockets onto my bed, some purchased, some stolen. 2 fine, soft beeswax candles, a long shard of brittle steel from a poorly forged sword, a spool of blood-red thread, a small stoppered bottle of water from the baths. I closed my fist tightly around the last. Most people don't understand how much heat water holds inside it. That's why it takes so long to boil. Despite the fact that the scalding hot pool I had pulled this from was more than half a mile away, what I held in my hand was of better use to a sympathist than a glowing coal. This water had fire in it. I thought of Kvothe with a twinge of regret. Then I picked up a candle and began to turn it in my hands, warming it with my skin, softening the wax, and beginning to shape a doll of it. I sat in my room, thinking dark thoughts as the last of the light faded from the sky. I looked over the tools I had gathered and knew deep in my gut that sometimes a situation grows so tangled that words are useless. What other option did I have now that words had failed me? What do any of us have when words fail us? Chapter 121. When Words Fail. It was well into the dark hours of night when I approached Vashat's house, but there was candlelight flickering in her window. I didn't doubt she would have me killed or crippled for the good of all Ademre, but Vashat was nothing if not careful. She would give it a long night's thought beforehand. Empty-handed, I knocked softly on her door. After a moment, she opened it. She still wore her mercenary reds, but she had removed most of the silk ties that held it tight to her body. Her eyes were tired. Her mouth thinned when she saw me standing there, and I knew if I spoke, she would refuse to listen. So I gestured entreaty and stepped backward, out of the candlelight and into the dark. I knew her well enough by this point to be sure of her curiosity. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously as I stepped away, but after a moment's hesitation, she followed me. She did not bring her sword. It was a clear night, and we had a piece of moon to light our way. I led us up into the hills, away from the school, away from the scattered houses and shops of Hert. We walked more than a mile before we came to the place I had chosen, a small grove of trees where a tall jumble of stone would keep any noise from carrying back toward the sleeping town. The moonlight slanted in through the trees, revealing dark shapes in a tiny, clear space tucked among the stones. There were 2 small wooden benches here. I took gentle hold of Vashat's arm and guided her to sit. Moving slowly, I reached into the deep leeward shadow of a nearby tree and brought out my shade. I draped it carefully over a low-hanging branch so it hung like a dark curtain between us. Then I sat on the other bench, bent, and worked the clasps on my lute case. As each of them snapped open, the lute within made a familiar harmonic thrum, as if eager to be free. I brought it out and gently began to play. I had tucked a piece of cloth inside the bowl of the lute to soften the sound, not wanting it to carry over the rocky hills. And I had woven some of the red thread between the strings, partly to keep them from ringing too brightly, and partly out of a desperate hope that it might bring me luck. I began with In the Village Smithy. I did not sing, worried Vashat would be offended if I went that far. But even without the words, it is a song that sounds like weeping. It is music that speaks of empty rooms and a chill bed and the loss of love. Without pausing, I moved on to Violet Bide, then Home Westward Wind. The last had been a favorite of my mother's, and as I played it, I thought of her and began to cry. Then I played the song that hides in the center of me, that wordless music that moves through the secret places in my heart. I played it carefully, strumming it slow and low into the dark stillness of the night. I would like to say it is a happy song, that it is sweet and bright, but it is not. And eventually, I stopped. The tips of my fingers burned and ached. It had been a month since I had played for any length of time, and they had lost their calluses. Looking up, I saw Vashat had pulled my shade aside and was watching me. The moon hung behind her, and I could not see the expression on her face, "This is why I do not have knives instead of hands, Vashette," I said quietly. "This is what I am." Chapter 122. Leaving. The next morning I woke early, ate quickly, and was back in my room before most of the school was stirring in their beds. I shouldered my loot and travel sack. I wrapped my shade around me, checking that everything I needed was properly stowed in my pockets: red string, wax mommet, brittle iron, vial of water. Then I drew up the hood of my shade and left the school, making my way to Vashette's house. Vashette opened the door between my second and third knock. She was shirtless and stood bare-breasted in the doorway. She eyed me pointedly, taking note of my cloak, my travel sack, my loot. "It is a morning for visitors," she said. "Come in. The wind is chill this early." I stepped inside and tripped on the threshold, stumbling so that I had to rest my hand on Vashette's shoulder to steady myself. My hand caught clumsily in her hair as I did so. Vashette shook her head as she closed the door behind me. Unconcerned with her near nakedness, she reached both her hands behind her head and began to plait half of her hanging hair into a short, tight braid. "The sun was barely in the sky this morning when Penta knocked on my door," she said conversationally. "She knew I was angry with you, and though she did not know what you had done, she spoke on your behalf." Holding the braid with one hand, Vashette reached for a piece of red string and tied it off. Then, almost before my door had time to close, Carceret paid me a visit. She congratulated me on finally giving you the treatment you deserve. She reached back to braid the other side of her hair, her fingers twisting nimbly. Both of them irritated me. They had no place speaking to me about my student. Vashette tied off the second braid. Then I thought to myself, whose opinion do I respect more? She looked at me, making it a question for me to answer. "You respect your own opinion more," I said. Vashette smiled widely. "You are exactly right, but Penta is not entirely a fool either. And Carceret can be angry as a man when the mood is on her." She picked up a long piece of dark silk and wound it around her torso, over her shoulders, and across her naked breasts, supporting and holding them close to her chest. Then she tucked the end of the cloth into itself, and it somehow remained tightly secured. I had seen her do this several times before, but how it actually worked was still a mystery to me. "And what have you decided?" I asked. She shrugged her blood-red shirt over her head. "You are still a puzzle," she said. "Gentle and troubling, and clever and foolish." Her head emerged from the shirt, and she gave me a serious look. "But someone who breaks a puzzle because they cannot solve it has left the Lethani. I am not such a one." "I am glad," I said. "I would not have enjoyed leaving Hert." Vashette raised an eyebrow at that. "I dare say you would not." She gestured at the loot case that hung over my shoulder. "Leave that here, or people will talk. Leave your bag, too. You can take them back to your room later." She looked at me speculatively. "But bring the cloak. I will show you how to fight while wearing it. Such things can be useful, but only if you can avoid tripping over them." I went back to my training, almost as if nothing had happened. Vashette showed me how to avoid tripping over my own cloak, how it could be used to bind a weapon or disarm the unwary. She commented on it being very fine, strong, and durable, but never seemed to note anything unusual about it. Days passed. I continued to spar with Celian, and eventually learned to protect my precious manhood from all forms of uncouth attack. Slowly, I grew skilled enough that we were nearly even in our bouts, trading victories back and forth. There were even a handful of conversations with Penta at mealtimes, and I was glad to have one other person willing to occasionally smile in my direction. But I was no longer at my ease in Hert. I had come too close to disaster. Whenever I spoke to Vashette, I thought twice about every word. Some words I thought about 3 times. And while Vachette seemed to return to her familiar wry and smiling self, I would catch her watching me from time to time, her face grim, her eyes intent. As the days passed, the tension between us gradually wore away, fading as slowly as the bruises on my face. I like to think eventually it would have disappeared entirely, but we were not given enough time for that. It came like lightning from the clear blue sky. Vachette opened her door to my knock, but instead of coming outside, she stood in the doorway. "Tomorrow is your test," she said. For a second, I didn't understand what she was talking about. I had been focusing so intently on my sword practice, my sparring with Celian, the language, the Lithani. I had almost forgotten the purpose of it all. I felt a rush of excitement in my chest, followed by a chill knot in my stomach. "Tomorrow?" I said stupidly. She nodded, smiling faintly at my expression. Her subdued response did little to set me at my ease. "So soon?" "Cheyenne feels it would be best. If we wait another month, there could be early snow, keeping you from going freely on your way." I hesitated, then said, "You aren't telling me the whole truth, Vachette." Another faint smile, and a small shrug. "You're right in that, though Cheyenne does think waiting is unwise. You are charming in your clumsy barbarian way. The longer you are here, the more folk will come to feel kindly toward you." I felt the chill settle deeper into my gut. And if I'm to be mutilated, it would be better if it were done before more folk realize I'm actually a real person and not some faceless barbarian, I said harshly, though not as harshly as I wanted to. Vachette looked down, then nodded. "You would not have heard, but Penta blackened Carceret's eye 2 days ago in an argument about you. Celian, too, has grown fond of you, and talks to the other children. They watch you from the trees while you train." She was still for a moment. "And there are others." I knew enough after all this time to read Vachette's small silence for what it really meant. Suddenly, her muted mood, her stillness made much better sense. "Cheyenne must attend to the best interests of the school," Vachette said. "She must decide according to what is right. She cannot allow herself to be swayed by the fact that some few are fond of you. At the same time, if she makes a correct decision and many in the school resent it, that is not good either." Another shrug. "So, am I ready?" Vachette was quiet for a long time. "That's not an easy question," she said. "Being invited to the school isn't merely a matter of skill, it is a test of fit, of suitability. If one of us fails, we can try again. Tempi took his test 4 times before he was admitted. For you, there will be only one chance." She looked up at me. "And ready or not, it is time." Chapter 123. The Spinning Leaf. The next morning, Vachette came to collect me just as I was finishing my breakfast. "Come," she said. "Carceret has been praying for a storm all night, but it's only gusting." I didn't know what that meant, but I didn't feel like asking either. I returned my wooden plate and turned around to find Penta standing there, a slight yellowing bruise along her jawline. Penta didn't say anything, merely gripped my arms in an open show of support. Then she hugged me tightly. I was surprised when her head only came up to my chest. I'd forgotten how small she was. The dining room was even more quiet than normal, and while no one was staring, everyone was watching. Vachette walked me to the tiny park where we had first met and began our usual limbering stretch. The routine of it relaxed me, lulling my anxiety to a dull rumble. When we were finished, Vachette led me down into the hidden valley of the sword tree. I wasn't surprised. Where else would the test take place? There were a dozen people scattered in the open field around the tree. Most of them were dressed in mercenary reds, but I saw 3 wearing lighter clothes. I guessed they were important members of the community, or perhaps retired mercenaries still involved with the school. Vachette pointed toward the tree. At first, I thought she was drawing my attention to the motion of it. It was, as she had said, a rather blustery day, and the branches lashed wildly at the empty air. Then I saw a glint of metal against its trunk. Looking more closely, I could see a sword there, tied to the trunk of the tree. I thought of Celian dancing among the sharp leaves to slap the trunk of the tree. Of course. There are several items around the base of the tree, Vachette said. Your test is to go in, choose one, and bring it out again. This is the test? I demanded. It came out a little sharper than I'd planned. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you ask? She countered dryly, then laid her hand gently on my arm. I would have, she said. Eventually. But I knew if I told you too soon, you would try your hand at it and hurt yourself. Well, thank God we saved that for today, I said, then sighed. Resigned apology. What happens if I go in there and get cut to ribbons? Getting cut is usually a given, she said, and pulled aside the neck of her shirt, revealing a pair of familiar pale thin scars on her shoulder. The question is how much and where, and how you behave. She shrugged her shirt back into place. The leaves will not cut deep, but be careful of your face and neck, the places where vessels and tendons are close to the surface. A cut on your chest or arm can be mended easily. Less so a severed ear. I watched the tree as it caught a gust of wind, branches flailing madly. What keeps a person from crawling there on hands and knees? Pride, she said, her eyes searching my face. Will you be known as the one who crawled during his test? I nodded. This was an issue for me especially. As a barbarian, I had twice as much to prove. I looked at the tree again. It was 30 feet from the edge of the lashing branches to the trunk. I thought back to the scars I'd seen on Tempe's body, on Carceret's face. So this is a test of nerve, I said. A test of pride. It is a test of many things, Vachette said. Your behavior signifies a great deal. You could throw your arms over your face and rush ahead. The straightest line is quickest after all. But what does that reveal of you? Are you a bull that charges blindly? Are you an animal without subtlety or grace? She shook her head, frowning. I expect better from a student of mine. I squinted my eyes, trying to see what other items were gathered around the tree. I suppose I'm not allowed to ask what the proper choice is. There are many proper choices, and many more improper ones. It is different for everyone. The item you bring back reveals much. What you do with the item afterward reveals much. How you comport yourself reveals much. She shrugged. All these things Cheyenne will consider before deciding if you are to be admitted into the school. If Cheyenne is the one to decide, why are all these others here? Vachette forced a smile, and I saw anxiety lurking deep in her eyes. Cheyenne does not embody the entire school herself. She gestured to the distant Adem standing around the sword tree. Less does she represent the entirety of the path of the Latanta. I looked around and realized the handful of non-red shirts were not light, but white. These were the heads of other schools. They had traveled here to see the barbarian take his test. Is this usual? I asked. Vachette shook her head. I could feign ignorance, but I suspect Carceret spread word. Can they overrule Cheyenne's decision? I asked. Vachette shook her head. No. It is her school, her decision. No one would dispute her right to make it. At her side, her hand flickered, however. Very well, I said. Vachette reached out and gripped my hand in both of hers, squeezed it, then let it fall. I walked to the sword tree. For a moment, the wind eased, and the thick canopy of hanging branches reminded me of the tree where I had met the Kvothe. It was not a comforting thought. I watched the spinning leaves, trying not to think of how sharp they were, how they would slice into the meat of me, how they could glide through the thin skin of my hands and slice through the delicate tendons underneath. From the edge of the canopy to the safety of the trunk couldn't be more than 30 feet. In some ways, not very far at all. I thought of Celian darting wildly through the leaves. I thought of her jumping and swatting branches away. If she could do it, then certainly so could I. But even as I thought it, I knew it simply wasn't true. Celian had played here all her life. She was skinny as a twig, quick as a cricket, and half my size. Compared to her, I was a lumbering bear. I saw a handful of Adem mercenaries on the far side of the tree. 2 of the more intimidating white shirts were there as well. I could feel their eyes on me, and in a strange way, I was glad. When you're alone, it's easy to be afraid. It's easy to focus on what might be lurking in the dark at the bottom of the cellar steps. It's easy to obsess on unproductive things, like the madness of stepping into a storm of spinning knives. When you're alone, it's easy to sweat, panic, fall apart. But I wasn't alone. And it wasn't just Vachette and Cheyenne watching me. There were a dozen mercenaries and the heads of other schools besides. I had an audience. I was on stage. And there is nowhere in the world I am more comfortable than on a stage. I waited just outside the reach of the longest branches, watching for a break in their motion. I hoped their random spinning would, just for a moment, open into a path I could dart through, striking away any leaves that came too close. I could use fan water to keep them away from my face. I stood at the edge of the canopy and watched, waiting for an opening, trying to anticipate the pattern. The motion of the tree lulled me like it had so many times before. It was beautiful, all circles and arcs. As I watched, gently dazed by the motion of the tree, I felt my mind slip lightly into the clear, empty float of spinning leaf. I realized the motion of the tree wasn't random at all, really. It was actually a pattern made of endless changing patterns. And then, my mind open and empty, I saw the wind spread out before me. It was like frost forming on a blank sheet of window glass. One moment, nothing. The next, I could see the name of the wind as clearly as the back of my own hand. I looked around for a moment, marveling in it. I tasted the shape of it on my tongue, and knew if I desired I could stir it to a storm. I could hush it to a whisper, leaving the sword tree hanging empty and still. But that seemed wrong. Instead, I simply opened my eyes wide to the wind, watching where it would choose to push the branches, watching where it would flick the leaves. Then, I stepped under the canopy, calmly as you would walk through your own front door. I took 2 steps, then stopped as a pair of leaves sliced through the air in front of me. I stepped sideways and forward as the wind spun another branch through the space behind me. I moved through the dancing branches of the sword tree, not running, not frantically batting them away with my hands. I stepped carefully, deliberately. It was, I realized, the way Cheyenne moved when she fought. Not quickly, though sometimes she was quick. She moved perfectly, always where she needed to be. Almost before I realized it, I was standing on the dark earth that circled the wide trunk of the sword tree. The spinning leaves could not reach here. Safe for the moment, I relaxed and focused on what was waiting there for me. The sword I had seen from the edge of the clearing was bound to the tree with a white silk cord that ran around the trunk. The sword was half drawn from its sheath, and I could see the blade was similar to Vachette's sword. The metal was an odd, burnished gray without mark or blemish. Next to the tree on a small table sat a familiar red shirt, folded neatly in half. There was an arrow with stark white fletching and a polished wooden cylinder of the sort that would hold a scroll. A bright glitter caught my eye, and I turned to see a thick gold bar nestled in the dark earth among the roots of the tree. Was it truly gold? I bent and touched it. It was chill under my fingers, and was too heavy for my single hand to pry up from the ground. How much did it weigh? 40 pounds? 50? Enough gold for me to stay at the university forever, no matter how viciously they raised my tuition. I slowly made my way around the trunk of the sword tree and saw a fluttering piece of silk hanging from a low branch. There was another sword of a more ordinary sort, hanging from the same white cord. There were 3 blue flowers tied with a blue ribbon. There was a tarnished vintage halfpenny. There was a long, flat whetstone, dark with oil. Then I came to the other side of the tree and saw my loot case leaning casually against the trunk. Seeing it there, knowing someone had gone into my room and taken it from under my bed, filled me with a sudden terrible rage. It was all the worse, knowing what the Adem thought of musicians. It meant they knew I wasn't merely a barbarian, but a cheap and tawdry whore as well. It had been left there to taunt me. I had called the name of the wind in the grip of a terrible anger before, in Imre after Ambrose had broken my lute, and I had called it in terror and fury to defend myself against Felurian. But this time the knowledge of it hadn't come to me borne on the back of some strong emotion. I had slipped into it gently, the way you must reach out to catch a gently floating thistle seed. So when I saw my lute, the welter of hot emotion brought me crashing out of spinning leaf like a sparrow struck with a stone. The name of the wind tattered to shreds, leaving me empty and blind. Looking around at the madly dancing leaves, I could see no pattern at all, only 1,000 wind-blown razors slicing at the air. I finished my slow circuit of the tree with a knot of worry tightening my stomach. The presence of my lute made one thing clear. Any of these objects could be a trap someone had left for me. Vachette had said the test was more than what I brought back from the tree. It was also how I brought it, and what I did with it afterward. If I brought out the heavy bar of gold and gave it to Cheyenne, would that show I was willing to bring money back to the school? Or it would signify that I would cling greedily to something heavy and unwieldy despite the fact that it put me in danger. The same was true of any of these things. If I took the red shirt, I could be seen as either nobly striving for the right to wear it, or arrogantly presuming I was good enough to join their ranks. This was doubly true of the ancient sword that hung there. I didn't doubt that it was as precious to the Adem as a child. I made another slow circuit of the tree, pretending to consider my choices, but really just stalling for time. I nervously looked over the items a second time. There was a small book with a brass lock. There was a spindle of gray woolen thread. There was a smooth round stone sitting on a clean white cloth. As I looked at them all, I realized any choice I made could be interpreted so many ways. I didn't know nearly enough about Adem culture to guess what my item might signify. Even if I did, without the name of the wind to guide me back through the canopy, I would be cut to ribbons leaving the tree, probably not enough to maim me, but enough to make it clear I was a clumsy barbarian who obviously didn't belong. I looked at the gold bar again. If I chose that, at least the weight of it would give me an excuse for being awkward on my way out. Perhaps I could still make a good showing of it. Nervously, I made a third circuit of the tree. I felt the wind pick up, gusting and making the branches flail about more wildly than before. It pulled the sweat from my body, chilling me and making me shiver. In the middle of that anxious moment, I was suddenly aware of nothing as much as the sudden, urgent pressure of my bladder. My biology cared nothing for the gravity of my situation, and I was seized with a powerful need to relieve myself. Thus it was that in the center of a storm of knives, in the midst of my test that was also my trial, that I thought of urinating up against the side of the sacred sword tree while 24 proud and deadly mercenaries watched me do it. It was such a horrifying and inappropriate thought that I burst out laughing. And when the laugh rolled out of me, the tension knotting my stomach and clawing at the muscles of my back melted away. Whatever choice I made, it would have to be better than pissing on the Latantha. At that moment, no longer boiling with anger, no longer gripped with fear, I looked at the moving leaves around me. Always before, when the name of the wind had left me, it had faded like a dream on waking, irretrievable as an echo or a fading sigh. But this time, it was different. I had spent hours watching the patterns of these moving leaves. I looked out through the branches of the tree and thought of Celian jumping and spinning, laughing and running. And there it was, like the name of an old friend that had simply slipped my mind for a moment. I looked out among the branches, and I saw the wind. I spoke the long name of it gently, and the wind grew gentle. I breathed it out as a whisper, and for the first time since I had come to Hert, the wind went quiet and utterly still. In this place of endless wind, it seemed as if the world were suddenly holding its breath. The unceasing dance of the sword tree slowed, then stopped, as if it were resting, as if it had decided to let me go. I stepped away from the tree and began to walk slowly toward Cheyenne, bringing nothing with me. As I walked, I raised my left hand and drew my open palm across the razor edge of a hanging leaf. I came to stand before Cheyenne, stopping the polite distance from her. I stood, my face an impassive mask. I stood utterly silent, perfectly still. I extended my left hand, bloody palm up, and closed it into a fist. The gesture meant willing. There was more blood than I'd expected, and it pressed between my fingers to run down the back of my hand. After a long moment, Cheyenne nodded. I relaxed, and only then did the wind return. Chapter 124 of Names. You, Vashette said as we walked through the hills, are one great gaudy showboating bastard, you know that? I inclined my head slightly to her, gracefully gesturing subordinate acceptance. She cuffed me on the side of the head. Get over yourself, you melodramatic ass. You can fool them, but not me. Vashette held her hand to her chest as if gossiping. Did you hear what Kvothe brought back from the sword tree? The things a barbarian cannot understand. Silence and stillness. The heart of Ademre. What did he offer to Cheyenne? Willingness to bleed for the school. She looked at me, her expression trapped between disgust and amusement. Seriously, it's like you stepped out of a storybook. I gestured. Gracious, flattering, understated, affectionate acceptance. Vashette reached out and flicked my ear hard with a finger. Ow! I burst out laughing. Fine! But don't you dare accuse me of melodrama. You people are one great unending dramatic gesture. The quiet, the blood-red clothes, the hidden language, secrets and mysteries. It's like your lives are one giant dumb show. I met her eye. And I do mean that in all its various clever implications. Well, you impressed Cheyenne, she said, which is the most important thing. And you did it in such a way that the heads of the other schools won't be able to grumble too much, which is the other most important thing. We reached our destination, a low building of 3 rooms next to a small split-timber goat pen. Here is the one who will tend to your hand, she said. What of the apothecary? I asked. The apothecary is close friends with Carceret's mother, Vashette said, and I would not have her looking after your hands for a weight of gold. She nodded her head at the nearby house. Dalen, on the other hand, is who I would come to if I needed mending. She knocked on the door. You may be a member of the school, but do not forget that I am still your teacher. In all things, I know what is best. Later, my hand tightly bandaged, Vashette and I sat with Cheyenne. We were in a room I'd never seen before, smaller than the rooms where we had discussed the Lithani. There was a small, messy writing desk, some flowers in a vase, and several comfortably cushioned chairs. Along one wall was a picture of 3 birds in flight against a sunset sky, not painted, but composed of thousands of pieces of bright enameled tile. I suspected we might be in the equivalent of Cheyenne's study. How is your hand? Cheyenne said. Fine, I said. It is a shallow cut. Dalen has the smallest stitches I have ever seen. He is quite remarkable. She nodded. Approval. I held up my left hand, wrapped in clean white linen. The hard part will be keeping this hand idle for 4 days. I already feel as if it were my tongue that were cut, and not my hand. Shayan gave a slight smile at this, startling me. The familiarity of the expression was a great compliment. You performed quite well today. Everyone is speaking of it. I expect the few that saw have better things to speak about, I said modestly. Amused disbelief. That may be true, but those who watched from hiding will doubtless say what they have seen. Celian herself will have already told 100 people unless I miss my guess. By tomorrow, everyone will expect your stride to shake the ground as if you were Eighth himself come back to visit us. I couldn't think of anything to say, so I kept quiet, a rarity for me. But as I've said, I had been learning. There is something I have been waiting to speak to you about, Shayan said, guarded curiosity. After Tempe brought you here, he told me the long story of your time together, she said, of your search for the bandits. I nodded. Is it true that you made blood magic to destroy some men, then called lightning to destroy the rest? Bashette looked up at this, glancing back and forth between us. I had grown so used to speaking Aturan with her that it was odd to see the expressionless Adam impassivity covering her face. Still, I could tell she was surprised. She hadn't known. I thought of trying to offer an explanation for my actions, then decided against it. Yes. You are powerful, then. I had never thought of it in those terms before. I have some power. Others are more powerful. Is that why you seek the K-10? To gain power? No. I seek from curiosity. I seek the knowing of things. Knowing is a type of power, Shayan pointed out, then seemed to change the subject. Tempe told me there was a Rinta among the bandits as their leader. Rinta? I asked respectfully. A bad thing. A man who is more than a man, yet less than a man. A demon? I asked, using the Aturan word without thinking. Not a demon, Shayan said, switching easily to Aturan. There are no such things as demons. Your priests tell stories of demons to frighten you. She met my eye briefly, gesturing a graceful, apologetic honesty and serious import. But there are bad things in the world, old things in the shape of men, and there are a handful worse than all the rest. They walk the world freely and do terrible things. I felt hope rising within me. I have also heard them called the Chandrian, I said. Shayan nodded. I have heard this too, but Rinta is a better word. Shayan gave me a long look and fell back into Ademic. Given what Tempe has told me of your reaction, I think that you have met such a one before. Yes. Will you meet such a one again? Yes. The certainty in my own voice surprised me. With purpose? Yes. What purpose? To kill him. Such things are not easily killed. I nodded. Will you use what Tempe has taught you to do this? I will use all things to that purpose. I unconsciously began to gesture absolute, but the bandage on my hand stopped me. I frowned at it. That is good, Shayan said. Your K-10 will not be enough. It is poor for one as old as you are. Good for a barbarian. Good for one with as little training as you have had, but still poor overall. I fought hard to keep the eagerness out of my voice, wishing I could use my hand to indicate how important the question was to me. Shayan, I have a great desire to know more of these Rinta. Shayan was quiet for a long moment. I will consider this, she said at last, making a gesture I thought might be trepidation.
Such things are not spoken of lightly. I kept my face impassive and forced my bandaged hand to say profound respectful desire. I thank you for considering it, Cheyenne. Anything you could tell me of them I would value more than a weight of gold. Vashette gestured, firm discomfort, then polite desire, difference. 2 span ago, I couldn't have understood, but now I realized she wanted to move the conversation onto a different subject. So I bit my tongue and let it go. I knew enough about the ADEM by this point to realize that pushing the issue was the worst thing to do if I wanted to learn more. In the Commonwealth, I could have pressed the point, teased and wheedled it out of the person I was talking to. That wouldn't work here. Stillness and silence were the only things that would work. I had to be patient and let Cheyenne return to the subject in her own time. I was saying, Cheyenne continued, reluctant confession, your K-10 is poor, but were you to train yourself in proper fashion for a year, you would be Tempe's equal. You flatter me. I do not. I tell you your weakness. You learn quickly. That leads to rash behavior, and rashness is not of the Lethani. Vashette is not alone in thinking there is something troubling about your spirit. Cheyenne gave me a long look. For over a minute she stared at me. Then she gave an eloquent shrug and glanced at Vashette, favoring the younger woman with a ghost of a smile. Still, whimsical musing, if I have ever met someone without a single shadow on their heart, it was surely a child too young for speaking. She pushed herself out of her chair and brushed off her shirt with both hands. Come, let us go and have a name for you. Cheyenne led the 3 of us up the side of a steep, rocky hill. None of us had spoken since we had left the school. I didn't know what was about to happen, but it didn't seem proper to ask. It would have seemed irreverent, like a groom blurting out, "What comes next?" halfway through his own wedding. We came to a grassy ledge with a leaning tree clutching tight to the bare face of a cliff. Beside the tree was a thick wooden door, one of the hidden ADEM homes. Cheyenne knocked and opened the door herself. Inside, it wasn't cave-like at all. The stone walls were finished, and the floor was smooth wood. It was much larger than I'd expected, too, with a high ceiling and 6 doors leading deeper into the stone of the cliff. A woman sat at a low table, copying something from one book into another. Her hair was white, her face wrinkled as an old apple. It occurred to me then that this was the first person I'd seen reading or writing in all my time in Hert. The old woman nodded a greeting at Cheyenne, then turned to Vashette, and her eyes crinkled around the edges. Gladness. "Vashette," she said. "I did not know you were returned." "We are come for a name, Magwyn," Cheyenne said, polite, formal entreaty. "A name?" Magwyn asked, puzzled. She looked from Cheyenne to Vashette, then her eyes moved to where I stood behind them, to my bright red hair and my bandaged hand. "Ah," she said, growing suddenly somber. Magwyn closed her books and came to her feet. Her back was bent, and she took small, shuffling steps. She motioned me forward and walked a slow circle around me, looking me carefully up and down. She avoided looking at my face, but took hold of my unbandaged hand, turning it over to look at the palm and the fingertips. "I would hear you say something," she said, still looking intently at my hand. "As you will, honored shaper of names," I said. Magwyn looked up at Cheyenne. "Does he mock me?" "I think not." Magwyn made another circle of me, running her hands over my shoulders, my arms, the back of my neck. She moved her fingers through my hair, then stopped in front of me and looked me fully in the eye. Her eyes were like Elodin's, not in any of the details. Elodin's eyes were green, sharp, and mocking.
Magwin's were the familiar Adem gray, slightly watery and red around the edges. No, the similarity was in how she looked at me. Elodin was the only other person I had met who could look at you like that, as if you were a book he was idly thumbing through. When Magwin met my eyes for the first time, I felt like all the air had been sucked out of me. For the barest of moments, I thought she might be startled by what she saw, but that was probably just my anxiety. I had come to the edge of disaster too often lately, and despite how well my recent test had gone, part of me was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. "Maedra," she said, her eyes still fixed on mine. She looked down and made her way back to her book. "Maedra," Vashet said, a hint of dismay in her voice. She might have said more, but Cheyenne reached out and cuffed her sharply on the side of the head. It was exactly the same motion Vashet had used to chastise me 1,000 times in the last month. I couldn't help myself. I laughed. Vashet and Cheyenne glared at me. Actually glared. Magwin turned to look at me. She didn't seem upset. "Do you laugh at the name I have given you?" "Never, Magwin," I said, trying my best to gesture respect with my bandaged hand. "Names are important things." She continued to eye me. "And what would a barbarian know of names?" "Some," I said, fumbling with my bandaged hand again. I couldn't add fine shades of meaning to my words without it. "Far away, I have made a study of such things. I know more than many, but still only just a little." Magwin looked at me for a long time. "Then you will know you should not speak of your new name to anyone," she said. "It is a private thing, and dangerous to share." I nodded. Magwin looked satisfied at this, and settled back onto her chair, opening a book. "Vashet, my little rabbit, you should come and visit me soon." Gentle chiding fondness. "I will, grandmother," Vashet said. "Thank you, Magwin," Cheyenne said, deferential gratitude. The old woman nodded a distracted dismissal, and Cheyenne led us from the cave. Later that evening, I walked back to Vashet's house. She was sitting on the bench out front, watching the sky as the sun began to set. She tapped the bench beside her, and I took a seat. "How does it feel to no longer be a barbarian?" she asked. "Mostly the same," I said. "Slightly drunker." After dinner, Pentha had pulled me away to her house, where there was a party of sorts. Call it a gathering, rather, as there was no music or dancing. Still, I was flattered that Pentha had gone to the effort of finding 5 other Adem who were willing to celebrate my admittance to the school. I was pleased to learn the Adem impassivity dissolved quite easily after a few drinks, and we were all grinning like barbarians in no time. It relaxed me, especially as much of my own clumsiness with the language could now be blamed on my bandaged hand. "Earlier today," I said carefully, "Cheyenne said she knew a story about the Rinta." Vashet turned to look at me, her face expressionless, hesitant. "I have searched all over the world for such a thing," I said. "There are few things I would value more." Utter sincerity. "And I worry that I did a poor job of letting Cheyenne know this." Questioning. Intense entreaty. Vashet looked at me for a moment, as if waiting for me to continue. Then she gestured reluctance. "I will mention it to her," she said. Reassurance. Finished. I nodded and let the subject drop. Vashet and I sat for a while in companionable silence as the sun slowly sank into the horizon. She drew a deep breath and sighed expansively. I realized that, with the exception of waiting for me to catch my breath or recover from a fall, we had never done anything like this before. Up until this point, every moment we had spent together had been focused on my training. "Tonight," I said at last, "Pentha told me she thought I had a fine anger, and that she'd like to share it with me." Vashet chuckled. That didn't take very long. She gave me a knowing look. What happened? I blushed a bit. She reminded me the Adem do not consider physical contact particularly intimate. Vashet's smile grew practically lecherous. Grabbed hold of you, did she? Almost, I said. I move more quickly than I did a month ago. I doubt you move quickly enough to keep away from Kvothe, Vashet said. All she is looking for is sex play. There is no harm in it. That is why I was asking you, I said slowly, to see if there was any harm in it. Vashet raised an eyebrow, at the same time gesturing vague puzzlement. Kvothe is quite lovely, I said carefully. However, you and I have... I looked for an appropriate term. Been intimate. Realization washed over Vashet's face, and she laughed again. What you mean is that we have been sexual. The intimacy between a teacher and student is greater by far than that. Ah, I said, relaxing. I'd suspected something of the sort, but it's nice to know for certain. Vashet shook her head. I had forgotten what it is like with you barbarians, she said, her voice heavy with fond indulgence. It has been so many years since I had to explain such things to my poet king. So you would not be offended if I were to... I made an inarticulate gesture with my bandaged hand. You are young and energetic, she said. It is a healthy thing for you to do. Why would I be offended? Do I suddenly own your sex? That I should be worried about you giving it away? Vashet stopped, as if something had just occurred to her. She turned to look at me. Are you offended that I have been having sex with others all this while? She watched my face intently. I see you are startled by it. I am startled, I admitted. Then I did a mental inventory and was surprised to discover I wasn't sure how I felt. I feel I ought to be offended, I said at last, but I don't think I am. Vashet nodded approvingly. That is a good sign. It shows you are becoming civilized. The other feeling is what you were brought up to think. It is like an old shirt that no longer fits you, and now, when you look at it closely, you can see it was ugly to begin with. I hesitated for a moment. Out of curiosity, I said, how many others have you been with since we have been together? Vashet seemed surprised by the question. She pursed her mouth and looked up at the sky for a long moment before shrugging. How many people have I spoken with since then? How many have I sparred with? How many times have I eaten or practiced my keitan? Who counts such things? And most Adem think this way? I asked, glad to finally have the chance to ask these questions. That sex is not an intimate thing? Of course it is intimate, Vashet said. Anything that brings two people close together is intimate. A conversation, a kiss, a whisper. Even fighting is intimate. But we are not strange about our sex. We do not feel shame about it. We do not feel it important to keep someone else's sex all to ourselves, like a miser hoarding gold. She shook her head. More than any other, this strangeness in your thinking sets you barbarians apart. But what of romance, then? I asked, slightly indignant. What of love? Vashet laughed again then, loud and long and vastly amused. Half of Haert must have heard it, and it echoed back to us from the distant hills. You barbarians, she said, wiping moisture from her eyes. I had forgotten how backward you are. My poet king was the same way. It took him a long, miserable time before he realized the truth of things. There is a great deal of difference between a penis and a heart. Chapter 125, Susura. The next day I woke somewhat blearily. I hadn't drunk that much, but my body was no longer used to such things. And so I felt each drink 3 times that morning. I straggled to the baths, dunked myself in the hottest pool I could stand, then scrubbed the vaguely gritty feeling away as best I could. I was heading back to the dining hall when Vachette and Cheyenne found me in the hallway. Vachette gestured for me to follow, and I fell in step behind them. I hardly felt up for training or a formal conversation, but refusing didn't seem like a realistic option. We wound our way through several hallways, eventually emerging near the center of the school. Passing through a courtyard, we approached a small, square building that Cheyenne unlocked with a small iron key, the first locked door I had seen in all of Haert. The 3 of us moved into a small windowless entryway. Vachette closed the outside door, and the room grew black as pitch, cutting off the sound of the persistent wind. Then Cheyenne opened the inner door. Warm light from a half-dozen candles greeted us. At first, it seemed odd they had been left to burn in an empty room. Then I saw what hung on the walls. Swords gleamed in the candlelight, dozens of them covering the walls. They were all of them naked, their scabbards hanging underneath them. There were no ritual trappings of the sort you might find in a Talon church, no tapestries or paintings, just the swords themselves. Still, it was obvious that this was an important place. There was a tension in the air of the sort you might feel in the archives or an old graveyard. Cheyenne turned to Vachette. "Choose." Vachette looked startled by this, almost stricken. She started to make a gesture, but Cheyenne held up a hand before she could protest. "He is your student," Cheyenne said. Refusal. "You have brought him into the school. It is your choice." Vachette looked from Cheyenne to me, to the dozens of gleaming swords. They were all slender and deadly, each subtly different from the others. Some were curved, some longer or thicker than others. Some showed signs of much use, while some few resembled Vachette's, with worn hilts and unmarked blades of gray burnished metal. Slowly, Vachette moved to the right-hand wall. She picked up a sword, hefted it, and put it back. Then she lifted a different one, gripped it, and held it out to me. I took hold of it. It was light and thin as a whisper. "Maiden combs her hair," Vachette said. I obeyed, feeling somewhat self-conscious as Cheyenne was watching. But before I made it halfway through the sweeping movement, Vachette was already shaking her head. She took the sword back from me and returned it to the wall. After another minute, she handed me a second sword. It had worn etching running down the blade like a crawling ivy. At Vachette's request, I made heron falling. I swept high and lunged low, sword flickering. Vachette raised an eyebrow to me, questioning. I shook my head. "The point is too heavy for me." Vachette didn't seem particularly surprised, and returned that sword to the wall as well. So things continued. Vachette hefted swords and rejected most without a word. She set 3 more in my hands, asked for various pieces of the Khatan, then returned them to the wall without asking my opinion. Vachette moved more slowly as she made her way along the second wall. She handed me a sword slightly curved like Pentha's, and my breath caught when I saw the blade was the same flawless burnished gray as Vachette's. I took it carefully, but the grip wasn't right for my fingers. When I handed it back, I saw relief written plainly on her face. As she progressed along the wall, occasionally Vachette would steal a glance at Cheyenne. At those moments, she looked very little like my confident, swaggering teacher, and very much like a young woman desperately hoping for a word of advice. Cheyenne remained impassive. Eventually, Vachette came to the third wall, moving slower and slower. She handled almost every sword now, taking a long time before setting them back in their places. Then slowly, she laid her hand on another sword with a blade of burnished gray. She lifted it off the wall, gripped it, and seemed to age 10 years. Vachette avoided looking at Cheyenne and handed me the sword. The guard of this one extended out slightly, curving to give a hint of protection to the hand. It was nothing like a full handguard. Anything that bulky would render half the K-10 useless, but it looked as if it would give my fingers an extra bit of shelter, and that was appealing to me. The warm grip settled into my palm as smoothly as the neck of my lute. Before she could ask, I made Maiden combs her hair. It felt like stretching after a long, stiff sleep. I eased into 12 stones, and for the smallest of moments, I felt graceful as Pentha looked when she fought. I made Heron falling, and it was sweet and simple as a kiss. Vashette held out her hand to take it back from me. I didn't want to give it up, but I did. I knew this was the worst possible time and place for me to make a scene. Holding the sword, Vashette turned to Cheyenne. "This is the one for him," she said, and for the first time since I'd known my teacher, it was as if all the laughing had been pressed out of her. Her voice was thin and dry. Cheyenne nodded. "I agree. You have done well to find it." Vachette's relief was palpable, though her face still looked somewhat stricken. "It will perhaps offset his name," she said. She held the sword out to Cheyenne. Cheyenne gestured. Refusal. "No. Your student, your choice, your responsibility." Vachette took the scabbard from the wall and sheathed the sword. Then she turned and held it out to me. "This is named Caesra." "Caesura?" I asked, startled by the name. Wasn't that what Sim had called the break in the line of Eldvintic verse? Was I being given a poet's sword? "Caesra," she said softly, as if it were the name of God. She stepped back, and I felt the weight of it settle back into my hands. Sensing something was expected of me, I drew it from its sheath. The faint ring of leather and metal seemed a whisper of its name. Caesra. It felt light in my hand. The blade was flawless. I slid it back into its sheath, and the sound was different. It sounded like the breaking of a line. It said, Caesura. Cheyenne opened the inner door, and we left as we came, silently and with respect. The rest of the day was quite the opposite of exciting. With a dogged and humorless persistence, Vachette taught me how to care for my sword, how to clean and oil my sword, how to dismantle and reassemble my sword, how to strap the scabbard to my shoulder or hip, how the slightly enlarged guard would alter a few of the grips and motions of the K-10. The sword was not mine. The sword belonged to the school, to a Demre. I would return it when I was no longer able to fight. While I normally have little tolerance for hearing the same thing over and over again, I let Vachette ramble. The least I could do was let her repeat herself a bit when she was plainly anxious and trying to settle her mind. Around the 15th repetition, I asked what I should do if the sword broke. Not the hilt or the guard, but the blade itself. Should I still bring it back? Vachette gave me a look of dismay so raw it verged on horror. She didn't answer, and I made a point of not asking any more questions for the rest of the morning. After lunch, Vachette took me back to Magwin's cave. My teacher's mood seemed somewhat improved, but she was still far from her regular gregarious self. "Magwin will be giving you a Caesra story," she said. "You must memorize it." "Its story?" I asked. Vachette shrugged. "In Ademic it is Atas. It is the history of your sword, everyone who has carried it, what they have done. It is something you must know." We reached the top of the path and stood before Magwin's door. Vachette gave me a serious look. "You must be on your best behavior and be very polite." "I will," I said. "Magwin is an important person, and you must attend closely to what she says." "I will," I said. Vachette knocked on the door and escorted me in. Magwin sat at the same table as before. For all I could tell, she was copying the same book. She smiled when she saw Vachette, then noticed me, and let her face slide into the familiar Adem impassivity. "Magwin," Vachette said, profoundly polite entreaty. This one needs the ATAS of his sword." "Which sword did you find for him?" Magwyn asked, her face wrinkling even further as she squinted to see it. "Caesra," Vashat said. Magwyn gave a laugh that was almost a cackle. She got down off her chair. "I can't say I'm surprised," she said, and disappeared through a door that led back into the cliff. Vashet let herself out, and I stood there feeling awkward, like one of those terrible dreams when you're on stage and can't remember what to say, or even what part you were meaning to play. Magwyn returned, carrying a thick book bound in brown leather. At a gesture from her, we took seats in chairs facing each other. Hers was a deeply cushioned leather chair. Mine was not. I sat with Sasura across my knees, partly because it seemed appropriate, and partly because I was fond of the feel of it beneath my hand. She opened the book, the binding crackling as she spread it open on her lap. She flipped pages for a moment until she found the place she was looking for. "First came Chael," she read, "who shaped me in fire for an unknown purpose. He carried me, then cast me aside." Magwyn looked up, unable to gesture as her hands were both occupied by the large book. "Well?" she demanded. "What would you like me to do?" I asked politely. I couldn't gesture due to my bandages. We made a fine pair of half-mutes. "Repeat it back," she said, irritated. "You need to learn them all." "First came Chael," I said, "who shaped me in fire for an unknown purpose. He carried me, then cast me aside." She nodded and continued. "Next came Etain." I repeated it. We continued this way for perhaps a half hour, owner after owner, name after name, loyalties declaimed and enemies killed. At first, the names and places were tantalizing. Then, as it continued, the list began to depress me, as nearly each piece ended with the death of the owner. They were not peaceful deaths either. Some died in wars, some in duels. Many were merely killed by or slain by, giving no clue as to the circumstances. After 30 of these, I had heard nothing resembling passed from this world peacefully in his sleep, surrounded by fat grandchildren. Then, the list stopped being depressing and became simply boring instead. "Next came Finol of the clear and shining eye," I repeated attentively. "Much beloved of Dulcin. She herself slew 2 Daruna, then was killed by Gremin at the Drossen Tor." I cleared my throat before Magwyn could recite another passage. "If I may ask," I said, "how many have carried Sasura over the years?" "Caesra," she corrected me sharply. "Do not presume to meddle with her name. It means to break, to catch, and to fly." I looked down at the sheathed sword across my lap. I felt the weight of it, the chill of the metal under my fingers. A small sliver of the smooth gray blade was visible above the top of the sheath. How can I say this so you can understand? Caesra was a fine name. It was thin and bright and dangerous. It fit the sword like a glove fits a hand. But it wasn't the perfect name. This sword's name was Sasura. This sword was the jarring break in a line of perfect verse. It was the broken breath. It was smooth and swift and sharp and deadly. The name didn't fit it like a glove. It fit like skin. More than that, it was bone and muscle and movement. Those things are the hand, and Sasura was the sword. It was both the name and the thing itself. I can't tell you how I knew this, but I knew it. Besides, if I was to be a namer, I decided I could damn well choose the name of my own sword. I looked up at Magwyn. "It is a good name," I agreed politely, deciding to keep my opinion to myself until I was well gone from Ademre. "I am only wondering how many owners there have been entirely. That is something I should know as well. Magwyn gave me a sour look that said she knew I was patronizing her, but she flipped ahead several pages in her book. Then a few more. Then a few more. 236, she said. You will be the 237th. She flipped back to the beginning of the list. Let us begin again. She drew a breath and said, First came Chael, who shaped me in fire for an unknown purpose. He carried me, then cast me aside. I fought down the urge to sigh. Even with my trooper's knack for learning lines, it would take long, weary days setting them all to memory. Then I realized what this truly meant. If each owner had kept Sasura for 10 years, and it had never sat idle for longer than a day or two, that meant Sasura was, at a very conservative estimate, more than 2,000 years old. I received my next surprise 3 hours later when I tried to excuse myself for supper. As I stood to leave, Magwyn explained I was to remain with her until I learned all of Sasura's story by heart. Someone would bring us our meals, and there was a room nearby where I could sleep. First came Chael. Chapter 126. The First Stone. I spent the next 3 days with Magwyn. It wasn't bad, especially considering my left hand was still healing, so my ability to talk and fight was rather limited. I like to think I did rather well. It would have been easier for me to memorize an entire play than this. A play fits together like a jigsaw. Dialogue moves back and forth. There is a shape to a story. But what I learned from Magwyn was merely a long string of unfamiliar names and unconnected events. It was a laundry list masquerading as a story. Still, I learned it all by heart. It was late in the evening of the third day when I recited it back flawlessly to Magwyn. The hardest part was not singing it as I recited. Music carries words over miles and into hearts and memories. Committing Sasura's history to memory had been much easier when I'd started fitting it to the tune of an old vintage ballad in my head. The next morning, Magwyn demanded I recite it again. After I made it through a second time, she scribbled a note to Cheyenne, sealed it in wax, and shooed me out of her cave. We had not expected Magwyn to be finished with you for several days yet, Cheyenne said, reading the note. Vachette took a trip to Feyant, and will not be back for at least 2 days. That meant I'd memorized the ATAS twice as quickly as their best estimate. I felt more than a little pride in that. Cheyenne glanced at my left hand and gave the barest frown. When did you have your dressings removed? She asked. I could not find you at first, I said, so I went to visit Dalen. He said it was healed quite nicely. I flexed my newly unbandaged left hand and gestured joyful relief. There is hardly any stiffness in the skin, and he reassures me even that will fade soon with proper care. I looked at Cheyenne, expecting to see some gesture of approval or satisfaction. Instead, I saw exasperated irritation. Have I done something wrong? I asked, confused regret, apology. Cheyenne motioned to my hand. It could have been a convenient excuse to postpone your stone trial, she said, irritated resignation. Now we must go ahead with it today, Vachette or no. I felt a familiar anxiety settle back onto me, like a dark bird clenching its claws deep into the muscles of my neck and shoulders. I'd thought the tedium of memorization had been the last of it, but apparently the final shoe was yet to drop. I didn't like the sound of the term stone trial either. Return here after midday meal, Cheyenne said. Dismissal. Go. I have much to prepare before then. I went looking for Pentha. With Vachette gone, she was the only one I knew well enough to ask about the upcoming trial. But she wasn't in her house, the school, or the baths. Eventually, I gave up, stretched, and rehearsed my K-10, first with Sasura, then without. Then, I made my way to the baths and scrubbed away 3 days of sitting and doing nothing. Cheyenne was waiting for me when I returned after lunch, holding her carved wooden sword. She looked at my empty hands and made an exasperated gesture. "Where is your dueling sword?" "In my room," I said. "I did not know I would need it." "Run fetch it," she said. "Then meet me at the stone hill." "Cheyenne," I said, urgent, imploring. "I don't know where that is. I don't know anything about the stone trial." Surprised. "Vachette never told you?" Disbelief. I shook my head. Sincere apology. We were focused on other things. Exasperation. "It is simple enough," she said. "First, you will recite Caesra's Atas for all gathered. Then you will climb the hill. At the first stone you will fight one from the school who is ranked of the first stone. If you win, you will continue to climb and fight someone of the second stone." Cheyenne looked at me. "In your case, this is a formality. Occasionally, a student enters the school with exceptional talent. Vachette was one such as this, and she gained the second stone at her first trial." Blunt honesty. "You are not such a one. Your Khaitan is still poor, and you cannot expect to gain even the first stone. The stone hill is east of the baths." She flicked her hand at me. "Hurry." There was a crowd gathered at the foot of the stone hill by the time I arrived, more than 100 people. Gray homespun and muted colors vastly outnumbered mercenary red, and the low murmur of the crowd's conversation was audible from a distance. The hill itself wasn't particularly high, nor was it steep, but the path to the top cut back and forth in a series of switchbacks. At each corner there was a wide, flat space with a large block of gray stone. There were 4 corners, 4 stones, and 4 red-shirted mercenaries. At the top of the hill stood a tall gray stone, familiar as a friend. Beside that stood a small figure in blinding white. As I came closer, I caught a smell drifting on the breeze. Toasted chestnuts. Only then did I relax. This was pageantry of a sort. While stone trial had an intimidating sound to it, I doubted very much that I was going to be brutalized in front of a milling audience while someone sold roasted nuts. I entered the crowd and approached the hill. I could see it was Cheyenne next to the gray stone. I also recognized the heart-shaped face and long hanging braid of Penthe at the third stone. The crowd parted gently as I walked to the foot of the hill. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a blood-red figure rushing toward me. Alarmed, I turned and saw it was none other than Tempe. He hurried toward me, gesturing a broad, enthusiastic greeting. I fought the urge to smile and shout his name, settling instead on a gesture of joyful excitement. He came to stand directly in front of me, gripping me by my shoulder and jostling me around playfully, as if congratulating me. But his eyes were intense. Close to his chest, his hand said, "Deception," where only I could see. "Listen." He spoke quickly under his breath. "You cannot win this fight." "Don't worry," reassurance. "Cheyenne thinks the same, but I might surprise you." Tempe's grip on my shoulder grew painfully tight. "Listen," he hissed. "Look who is at the first stone." I looked over his shoulder. It was Carceret. Her eyes were like knives. "She is full of rage," Tempe said quietly, gesturing fond affection for the crowd to see. "As if your admittance to the school was not enough, you have been given her mother's sword." That piece of news knocked the wind out of me. My mind flickered to the final piece of the ATAS. "Laurel was Carceret's mother?" I asked. Tempe ran his right hand affectionately through my hair. "Yes, she is enraged past reason. I fear she would gladly cripple you, even if it means being thrown from the school." I nodded seriously. "She will try to disarm you. Be wary of it. Do not grapple. If she catches you with sleeping bear or circling hands, submit quickly. Shout it if you must. If you hesitate or try to break away, she will shatter your arm or pull it from your shoulder." I heard her say this to her sister not an hour ago. Suddenly, Tempe stepped away from me and gestured deferential respect. I felt a tapping at my arm and turned to see Magwyn's wrinkled face.
"Come," she said with quiet authority. "It is time."
I fell into step behind her. As we walked, everyone in the crowd gestured some manner of respect toward her. Magwyn led me to the beginning of the path. There was a block of gray stone, slightly taller than my knee and identical to the others at each corner of the path. The old woman gestured for me to climb up onto the stone. I looked out over the group of Adem and had an unprecedented moment of stage fright. Bending a bit, I spoke softly to Magwyn. "Is it appropriate for me to raise my voice when reciting this?" I asked her nervously. "I do not mean to be offensive, but if I do not, those in the back will not be able to hear." Magwyn smiled at me for the first time, her wrinkled face suddenly sweet. She patted my hand. "No one will be offended at a loud voice here," she said, gesturing considerate moderation. "Give." I unbuckled Sesra and handed it over. Then Magwyn urged me onto the stone. I recited the ATAS while Magwyn watched. Though I was confident of my memory, it was still nerve-wracking. I wondered what would happen if I skipped an owner or misplaced a name. It took the better part of an hour before I was done, the audience of Adem listening with an almost eerie quiet. When I finished, Magwyn offered her hand, helping me down from the stone as if I were a lady descending from a carriage. Then she gestured up the hill. I wiped the sweat from my hand and gripped the wooden hilt of my dueling sword as I started up the path. Carceret's reds were strapped tightly across her long arms and broad shoulders. The leather straps she used were wider and thicker than Tempe's. They looked to be a brighter red, too, and I wonder if she had dyed them especially for today. As I came closer, I saw she had the fading remains of a black eye. Once she saw I was watching, Carceret tossed her wooden sword away in a slow, deliberate motion. She gestured disdain broadly enough so they could see it in the halfpenny seats at the back of the crowd. There was a murmur from the crowd as I stopped walking, uncertain what to do. After a moment's thought, I lay my own training sword down by the side of the path and continued to walk. Carceret waited in the center of a flat, grassy circle, about 30 feet across. The ground was soft here, so I wouldn't ordinarily worry about being thrown. Ordinarily. Vachette had taught me the difference between throwing someone to the ground and throwing someone at the ground. The first was what you did during a polite bout. The second was what you would use in a true fight where the intention was to maim or kill your opponent. Before I came too close, I fell into the now familiar fighter's crouch. I raised my hands, bent my knees, and fought the urge to raise up onto the balls of my feet, knowing I would feel quicker and ruin my balance as a result. I took a deep, steadying breath and slowly moved toward her. Carceret fell into a similar crouch, and just as I was coming to the outside limits of her reach, she made a feint toward me. It was only a slight twitch of the hand and shoulder, but anxious as I was, I fell for it wholeheartedly and skittered away like a startled rabbit. Carceret lowered her hands and stood up straight, abandoning her fighting crouch. Amusement, she gestured broadly. Invitation. Then she beckoned with both hands. I heard a few pieces of laughter drift up from the crowd below. Humiliating as her attitude was, I was eager to take advantage of her lowered guard. I moved forward and made a cautious attempt at hands like knives. Too cautious, and she stepped away from it without even needing to lift her hands. I knew I was outclassed as a fighter. That meant my only hope was to play on her already hot emotions. If I could infuriate her, she might make mistakes. If she made mistakes, I might be able to win. "First came Chael," I said, giving her my widest, most barbaric smile. Carceret took a half-step closer. "I am going to crush your pretty hands," she hissed in perfect Aturan. As she spoke, she reached out and made a vicious gripping motion at me. She was trying to scare me, make me recoil and lose my balance, and honestly, the raw venom in her voice made me want to do just that. But I was ready. I resisted my reflex to pull back. In doing so, I froze for a moment, neither retreating nor advancing. Of course, this is what Carceret was truly waiting for, a half-moment's hesitation as I fought the urge to flee. She closed on me in a single easy step and caught my wrist, her hand tight as a band of iron. Without thinking, I used Celian's curious two-handed version of Break Lion. Perfect for a small girl struggling against a grown man, or a hopelessly outclassed musician trying to escape an Adem mercenary. I regained control of my hand, and the unorthodox movement startled Carceret ever so slightly. I took advantage of it and struck out quickly with sowing barley, snapping my knuckles hard against the meat of her inner bicep. It wasn't a hard punch, I was too close for that, but if I managed to hit the nerve properly, the blow would numb her hand. This wouldn't just make her weak on her left side, but it would make all the two-handed motions of the Khatan more difficult, a significant advantage. Since I was still so close, I immediately followed sowing barley with turn millstone, giving her a short, firm push to knock her off balance. I managed to get both hands on her, and even pushed her backward by perhaps 4 inches, but Carceret came nowhere near to losing her balance. Then I saw her eyes. I'd thought she'd been angry before, but it was nothing compared to now. Now, I'd managed to actually strike her. Not just once, but twice. A barbarian with less than 2 months of training had struck her twice, while everyone in the school looked on. I cannot describe how she looked, and even if I could, it would not impress upon you the truth of things, as her face was still almost entirely impassive. Instead, let me say this. I have never seen anyone so furious in my entire life. Not Ambrose, not Hem, not Denna when I criticized her song, or the mayor when I defied him. Those angers were pale candles compared to the forge fire burning in Carceret's eyes. But even in the full flower of her fury, Carceret was perfectly in control. She didn't lash out wildly or snarl at me. She kept her words inside her, burning them like fuel. I couldn't win this fight, but my hands moved automatically, trained by hundreds of hours of practice to take advantage of her nearness. I stepped forward and tried to grab hold of her for thunder upward. Her hands snapped out, brushing the attack away. Then she lashed out with Bargeman at the dock. I don't think she expected it to connect. A more competent opponent would have avoided or blocked it. But I had let myself get slightly wrong-footed, so I was off balance. So I was slow, so her foot caught me in the stomach and pushed. Bargeman at the dock isn't a quick kick meant to break bones. It is a kick that shoves the opponent off balance. As I was already off balance, it pushed me right off my feet. I landed jarringly on my back, then rolled to stop in a messy tangle of limbs. Now, some might say that I had taken a bad fall and was obviously too stupefied to find my feet and continue the fight. Others might say that while it was messy, the fall wasn't quite as hard as all that, and I had certainly found my feet after worse. Personally, I think the line between being stupefied and being wise is sometimes very thin. How thin, I suppose, I will leave you to decide. Chapter 127. Anger. "What were you thinking?" Tempe demanded. Disappointment, fierce chastisement. "What fool sets his sword aside?" "She threw her sword away first," I protested. "Only to lure you in," Tempe said. "Only as a trap." I was buckling Sasura's scabbard so the hilt hung over my shoulder. There hadn't been any particular ceremony after I had lost. Magwyn simply returned my sword and smiled at me, patting my hand in a comforting way. I watched the crowd slowly dispersing below and gestured polite disbelief to Tempe. "Should I have kept my sword when she was unarmed?" "Yes." Absolute agreement. "She is 5 times the fighter you are. You might have had a chance if you had kept your sword." "Tempe is right," I heard Shayan's voice behind me. "Knowing your enemy is in keeping with the Lethani. Once a fight is inevitable, a clever fighter takes any advantage." I turned and saw her coming down the path. Pentha walked beside her. I gestured, polite certainty. If I had kept my sword and won, people would have thought Carceret was a fool and resented me for gaining a rank I did not deserve. And if I had kept my sword and lost, it would have been humiliating. Neither reflects well on me. I looked back and forth between Cheyenne and Tempe. Am I wrong in this?
You are not wrong in this, Cheyenne said, but neither is Tempe wrong. Victory is always to be sought, Tempe said, firm.
Cheyenne turned to face him.
Success is key, she said. Victory is not always needed to succeed.
Tempe gestured, respectful disagreement, and opened his mouth to respond, but Pentha spoke first, cutting him off.
Kvothe, are you hurt from your fall?
Not badly, I said, moving my back gingerly. A few bruises, perhaps.
Do you have anything to put on them?
I shook my head. Pentha stepped forward and took hold of my arm.
I have things at my house. We will leave these two to discuss the litany. Someone should tend to your hurts.
She held my arm with her left hand, making her statement curiously empty of any emotional content.
Of course,
Cheyenne said after a moment, and Tempe gestured a hasty agreement. But Pentha was already leading me firmly down the hill. We walked for a quarter-mile or so, Pentha holding my arm lightly. Eventually, she spoke in her lightly accented Aturan.
Are you bruised badly enough to need a salve? She asked.
Not really, I admitted.
I thought not, she said. But after I have lost a fight, I rarely wish to have people tell me how I lost it.
She flashed me a small, secret smile. I smiled back. We continued to walk, and Pentha kept hold of my arm, subtly guiding us through a grove of trees, then up a steep path carved through a small bluff. Eventually, we came to a secluded dell that had a carpet of wild papavlar flower blossoming among the grass. Their loose, blood-red petals were almost exactly the same color as Pentha's mercenary reds.
Vashette told me barbarians have strange rituals with your sex, Pentha said. She told me if I wanted to bed you, I should bring you to some flowers.
She gestured around.
These are the best I could find in this season.
She looked up at me expectantly. Ah, I said. I expect Vashette was having a bit of a joke with you. Or perhaps a joke with me. Pentha frowned, and I hurried to continue. But it is true that among the barbarians there are many rituals that lead up to sex. It is somewhat more complicated there.
Pentha gestured, sullen irritation. I should not be surprised, she said. Everyone tells stories about the barbarians. Some of it is training, so I can move well among you. Wry, however. Since I have not been out among them yet, they also tell stories to tease me.
What sort of stories? I asked, thinking of what I had heard about the Adem and the Lethani before I had met Tempe.
She shrugged, slight embarrassment. It is foolishness. They say all the barbarian men are huge.
She gestured far above her head, showing a height of more than 7 feet.
Naden told me he went to a town where the barbarians ate a soup made of dirt. They say the barbarians never bathe. They say barbarians drink their own urine, believing it will help them live longer.
She shook her head, laughing and gesturing, horrified amusement. Are you saying, I asked slowly, that you don't drink yours? Pentha froze mid-laugh and looked at me, her face and hands showing a confused, apologetic mix of embarrassment, disgust, and disbelief. It was such a bizarre tangle of emotions, I couldn't help but laugh, and I saw her relax when she realized the joke. I understand, I said. We tell similar stories about the Adem. Her eyes lit up.
You must tell me as I told you. It is fair.
Given Tempe's reaction when I'd told him of the word fire and Lethani, I decided to share something else. They say those who take the red never have sex. They say you take that energy and put it into your Katan, and that is why you are such good fighters. Pentha laughed hard at that. I would have never made the third stone if that were the case, she said, wry amusement. If keeping from sex gave me my fighting, there would be days I could not make even a fist. I felt my pulse quicken a bit at that. Still, she said, I can see where that story comes from. They must think we have no sex because no Adam would bed a barbarian. Ah, I said, somewhat disappointed. Why have you brought me to the flowers, then? You are now of Ademre, she said easily. I expect many will approach you now. You have a sweet face, and it is hard not to be curious about your anger. Pentha paused and glanced significantly downward. That is, unless you are diseased. I blushed at this. What? No, of course not. Are you certain? I have studied at the Medica, I said somewhat stiffly, the greatest school of medicine in all the world. I know all about the diseases a person might catch, how to spot them, and how to treat them. Pentha gave me a skeptical look. I do not question you in particular, but it is well known that barbarians are quite frequently diseased in their sex. I shook my head. This is just another foolish story. I assure you the barbarians are no more diseased than the Adem. In fact, I expect we may be less. She shook her head, her eyes serious. No, you are wrong in this. Of 100 barbarians, how many would you say were so afflicted? It was an easy statistic I knew from the Medica. Out of every 100? Perhaps 5. More among those who work in brothels or frequent such places, of course. Pentha's face showed obvious disgust, and she shivered. Of 100 Adem, none are so afflicted, she said firmly. Absolute. Oh, come now. I held up my hand, making a circle with my fingers. None? None, she said with grim certainty. The only place we could catch such a thing is from a barbarian, and those who travel are warned. What if you caught a disease from another Adem who had not been careful while traveling? I asked. Pentha's tiny heart-shaped face went grim, her nostrils flaring. From one of my own? Vast anger. If one of Ademre were to give me a disease, I would be furious. I would shout from the top of a cliff what they had done. I would make their life as painful as a broken bone. She gestured disgust, brushing at the front of her shirt in the first piece of Adem hand talk I had ever learned from Tempe. Then I would make the long trek over the mountains into the Tal to be cured of it, even if the trip should take 2 years and bring no money to the school, and none would think the less of me for that. I nodded to myself. It made sense. Given their attitudes about sex, if it were any other way, disease would run rampant through the population. I saw Pentha looking at me expectantly. Thank you for the flowers, I said. She nodded and stepped closer, looking up at me. Her eyes were excited as she smiled her shy smile. Then, her face grew serious. Is it enough to satisfy your barbarian rituals, or is there more that must be done? I reached down and ran my hand along the smooth skin of her neck, sliding my fingertips under the long braid so they brushed the back of her neck. She closed her eyes and tipped her face up toward mine. They are lovely, and more than enough, I said, and bent to kiss her. I was right, Pentha said with a contented sigh as we lay naked among the flowers. You have a fine anger. I lay on my back, her small body curled under my arm, her heart-shaped face resting gently on my chest. What do you mean by that? I asked. I think anger might be the wrong word. I mean Vaven, she said, using the Ademic term. Is that the same? I don't know that word, I admitted. I think anger is the right word, she said. I have spoken with Bashet in your language, and she did not correct me.
What do you mean by anger, then? I asked. I certainly don't feel angry.
Pentha lifted her head from my chest and gave me a lazy, satisfied smile. Of course not, she said. I have taken your anger. How could you feel such a way?
Are you angry, then? I asked, sure I was missing the point entirely.
Pentha laughed and shook her head. She had undone her long braid, and her honey-colored hair hung down the side of her face. It made her look like an entirely different person. That and the lack of the mercenary reds, I supposed. It is not that kind of anger. I am glad to have it. I still do not understand, I said. This could be something barbarians do not know. Explain it to me as if I were a child. She looked at me for a moment, her eyes serious. Then she rolled over onto her stomach so she could face me more easily. This anger is not a feeling. It is... She hesitated, frowning prettily. It is a desire. It is a making. It is a wanting of life. Pentha looked around, then focused on the grass around us. Anger is what makes the grass press up through the ground to reach the sun, she said. All things that live have anger. It is the fire in them that makes them want to move and grow and do and make. She cocked her head. Does that make sense to you? I think so, I said. And women take the anger from men in sex. She smiled, nodding. That is why afterward a man is so weary. He gives a piece of himself. He collapses. He sleeps. She glanced down. Or a part of him sleeps. Not for long, I said. That is because you have a fine, strong anger, she said proudly. As I have already said, I can tell because I have taken a piece of it. I can tell there is more waiting. There is, I admitted. But what do women do with the anger? We use it, Pentha said simply. That is why, afterward, a woman does not always sleep as a man does. She feels more awake, full of the need to move, often full of desire for more of what brought her the anger in the first place. She lowered her head to my chest and bit me playfully, wriggling her naked body against me. It was pleasantly distracting. Does this mean women have no anger of their own? She laughed again. No, all things have anger, but women have many uses for their anger, and men have more anger than they can use, too much for their own good. How can one have too much of the desire to live and grow and make? I asked. It seems more would be better. Pentha shook her head, brushing her hair back with one hand. No, it is like food. 1 meal is good. 2 meals is not better. She frowned again. No, it is more like wine. 1 cup of wine is good. 2 is sometimes better, but 10? She nodded seriously. That is very much like anger. A man who grows full of it, it is like a poison in him. He wants too many things. He wants all things. He becomes strange and wrong in his head, violent. She nodded to herself. Yes, that is why anger is the right word, I think. You can tell a man who has been keeping all his anger to himself. It goes sour in him. It turns against itself and drives him to breaking rather than making. I can think of men like that, I said, but I can think of women too. All things have anger, she repeated with a shrug. A stone does not have much compared to a budding tree. It is the same with people. Some have more, or less. Some use it wisely. Some do not. She gave me a wide smile. I have a great deal, which is why I am so fond of sex and fierce in my fighting. She bit at my chest again, less playfully this time, and began to work her way up to my neck. But if you take the anger from a man in sex, I said, struggling to concentrate. Doesn't that mean the more sex you have, the more you want? It is like the water one uses to prime a pump, she said hotly against my ear. Come now. I will have all of it, even if it takes us all day and half the night. We eventually moved from the grassy field to the baths, and then to Pentha's house of 2 snug rooms built against the side of a bluff. The moon was in the sky and had been watching us for some time through the window, though I doubt we showed her anything she hadn't seen before. Is that enough for you? I said breathlessly. We were side by side in her pleasantly capacious bed, the sweat drying off our bodies. If you take much more of it, I might not have enough anger left to speak or breathe. My hand lay on the flat plane of her belly. Her skin was soft and smooth, but when she laughed, I could feel the muscles of her stomach jump, going hard as sheets of steel. It is enough for now, she said, exhaustion plain in her voice. It would upset Vachette if I left you empty as a fruit with all the juice pressed out. Despite my long day, I was oddly wakeful, my thoughts bright and clear. I remembered something she had said earlier. You mentioned that a woman has many uses for her anger. What use does a woman have for it that a man does not? We teach, she said. We give names. We track the days and tend to the smooth turning of things. We plant. We make babies, she shrugged. Many things. A man can do those things as well, I said. Pentha chuckled. You have the wrong word, she said, rubbing at my chin. A beard is what a man makes. A baby is something different, and that you have no part of. We don't carry the baby, I said, slightly offended. But still, we play our part in making it. Pentha turned to look at me, smiling as if I had made a joke. Then her smile faded. She propped herself up on her elbow and looked at me for another long moment. Are you serious? Seeing my perplexed expression, her eyes grew wide with amazement, and she sat upright on the bed. It is true, she said. You believe in man-mothers. She giggled, covering the bottom half of her face with both hands. I never believed it was true. She lowered her left hand, revealing an excited grin as she gestured, amazed delight. I felt I should be irritated, but I couldn't quite muster the energy. Perhaps some of what she said about men giving away their anger had some truth to it. What is a man-mother? I asked. Are you not making a joke? She asked, one hand still half covering her smile. Do you truly believe a man puts a baby in a woman? Well, yes, I said a little awkwardly. In a manner of speaking, it takes a man and a woman to make a baby, a mother and a father. You have a word for it, she said, delighted. They told me this too, with the stories of dirt soup, but I never thought it the real story. I sat up myself at this point, growing concerned. You do know how babies are made, don't you? I asked, gesturing serious earnestness. What we have been doing for most of the day is what makes a baby. She looked at me for a moment in stunned silence, then dissolved helplessly into laughter, trying to speak several times, only to have it overwhelm her again when she looked up at the expression on my face. Pentha put her hands on her belly, prodding it as if puzzled. Where is my baby? She looked down at her flat belly. Perhaps I have been sexing wrong these years. When she laughed, the muscles across her stomach flickered, making a pattern like a turtle shell. I should have 100 babies if what you say is true. 500 babies. It does not happen every time there is sex, I said. There are only certain times when a woman is ripe for a baby. And have you done this? She asked, looking at me with mock seriousness, while a smile tugged at her mouth. Have you made a baby with a woman? I have been careful not to do such a thing, I said. There is an herb called sulfium. I chew it every day and it keeps me from putting a baby in a woman. Pentha shook her head. This is more of your barbarian sex rituals, she said. Does bringing a man to the flowers also make a baby where you come from? I decided to take a different tack. If men do not help with making babies, how do you explain that babies look like their fathers? Babies look like angry old men, Pentha said, all bald and with... She hesitated, touching her cheek. With face lines. Perhaps the old men are the only ones making babies then. She smirked. What about kittens? I asked. You have seen a litter of kittens. When a white cat and a black cat have sex, you get kittens both white and black, and kittens of both colors. Always? She asked. Not always, I admitted, but most times. But if there is a yellow kitten? She asked. Before I could put together an answer, she waved the question away. Kittens have little to do with this, she said. We are not like animals. We do not go into season. We do not lay eggs. We do not make cocoons or fruit or seeds. We are not dogs or frogs or trees. Pentha gave me a serious look. You are committing a false thinking. You could as easily say 2 stones make baby stones by banging against each other until a piece breaks off. Therefore, 2 people make baby peoples in the same way. I fumed, but she was right. I was committing a fallacy of analogy. It was faulty logic. Our conversation continued along this vein for some time. I asked her if she had ever known a woman to get pregnant who had not had sex in the previous months. She said she didn't know of any woman who would willingly go 3 months without sex, except those who were traveling among the barbarians, or very ill, or very old. Eventually, Pentha waved a hand to stop me, gesturing exasperation. Do you hear your own excuses? Sex makes babies, but not always. Babies look like man-mothers, but not always. The sex must be at the right time, but not always. There are plants that make it more likely or less likely. She shook her head. You must realize what you say is thin as a net. You keep sewing new threads hoping it will hold water, but hoping does not make it true. Seeing me frown, she took my hand and gestured comfort into it as she had before in the dining hall, all the laughter gone out of her face. I can see you think this truly. I can understand why barbarian men would want to believe it. It must be comforting to think you are important in this way, but it is simply not. Pentha looked at me with something close to pity. Sometimes a woman ripens. It is a natural thing, and men have no part in it. That is why more women ripen in the fall, like fruit. That is why more women ripen here in Hert, where it is better to have a child. I tried to think of some other convincing argument, but none would come to mind. It was frustrating. Seeing my expression, Pentha squeezed my hand and gestured concession. Perhaps it is different for barbarian women, she said. You are only saying that to make me feel better, I said sullenly, and was overcome with a jaw-popping yawn. I am, she admitted. Then she gave me a gentle kiss and pushed at my shoulders, encouraging me to lie back down on the bed. I did, and she nestled into the crook of my arm again, resting her head on my shoulder. It must be hard to be a man, she said softly. A woman knows she is part of the world. We are full of life. A woman is the flower and the fruit. We move through time as part of our children, but a man? She turned her head and looked up at me with gentle pity in her eyes. You are an empty branch. You know when you die, you will leave nothing of any import behind. Pentha stroked my chest fondly. I think that is why you are so full of anger. Maybe you do not have more than women. Maybe the anger in you simply has no place to go. Maybe it is desperate to leave some mark. It hammers at the world. It drives you to rash action, to bickering, to rage. You paint and build and fight and tell stories that are bigger than the truth. She gave a contented sigh and rested her head on my shoulder, snuggling herself firmly into the circle of my arm. I am sorry to tell you this thing. You are a good man and a pretty thing, but still, you are only a man. All you have to offer the world is your anger." "How's everyone else?" I asked. A thought seemed to strike Sim all of a sudden. He stood up. "Oh, God, fella!" Then he sat down hard, as if his legs had been cut from underneath him. "Oh, God, fella!" he said in a completely different tone. "What?" I asked. "Did something happen to her?" "She didn't take the news well either." He gave me a shaky smile. "It turns out she had quite a thing for you." "Fella?" I said stupidly. "Don't you remember? Will and I thought she liked you." It seemed like years ago. "I remember." Sim seemed uncomfortable. "Well, you see, while you were gone, Will and I started spending a lot of time with her, and—" He made an inarticulate gesture. His expression was stuck between sheepish and grinning. Realization struck. "You and fella? Sim, that's great!" I felt a grin spread across my face, then saw his expression. "Oh." My grin fell away. "Sim, I wouldn't get in the way of that." "I know you wouldn't." He smiled a sickly smile. "I trust you." I rubbed my eyes. This is a hell of a homecoming. I haven't even been through admissions yet. "Today's the last day," Sim pointed out. "I know," I said, getting to my feet. "I have an errand to run first." I left my baggage in Simmons' room and paid a visit to the bursar in the basement of Hollows. Reem was a balding, pinch-faced man who had disliked me ever since the masters had assigned me a negative tuition in my first term. He wasn't in the habit of giving money out, and the entire experience had rubbed him the wrong way. I showed him my open letter of credit to Alvaron's coffers. As I've said, it was an impressive document, signed by the mayor's own hand, wax seals, fine vellum, excellent penmanship. I drew the bursar's attention to the fact that the mayor's letter would allow the university to draw any amount needed to cover my tuition. Any amount. The bursar read it over and agreed that that seemed to be the case. "It's too bad my tuition was always so low," I mused aloud. "Never more than 10 talents. It was a bit of a missed opportunity for the university. The mayor was richer than the king of Vint, after all, and he would pay any tuition." Reem was a savvy man, and he understood what I was hinting at immediately. There followed a brief bout of negotiation, after which we shook hands and I saw him smile for the first time. I grabbed a bite of lunch, then waited in line with the rest of the students who didn't have admissions tiles. Most of them were new students, but a few were applying for readmission like myself. It was a long line, and everyone was visibly nervous to some degree. I whistled to pass the time, and bought a meat pie and a mug of hot cider from a man with a cart. I caused a bit of a stir when I stepped into the circle of light in front of the master's table. They had heard the news and were surprised to see me alive, most of them pleasantly so. Kilvin demanded I report to the workshop soon, while Mandrag, Dahl, and Arwyll argued over which courses of study I would pursue. Elodin merely waved at me, the only one apparently unimpressed by my miraculous return from the dead. After a minute of congenial chaos, the Chancellor got things back under control and started my interview. I answered Dahl's questions easily enough, and Kilvin's, but I fumbled my cipher with Brandur, then had to admit I simply didn't know the answer to Mandrag's question about sublimation. Elodin shrugged away his opportunity to question me, yawning hugely. Lauren asked a surprisingly easy question about the Mender heresies, and I managed a quick and clever answer for him. I had to think for a long moment before answering Arwyll's question about Lacilium. That left only Hem, who had been scowling furiously since I'd first stepped up to the master's table. My lackluster performance and slow answers had brought a smug curve to his lips by this point. His eyes gleamed whenever I gave a wrong answer. "Well, well," he said, shuffling through the sheaf of papers in front of him. "I didn't think we'd have to deal with your type of trouble again." He gave me an insincere smile. I'd heard you were dead. I heard you wear a red lace corset, I said matter-of-factly, but I don't believe every bit of nonsense that gets rumored about. Some shouting followed, and I was quickly brought up on charges of improper address of a master. I was sentenced to compose a letter of apology and find a single silver talent. Money well spent. It was bad behavior, though, and poorly timed, especially after my otherwise lackluster performance. As a result, I was assigned a tuition of 24 talents. Needless to say, I was terribly embarrassed. Afterward, I returned to the bursar's office. I officially presented Alvaron's letter of credit to Reem and unofficially collected my agreed-upon cut, half of everything over 10 talents. I put the 7 talents in my purse and wondered idly if anyone had ever been paid so well for insolence and ignorance. I headed to Anchor's, where I was pleased to discover no one had informed the owner of my death. The key to my room was somewhere at the bottom of the Sentha Sea, but Anchor had a spare. I went upstairs and felt myself relax at the familiar sight of the sloping ceiling and narrow bed. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust. You might think my tiny room with its sloped ceiling and narrow bed would feel cramped after my grand suite in Alvaron's estate, but nothing could be further from the truth. I busied myself unpacking my travel sack and getting cobwebs out of corners. After an hour, I'd managed to pick the lock on the trunk at the foot of my bed and unpack the things I'd stored away. I rediscovered my half-dismantled harmony clock and tinkered with it idly, trying to remember whether I'd been in the middle of taking it apart or putting it back together. Then, since I had no other pressing engagements, I made my way back across the river. I stopped at the Aeolian, where Dioc greeted me with an enthusiastic bear hug that lifted me from the ground. After so long on the road, so much time spent among strangers and enemies, I'd forgotten what it was like to be surrounded by the warmth of friendly faces. Dioc, Stanchion, and I shared drinks and traded stories until it started to get dark outside, and I left them to tend to their business. I prowled the city for a while, going to a few familiar boarding houses and taverns. 2 or 3 public gardens, a bench beneath a tree in a courtyard. Dioc told me he hadn't so much as glimpsed Denna's shadow in a year, but even looking for her and not finding her was comforting in a way. In some ways, that seemed to be the heart of our relationship. Later that night, I climbed onto mains and made my way through the familiar maze of chimneys and mismatched slate and clay and tin. I came around a corner and saw Ari sitting on a chimney, her long, fine hair floating around her head as if she were underwater. She was staring up at the moon and swinging her bare feet. I cleared my throat softly, and Ari turned to look. She hopped off the chimney and came scampering across the roof, pulling up a few steps short of me. Her grin was brighter than the moon. "There is a whole family of hedgehogs living in Cricklet," she said excitedly. Ari took 2 more steps and grabbed my hand with both of hers. "There are babies tiny as acorns." She tugged at me gently. "Will you come see?" I nodded, and Ari led me across the roof to the apple tree we could use to climb down into the courtyard. When we finally got there, she looked at the tree, then down to where she still held my long, tan hand with both of her tiny white ones. Her grip wasn't tight, but it was firm, and she didn't give any sign of letting go. "I missed you," she said softly without looking up. "Don't go away again." "I don't ever plan on leaving," I said gently. "I have too much to do here." Ari tilted her head sideways to peek up at me through the cloud of her hair. "Like visit me?" "Like visit you," I agreed. "This is not entirely a gift," she said. "You will be a better fighter than many barbarians. If you fight and win, the barbarians will think, Kvothe studied only slightly the Adem arts, and still he is formidable. How much more skilled must they themselves be? However, if you fight and lose, they will think, he only learned a piece of what the Adem know." The old woman's eyes twinkled ever so slightly. She gestured, amusement. "No matter what, our reputation thrives. This serves Ademre." I nodded, willing acceptance. "It will not hurt my reputation either," I said, understatement. There was a pause in the conversation, then Cheyenne gestured solemn importance. "When we spoke before, you asked me of the Rinta. Do you remember?" Cheyenne asked. From the corner of my eye, I saw Vashat shift uncomfortably in her seat. Suddenly excited, I nodded. "I have remembered a story of such. Would you like to hear it?" I gestured extreme eager interest. "It is an old story, old as a Demre. It is always told the same. Are you ready to hear it?" Profound formality. There was a hint of ritual in her voice. I nodded again, pleading entreaty. "As with all things, there are rules. I will tell you this story once. After, you may not speak of it. After, you may not ask questions." Cheyenne looked back and forth between Vashat and myself. Grave seriousness. "Not until you have slept 1,000 nights may you speak on this. Not until you have traveled 1,000 miles may you ask questions. Knowing this, are you willing to hear it?" I nodded a third time, my excitement rising in me. Cheyenne spoke with great formality. "Once there was a great realm peopled by great people. They were not Edemre. They were what Edemre was before we became ourselves. But at this time they were themselves, the women and men fair and strong. They sang songs of power and fought as well as Edemre do. These people had a great empire. The name of the empire is forgotten. It is not important as the empire has fallen, and since that time the land has broken and the sky changed. In the empire there were 7 cities and 1 city. The names of the 7 cities are forgotten, for they are fallen to treachery and destroyed by time. The 1 city was destroyed as well, but its name remains. It was called Tariniel. The empire had an enemy, as strength must have, but the enemy was not great enough to pull it down. Not by pulling or pushing was the enemy strong enough to drag it down. The enemy's name is remembered, but it will wait. Since not by strength could the enemy win, he moved like a worm in fruit. The enemy was not of the Lethani. He poisoned 7 others against the empire, and they forgot the Lethani. 6 of them betrayed the cities that trusted them. 6 cities fell, and their names are forgotten. 1 remembered the Lethani, and did not betray a city. That city did not fall. 1 of them remembered the Lethani, and the empire was left with hope. With 1 unfallen city. But even the name of that city is forgotten, buried in time. But 7 names are remembered, the name of the 1 and of the 6 who follow him. 7 names have been carried through the crumbling of empire, through the broken land and changing sky. 7 names are remembered through the long wandering of Edemre. 7 names have been remembered, the names of the 7 traders. Remember them and know them by their 7 signs. Siphus bears the blue flame. Sturtius is in thrall of iron. Ferul chill and dark of eye. Usnia lives in nothing but decay. Grey Dalcenti never speaks. Pale Alenta brings the blight. Last there is the Lord of 7. Hated, hopeless, sleepless, sane. Alaxel bears the shadow's hame. Looking at the entry in the book. 22 and 4, he said, bringing out a pencil and a piece of paper. You want all of it? I grinned. When I set out for Imre, my purse was so heavy I feared I might develop a limp. I stopped by Anchor's and picked up my travel sack, resting it on my opposite shoulder to balance things out. I wandered through town, idly passing by all the places Denna and I had frequented in the past. I wondered where in the world she might be. After my ritual search was complete, I made my way to a back alley that smelled of rancid fat and climbed a set of narrow stairs. I knocked briskly on Davy's door, waited for a long minute, then knocked again, louder. There was the sound of a bolt being thrown and a lock turning. The door cracked open and a single pale blue eye peered out at me. I grinned. The door swung open slowly. Davy stood in the doorway, staring blankly at me, her arms at her sides. I raised an eyebrow at her. "What?" I said. "No witty banter?" "I don't do business on the landing," she said automatically. Her voice was absolutely without inflection. "You'll have to come inside." I waited, but she didn't step out of the doorway. I could smell cinnamon and honey wafting out from the room behind her. "Davy?" I asked. "Are you okay?" She trailed off, still staring at me. Her voice was flat and emotionless. "You're supposed to be dead." "In this and many other things, I aim to disappoint," I said. "I was sure he'd done it," Davy continued. "His father's barony is called the Pirate Isles. I was sure he'd done it because we'd set fire to his rooms. I was the one that actually set the fire, but he couldn't know that. You were the only one he saw. You and that Sealish fellow." Davy looked up at me, blinking in the light. The pixie-faced Gaelid had always been fair-skinned, but this was the first time I'd ever seen her look pale. "You're taller," she said. "I'd almost forgotten how tall you are." "I almost forgot how pretty you are," I said, but I couldn't quite manage it. Davy continued to stand in the doorway, pale and staring. Concerned, I stepped forward and laid my hand lightly on her arm. She didn't pull away as I half expected. She simply looked down at my hand. "I'm waiting for a quip here," I teased gently. "You're usually quicker than this." "I don't think I can match wits with you right now," she said. "I never suspected you could match wits with me," I said. "But I do like a little banter now and then." Davy gave a ghost of a smile, a little color coming back to her cheeks. "You're a horse's ass," she said. "That's more like it," I said encouragingly as I drew her out of the doorway into the bright autumn afternoon. "I knew you had it in you." The two of us walked to a nearby inn, and with the help of a short beer and long lunch, Davy recovered from the shock of seeing me alive. Soon she was her usual sharp-tongued self again, and we bantered back and forth over mugs of spiced cider. Afterward, we strolled back to her rooms behind the butcher shop, where Davy discovered she'd forgotten to lock her door. "Merciful Telu," she said once we were inside, looking around frantically. "That's a first." Looking around, I saw that little had changed in her rooms since I'd last seen them, though her second set of bookshelves was almost half full. I looked over the titles as Davy searched the other rooms to make sure nothing was missing. "Anything you'd like to borrow?" she asked as she came back into the room. "Actually," I said, "I have something for you." I set my travel sack on her desk and rooted around until I found a flat rectangular package wrapped in oilskin and tied with twine. I moved my travel sack onto the floor and put the package on the desk, nudging it toward her. Davy approached the desk wearing a dubious expression, then sat down and unwrapped the parcel. Inside was the copy of Selim Tincture I'd stolen from Caudicus's library. Not a particularly rare book, but a useful resource for an alchemist exiled from the archives. Not that I knew anything about alchemy, of course. Davy looked down at it. "And what's this for?" she asked. I laughed. "It's a present." She eyed me narrowly. "If you think this will get you an extension on your loan." I shook my head. "I just thought you'd like it," I said. "As for the loan," I brought out my purse and counted 9 thick talents onto her desk. "Well then," Davy said, mildly surprised. It looks like someone had a profitable trip. She looked up at me. Are you sure you don't want to wait until after you've paid tuition? Already taken care of, I said. Davy made no move to take the money. I wouldn't want to leave you penniless at the start of the new term, she said. I hefted my purse in one hand. It clinked with a delightful fullness that was almost musical. Davy brought out a key and unlocked a drawer at the bottom of her desk. One by one, she brought out my copy of Rhetoric and Logic, my talent pipes, my sympathy lamp, and Denna's ring. She piled them neatly on her desk, but still didn't reach for the coins. You still have 2 months before your year and a day is up, she said. Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to wait? Puzzled, I looked down at the money on the table, then around at Davy's rooms. Realization came to me like a flower unfurling in my head. This isn't about the money at all, is it? I said, amazed it had taken me this long to figure it out. Davy cocked her head to the side. I gestured at the bookshelves, the large velvet-curtained bed, at Davy herself. I'd never noticed before, but while her clothes weren't fancy, the cut and cloth were fine as any noble's. This doesn't have anything to do with money, I repeated. I looked at her books. Her collection had to be worth 500 talents if it was worth a penny. You use the money as bait. You lend it out to desperate folks who might be useful to you, then hope they can't pay you back. Your real business is favors. Davy chuckled a bit. Money is nice, she said, her eyes glittering. But the world is full of things that people would never sell. Favors and obligation are worth far, far more. I looked down at the 9 talents gleaming on her desk. You don't have a minimum loan amount, do you? I asked, already knowing the answer. You just told me that so I'd be forced to borrow more. You were hoping I'd dig myself a hole too deep and not be able to pay you back. Davy smiled brightly. Welcome to the game, she said as she began to pick up the coins. Thanks for playing. Hours before dawn. I grew up among the Rue, so I am endlessly amazed how quickly a person can put down roots in a place. Though I had been in Hert less than 2 months, it was hard to leave. Still, it felt good to be back on the road again, heading toward Alvaron and Denna. It was time I collected my reward for a job well done and delivered an earnest and rather belated apology. 5 days later, I was walking one of those long, lonely stretches of road you only find in the low hills of eastern Vintas. I was, as my father used to say, on the edge of the map. I had only passed 1 or 2 travelers all day, and not a single inn. The thought of sleeping outdoors wasn't particularly troubling, but I had been eating from my pockets for a couple days, and a warm meal would have been a welcome thing. Night had nearly fallen, and I had given up hope of something decent in my stomach when I spotted a line of white smoke trailing into the twilight sky ahead of me. I took it for a farmhouse at first. Then I heard a faint strain of music, and my hopes for a bed and hearth-hot meal began to rise. But as I came around a curve in the road, I found a surprise better than any roadside inn. Through the trees I saw a tall campfire flickering between 2 achingly familiar wagons. Men and women lounged about, talking. One strummed a lute, while another tapped a small tabor idly against his leg. Others were pitching a tent between 2 trees, while an older woman set a tripod over the fire. Troopers. What's better, I recognized familiar markings on the side of one of the wagons. To me, they stood out more brightly than the fire. Those signs meant that these were true troopers. My family, the Adima Rue. As I stepped from the trees, one of the men gave a shout, and before I could draw breath to speak, there were 3 swords pointing at me. The sudden stillness after the music and chatter was more than slightly unnerving. A handsome man with a black beard and a silver earring took a slow step forward, never taking the tip of his sword off my eye. "Otto!" he shouted into the woods behind me. "If you're napping, I swear on my mother's milk I'll gut you!" "Who the hell are you?" The last was directed at me. But before I could respond, a voice came out of the trees. "I'm right here, Alec. As
Who's that? How in the God's name did he get past me? When they'd drawn their swords on me, I'd raised my hands. It's a good habit to have when anyone points something sharp at you. Nevertheless, I was smiling as I spoke. Sorry to startle you, Aleg. Save it, he said coldly. You have one breath left to tell me why you were sneaking around our camp. I had no need to talk, and instead turned so everyone by the fire could see the loot case slung across my back. The change in Aleg's attitude was immediate. He relaxed and sheathed his sword. The others followed suit as he smiled and approached me, laughing. I laughed too. One family! One family! He shook my hand and turned toward the fire, shouting, Best behavior, everyone! We have a guest tonight. There was a low cheer, and everyone went busily back to whatever they had been doing before I arrived. A thick-bodied man wearing a sword stomped out of the trees. I'll be damned if he came past me, Aleg. He's probably from... He's from our family, Aleg interjected smoothly. Oh, Otto said, obviously taken aback. He looked at my loot. Welcome, then. I didn't go past, actually. I lied. When it was dark, my shade made me very difficult to see, but that wasn't his fault, and I didn't want to get him in trouble. I heard the music and circled around. I thought you might be a different troop, and I was going to surprise them. Otto gave Aleg a pointed look, then turned and stomped back into the woods. Aleg put his arm around my shoulders. Might I offer you a drink? A little water, if you can spare it. No guest drinks water by our fire, he protested. Only our best wine will touch your lips. The water of the edema is sweeter than wine to those who have been upon the road. I smiled at him. Then have water and wine, each to your desire. He led me to one of the wagons, where there was a water barrel. Following a tradition older than time, I drank a ladle of water and used a second to wash my hands and face. Patting my face dry with the sleeve of my shirt, I looked up at him and smiled. It's good to be home again. He clapped me on the back. Come, let me introduce you to the rest of your family. First were two men of about 20, both with scruffy beards. Fred and Josh are our two best singers, excepting myself, of course. I shook their hands. Next were the two men playing instruments around the fire. Gaskin plays lute. Laren does pipes and tabor. They smiled at me. Laren struck the head of the tabor with his thumb, and the drum made a mellow tum. There's Tim. Aleg pointed across the fire to a tall, grim man oiling a sword. And you've already met Otto. They keep us from falling into danger on the road. Tim nodded, looking up briefly from his sword. This is Anne. Aleg gestured to an older woman with a pinched expression and gray hair pulled back in a bun. She keeps us fed and plays mother to us all. Anne continued to cut carrots, ignoring both of us. And far from last is our own sweet Kate, who holds the key to all our hearts. Kate had hard eyes and a mouth like a thin line, but her expression softened a little when I kissed her hand. And that's everyone, Aleg said with a smile and a little bow. Your name is? Kvothe. Welcome, Kvothe. Rest yourself and be at your ease. Is there anything we can do for you? A bit of that wine you mentioned earlier. I smiled. He touched the heel of his hand to his forehead. Of course! Or would you prefer ale? I nodded, and he fetched me a mug. Excellent, I said after tasting it, seating myself on a convenient stump. He tipped an imaginary hat. Thank you. We were lucky enough to nick it on our way through Levenshire a couple days ago. How has the road been treating you of late? I stretched backward and sighed. Not bad for a lone minstrel, I shrugged. I take advantage of what opportunities present themselves. I have to be careful since I'm alone. Aleg nodded wisely. The only safety we have is in numbers, he admitted, then nodded to my lute. Would you favor us with a bit of a song while we're waiting for Anne to finish dinner? Certainly, I said, setting down my drink. What would you like to hear?
Can you play Leave the Town Tinker? Can I? You tell me. I lifted my lute from its case and began to play. By the chorus, everyone had stopped what they were doing to listen. I even caught sight of Otto near the edge of the trees as he left his lookout to peer toward the fire. When I was done, everyone applauded enthusiastically. You can play it, Alag laughed. Then his expression became serious, and he tapped a finger to his mouth. How would you like to walk the road with us for a while? He asked after a moment. We could use another player. I took a moment to consider it. Which way are you heading? Easterly, he said. I'm bound for Severin, I said. Aleg shrugged. We can make it to Severin, he said, so long as you don't mind taking the long way around. I have been away from the family for a long time, I admitted, looking at the familiar sights around the fire. One is a bad number for an edema on the road, Aleg said persuasively, running a finger along the edge of his dark beard. I sighed. Ask me again in the morning. He slapped my knee, grinning. Good! That means we have all night to convince you. I replaced my lute and excused myself for a call of nature. Coming back, I knelt next to Anne where she sat near the fire. What are you making for us, Mother? I asked. Stew, she said shortly. I smiled. What's in it? Anne squinted at me. Lamb, she said, as if daring me to challenge the fact. It's been a long while since I've had lamb, Mother. Could I have a taste? You'll wait, same as everyone else, she said sharply. Not even a small taste? I wheedled, giving her my best ingratiating smile. The old woman drew a breath, then shrugged it away. Fine, she said, but it won't be my fault if your stomach sets to aching. I laughed. No, Mother, it won't be your fault. I reached for the long-handled wooden spoon and drew it out. After blowing on it, I took a bite. Mother, I exclaimed. This is the best thing to touch my lips in a full year. Humph, she said, squinting at me. It's the first truth, Mother, I said earnestly. Anyone who does not enjoy this fine stew is hardly one of the roux, in my opinion. Anne turned back to stir the pot and shooed me away, but her expression wasn't as sharp as it had been before. After stopping by the keg to refill my mug, I returned to my seat. Gaskin leaned forward. You've given us a song. Is there anything you'd like to hear? How about Piper Wit? I asked. His brow furrowed. I don't recognize that one. It's about a clever roux who outwits a farmer. Gaskin shook his head. I'm afraid not. I bent to pick up my lute. Let me. It's a song every one of us should know. Pick something else, Laren protested. I'll play you something on the pipes. You've played for us once already tonight. I smiled at him. I forgot you piped. You'll like this one, I assured him. Piper's the hero. Besides, you're feeding my belly. I'll feed your ears. Before they could raise any more objections, I started to play quick and light. They laughed through the whole thing. From the beginning, when Piper kills the farmer, to the end when he seduces the dead man's wife and daughter. I left off the last two verses where the townsfolk kill Piper. Laren wiped his eyes after I was done. Heh, you're right, Kvothe. I'm better off knowing that one. Besides, he shot a look at Kate where she sat across the fire. It's an honest song. Women can't keep their hands off a piper. Kate snorted derisively and rolled her eyes. We talked of small things until Anne announced the stew was done. Everyone fell to, breaking the silence only to compliment Anne on her cooking. Honestly, Anne, Aleg asked after his second bowl, did you lift a little pepper back in Levenshire? Anne looked smug. We all need our secrets, dear, she said. Don't press a lady. I asked Aleg, have times been good for you and yours? Oh, certainly, he said between mouthfuls. 3 days ago, Levenshire was especially good to us. He winked. You'll see how good later. I'm glad to hear it. In fact," he leaned forward conspiratorially, "we've done so well that I feel quite generous. Generous enough to offer you anything you'd like. Anything at all. Ask and it's yours." He leaned closer and said in a stage whisper, "I want you to know this is a blatant attempt to bribe you into staying on with us. We would make a thick purse off that lovely voice of yours." "Not to mention the songs he could teach us," Gaskin chimed in. Alec gave a mock snarl. "Don't help him bargain, boy. I have the feeling this is going to be hard enough as it is." I gave it a little thought. "I suppose I could stay." I let myself trail off uncertainly. Alec gave a knowing smile. But I would ask for 3 things." 3 things." He looked me up and down. "Just like in one of the stories." "It only seems right," I urged. He gave a hesitant nod. "I suppose it does." "And how long would you travel with us?" "Until no one objects to my leaving." "Does anyone have any problem with this?" Alec looked around. "What if he asks for one of the wagons?" Tim asked. His voice startled me, harsh and rasping like 2 bricks grating together. "It won't matter, as he'll be traveling with us," Alec argued. "They belong to all of us anyway, and since he can't leave unless we say so—" There were no objections. Alec and I shook hands, and there was a small cheer. Kate held up her mug. "To Kvothe and his songs," she said. "I have a feeling he'll be worth whatever he costs us." Everyone drank, and I held up my own glass. "I swear on my mother's milk, none of you will ever make a better deal than the one you made with me tonight." This evoked a more enthusiastic cheer, and everyone drank again. Wiping his mouth, Alec looked me in the eye. "So, what is the first thing you want from us?" I lowered my head. "It's a little thing, really. I don't have a tent of my own. If I'm going to be traveling with my family—" "Say no more!" Alec waved his wooden mug like a king granting a boon. "You'll have my own tent, piled with furs and blankets a foot deep." He made a gesture over the fire to where Fran and Josh sat. "Go set it up for him." "That's all right," I protested. "I can manage it myself." "Hush. It's good for them. Makes them feel useful. Speaking of which—" He made another gesture at Tim. "Bring them out, would you?" Tim stood and pressed a hand to his stomach. "I'll do it in a quick minute. I'll be right back." He turned to walk off into the woods. "I don't feel very good." "That's what you get for eating like you're at a trough," Otto called after him. He turned back to the rest of us. "Someday he'll realize he can't eat more'n me and not feel sick afterward." "Since Tim's busy painting a tree, I'll go get them," Laren said with thinly veiled eagerness. "I'm on guard tonight," Otto said. "I'll do it." "I'll get them," Kate said, exasperated. She steered the other 2 back into their seats and walked behind the wagon on my left. Josh and Fren came out of the other wagon with a tent, ropes, and stakes. "Where do you want it?" Josh asked. "That's not a question you usually have to ask a man, is it, Josh?" Fren joked, nudging his friend with an elbow. "I tend to snore," I warned them. "You'll probably want me a little away from everyone else," I pointed. "Over between those 2 trees would be fine." "I mean, with a man, you normally know where they want it, don't you, Josh?" Fren continued, as they wandered off and began to string up the tent. Kate returned a minute later, leading a pair of lovely young girls. One had a lean body and face, with straight black hair cut short like a boy's. The other was more generously rounded, with curling golden hair. Both wore hopeless expressions and looked to be about 16. "Meet Kryn and Ellie," Kate said, gesturing to the girls. Alec smiled. "They are one of the ways in which Lavenshire was generous to us. Tonight, one of them will be keeping you warm." My gift to you as the new member in our family." He made a show of looking them over. "Which one would you like?" I looked from one to the other. That's a hard choice. Let me think on it a little while. Kate sat them near the edge of the fire and put a bowl of stew in each of their hands. The girl with the golden hair, Ellie, ate woodenly for a few bites, then slowed to a stop like a toy winding down. Her eyes looked almost blind, as if she were watching something none of us could see. Crin's eyes, on the other hand, were focused fiercely into the fire. She sat stiffly with her bowl in her lap. "Girls," Aleg chided, "don't you know that things will get better as soon as you start cooperating?" Ellie took another slow bite, then stopped. Crin stared into the fire, her back stiff, her expression hard. From where she sat by the fire, Anne prodded at them with her wooden spoon. "Eat!" The response was the same as before. One slow bite. One tense rebellion. Scowling, Anne leaned closer and gripped the dark-haired girl firmly by the chin, her other hand reaching for the bowl of stew. "Don't," I urged. "They'll eat when they're hungry enough." Aleg looked up at me curiously. "I know what I'm talking about. Give them something to drink instead." The old woman looked for a moment as if she might continue anyway, then shrugged and let go of Crin's jaw. "Fine. I'm sick of force-feeding this one anyway. She's been nothing but trouble." Kate sniffed in agreement. "Little bitch came at me when I untied her for her bath," she said, brushing her hair away from the side of her face to reveal scratch marks. "Almost took out my damn eye." "Did a runner, too," Anne said, still scowling. "I've had to start doping her at night." She made a disgusted gesture. "Let her starve if she wants." Laren came back to the fire with 2 mugs, setting them in the girl's unresisting hands. "Water?" I asked. "Ale," he said. "It'll be better for them if they aren't eating." I stifled my protest. Ellie drank in the same vacant manner in which she had eaten. Crin moved her eyes from the fire, to the cup, to me. I felt an almost physical shock at her resemblance to Denna. Still looking at me, she drank. Her hard eyes gave away nothing of what was happening inside her head. "Bring them over to sit by me," I said. "It might help me to make up my mind." Kate brought them over. Ellie was docile. Crin was stiff. "Be careful with this one," Kate said, nodding to the dark-haired girl. "She's a scratcher." Tim came back looking a little pale. He sat by the fire where Otto nudged him with an elbow. "Want some more stew?" he asked maliciously. "Sod off," Tim rasped weakly. "A little ale might settle your stomach," I advised. He nodded, seeming eager for anything that might help him. Kate fetched him a fresh mugful. By this time, the girls were sitting on either side of me, facing the fire. Closer, I saw things I had missed before. There was a dark bruise on the back of Crin's neck. The blonde girl's wrists were merely chafed from being tied, but Crin's were raw and scabbed. For all that, they smelled clean. Their hair was brushed, and their clothes had been washed recently. Kate had been tending to them. They were also much more lovely up close. I reached out to touch their shoulders. Crin flinched, then stiffened. Ellie didn't react at all. From off in the direction of the trees, Fren called out, "It's done! Do you want us to light a lamp for you?" "Yes, please," I called back. I looked from one girl to the other, then to Aleg. "I cannot decide between the two," I told him honestly. "So I will have both." Aleg laughed incredulously. Then, seeing I was serious, he protested. "Oh, come now. That's hardly fair to the rest of us. Besides, you can't possibly—" I gave him a frank look. "Well," he hedged, "even if you can, "This is the second thing I ask for," I said formally. "Both of them." Otto made a cry of protest that was echoed in the expression of Gaskin and Laren. I smiled reassuringly at them. "Only for tonight." Fren and Josh came back from setting up my tent. "Be thankful he didn't ask for you, Otto," Friend said to the big man. That's what Josh would have asked for, isn't it, Josh?
Shut your hole, Friend, Otto said, exasperated. Now I feel ill.
I stood and slung my lute over one shoulder. Then I led both lovely girls, one golden and one dark, toward my tent. Bloodless of my own that sold practically before it hit the shelves. I also spent a fair amount of time in the archives and the Medica, doing research for an essay titled On the Non-Efficacy of Arrowroot. Arwyll was skeptical, but agreed my initial research warranted attention. I also spent some of my time romantically. It was a new experience for me, as I had never caught the eye of women before. Or if I hadn't known what to do with the attention. But I was older now, and wiser to some degree. And because of the stories circulating, women on both sides of the river were beginning to show an interest in me. My romances were all pleasant and brief. I cannot say why brief, except to state the obvious, that I do not have much in me that might encourage a woman to make long habit of my company. Simon, for example, had a great deal to offer. He was a gemstone in the rough, not stunning at first glance, but with a great deal of worth beneath the surface. Sim was tender, kind, and attentive as any woman could care for. He made Fella deliriously happy. Sim was a prince. By contrast, what did I have to offer? Nothing, really. Less now. I was more like a curious stone that is picked up, carried a while, and finally dropped again with the realization that for all its interesting look, it is nothing more than hardened earth. Master Kilvin, I asked, can you think of a metal that will stand hard use for 2,000 years and remain relatively unworn or unblemished? The huge artificer looked up from the brass gear he was inscribing and eyed me standing in the doorway of his office.
And what manner of project are you planning now, Kvothe?
In the last 3 months, I've been trying to create another schema as successful as my bloodless. Partly for the money, but also because I'd learned that Kilvin was much more likely to promote students with 3 or 4 impressive schema to their credit. Unfortunately, I had met with a string of failures here, too. I'd had more than a dozen clever ideas, none of which had led to a finished design. Most of the ideas were struck down by Kilvin himself. 8 of my clever ideas had already been created, some of them more than 100 years ago. 5 of them, Kilvin informed me, would require the use of runes that were forbidden to Relar. 3 of them were mathematically unsound, and he quickly sketched out how they were doomed to failure, saving me dozens of hours of wasted time. One of my ideas he rejected as utterly inappropriate for a responsible artificer. I argued that a mechanism that would cut the time needed to reload a ballista would help ships defend against piracy. It would help defend towns against attack by Visembi raiders. But Kilvin would hear none of it. When his face began to grow dark as a storm cloud, I quickly abandoned my carefully planned arguments. In the end, only 2 of my ideas were sound, acceptable, and original. But after weeks of work, I was forced to abandon them as well, unable to get them to work. Kilvin set down his stylus and half-inscribed brass gear, turning to face me.
I admire a student who thinks in terms of durability, Kvothe, but 1,000 years is a great deal to ask of stone, let alone metal, to say nothing of metal put to heavy use.
I was asking about Caesura, of course, but I hesitated to tell Kilvin the full truth. I knew all too well that the master artificer did not approve of artificery being used in conjunction with any sort of weapon. While he might appreciate the craftsmanship of such a sword, he would not think well of me for owning such a thing. I smiled. It isn't for a project, I said. I was just curious. During my travels, I was shown a sword that was quite serviceable and sharp. Despite this, there seemed to be proof that it was over 2,000 years old. Do you know of any metal that could avoid breaking for so long as that, let alone keep an edge?
Ah!
Kilvin nodded, his expression not particularly surprised.
There are such things, old magics, one could say. Or old arts now lost to us. These things are scattered through the world. Marvelous devices, mysteries. There are many reliable sources that speak of the ever-burning lamp.
He gestured with a broad hand at the hemispheres of glass laid out on his work table.
We even possess a handful of these things here at the university.
I felt my curiosity flare up. What sort of things? I asked. Kilvin tugged his beard idly with one hand.
I have a device devoid of any sigildry that seems to do nothing but consume angular momentum. I have 4 ingots of white metal, lighter than water, that I can neither melt nor mar in any way. A sheet of black glass, one side of which lacks any frictive properties at all. A piece of oddly shaped stone that maintains a temperature slightly above freezing, no matter what the heat around it.
His massive shoulders shrugged.
These things are mysteries.
I opened my mouth, then hesitated. Would it be inappropriate for me to ask to see some of these things? Kilvin's smile was very white against the dark of his skin and his beard.
It is never inappropriate to ask, Kvothe, he said. A student should be curious. I would be troubled if you were indifferent to such things.
The big artificer went to his large wooden desk, so strewn with half-finished projects that the surface was barely visible. He unlocked a drawer with a key from his pocket and drew out 2 dull metal cubes, slightly larger than dice.
Many of these old things we cannot fathom or make use of, he said, but some possess remarkable utility.
He rattled the 2 metal cubes as if they were dice, and they rang together sweetly in his hand.
We call these warding stones.
He bent and set them on the floor, spaced several feet apart from each other. He touched them and spoke very softly under his breath, too quietly for me to hear. I felt a subtle change in the air. At first, I thought that the room was growing colder, but then I realized the truth. I couldn't feel the radiant heat of the smoldering forge at the other end of Kilvin's office. Kilvin casually picked up the bar of iron used to stir the forge and swung it hard at my head. His gesture was so casual that it caught me completely off my guard, and I didn't even have time to cower or flinch away. The bar stopped 2 feet away from me, as if striking some unseen obstruction. There was no sound as if it had struck something, neither did it rebound in Kilvin's grip. I reached out my hand cautiously, and it butted up against nothing. It was as if the intangible air in front of me was suddenly made solid. Kilvin grinned at me.
The warding stones are of particular use when performing dangerous experiments or testing certain equipment, he said. They somehow produce a thaumic and kinetic barrier.
I continued to run my hand along the unseen barrier. It wasn't hard or even solid. It gave way slightly when I pushed at it and felt slippery as buttered glass. Kilvin watched me, his expression faintly amused.
Truthfully, Kvothe, until Elodin made his suggestion, I was thinking of calling your arrow-arresting device the minor ward.
He frowned slightly.
Not entirely accurate, of course, but more so than Elodin's dramatic nonsense.
I leaned hard against the unseen barrier. It was solid as a stone wall. Now that I was looking more closely, I could see a subtle distortion in the air, as if I were looking through a slightly imperfect sheet of glass. This is far superior to my arrow catch, Master Kilvin.
True.
Kilvin gave a conciliatory nod and bent to pick up the stones, muttering again under his breath. I staggered a little when the barrier disappeared.
But your cleverness we can repeat endlessly. This mystery we cannot.
Kilvin held up the 2 cubes of metal on the palm of his huge hand.
These are useful, but never forget. Cleverness and caution profit the artificer. We do our work in the realm of the real.
He closed his fingers over the warding stones.
Leave mystery to poets, priests, and fools.
Despite my other failures, my study with Master Elodin was progressing rather well. He claimed all I needed to improve myself as a namer was time and dedication. I gave him both, and he put them to use in odd ways. We spent hours riddling. He made me drink a pint of Applejack, then read Teckham's Theophany from cover to cover. He made me wear a blindfold for 3 days straight, which didn't improve my performance in my other classes, but amused Will and Sim to no end. He encouraged me to see how long I could stay awake, and since I could afford all the coffee I liked, I managed nearly 5 days, though by the end I was rather manic and starting to hear voices. And there was the incident on the roof of the archives. Everyone has heard about that in one version or another, it seems. There was a great beast of a thunderstorm rolling in, and Elodin decided it would do me good to spend some time in the middle of it. The closer the better, he said. He knew Lauren would never allow us access to the roof of the archives, so Elodin simply stole the key. Unfortunately, that meant that when the key went tumbling off the roof, no one knew we were trapped up there. As a result, the two of us were forced to spend the entire night on the bare stone rooftop, caught in the teeth of the furious storm. It wasn't until mid-morning that the weather calmed enough for us to call down to the courtyard for help. Then, as there didn't seem to be a second key, Lauren took the straightest course and had several burly scribs simply batter down the door leading to the roof. None of this would have been a particular problem if, just as it had started to rain, Elodin hadn't insisted that we strip ourselves naked, wrap our clothes in an oilskin, and weigh them down with a brick. According to Elodin, it would help me experience the storm to the fullest degree possible. The winds were stronger than he'd expected, and they had snatched both the brick and our bundled clothes, hurling them into the sky like a handful of leaves. That was how we lost the key, you see. It had been in the pocket of Elodin's pants. Because of this, Master Lauren, Lauren's Giller, Distral, and 3 brawny scribs found Elodin and me stark naked and wet as drowned rats on the roof of the archives. Within 15 minutes, everyone in the university had heard the story. Elodin laughed his head off at the whole thing, and though I can see the humor of it now, at the time I was far from amused. I won't burden you with the entire list of our activities. Suffice to say that Elodin went to great lengths to wake my sleeping mind. Ridiculous lengths, really. And much to my surprise, our work paid dividends. I called the name of the wind 3 times that term. The first time I stilled the wind for the space of a long breath while standing on Stonebridge in the middle of the night. Elodin was there, coaching me, by which I mean he was prodding me with a riding crop. I was also barefoot, and more than slightly drunk. The second time came on me unexpectedly while I was studying in tomes. I was reading a book of Yillish history when suddenly the air in the cavernous room whispered to me. I listened as Elodin had taught me, then spoke it gently. Just as gently, the hidden wind stirred into a breeze, startling the students and sending the scribs into a panic. The name faded from my mind some minutes later, but while it lasted, I held a certain knowledge that should I wish it, I could stir a storm or start a thunderclap with equal ease. The knowledge itself had to be enough for me. If I had called the wind's name strongly in the archives, Lauren would have me hung by my thumbs above the outer doors. You may not think these terribly impressive feats of naming, and I suppose you are right. But I called the wind a 3rd time that spring, and 3rd time pays for all. Years. All of the Adima-Ru are one family, I explained. Like a closed circle. It doesn't matter if some of us are strangers to others. We are still family. Still close. We have to be this way, because we are always strangers wherever we go. We are scattered, and people hate us. We have laws, rules we follow. When one of us does a thing that cannot be forgiven or mended, if he jeopardizes the safety or the honor of the Adima-Ru, he is killed and branded with the broken circle to show he is no longer one of us. It is rarely done. There is rarely a need. I pulled the iron from the fire and walked to the next body, Otto. I pressed it to the back of his hand and listened to it hiss. These were not Adima-Ru, but they made themselves out to be. They did things no Edema would do, so I'm making sure the world knows they were not a part of our family. The Rue do not do the sort of things that these men did." "But the wagons," she protested. "The instruments." "They were not Edema Rue," I said firmly. "They probably weren't even real troopers. Just a group of thieves who killed a band of Rue and tried to take their place." Kryn stared at the bodies, then back at me. "So, you killed them for pretending to be Edema Rue?" "For pretending to be Rue? No." I put the iron back in the fire. "For killing a Rue troop and stealing their wagons? Yes. For what they did to you? Yes." "But if they aren't Rue," Kryn looked at the brightly painted wagons. "How—" "I'm curious about that myself," I said, pulling the broken circle from the fire again. I moved to Aleg and pressed it onto his palm. The false trooper jerked and screamed himself awake. "He isn't dead!" Kryn exclaimed shrilly. I had examined the wound earlier. "He's dead," I said coldly. "He just hasn't stopped moving yet." I turned to look him in the eye. "How about it, Aleg? How did you come by a pair of Edema wagons?" "Rue bastard!" He cursed at me with blurry defiance. "Yes," I said. "I am. And you are not. So how did you learn my family's signs and customs?" "How did you know?" he asked. "We knew the words. The handshake. We knew water and wine and songs before supper. How did you know?" "You thought you could fool me?" I said, feeling my anger coiling inside me again like a spring. "This is my family. How could I not know? Rue don't do what you did. Rue don't steal. Don't kidnap girls." Aleg shook his head with a mocking smile. There was blood on his teeth. "Everyone knows what you people do." My temper exploded. "Everyone thinks they know! They think rumor is the truth! Rue don't do this!" I gestured wildly around me. "People only think those things because of people like you!" My anger flared even hotter, and I found myself screaming. "Now tell me what I want to know, or God will weep when he hears what I've done to you!" Aleg paled and had to swallow before he found his voice. "There was an old man and his wife and a couple other players. I traveled guard with them for half a year. Eventually, they took me in." He ran out of breath and gasped a bit as he tried to get it back. He'd said enough. "So you killed them?" Aleg shook his head vigorously. "No. We were attacked on the road." He gestured weakly to the other bodies. "They surprised us. The other players were killed, but I was just knocked out." I looked over the line of bodies and felt the rage flare up, even though I'd already known. There was no other way these people could have come by a pair of Edema wagons with their markings intact. Aleg was talking again. "I showed them afterward how to act like a troop." He swallowed against the pain. "Good life." I turned away, disgusted. He was one of us, in a way. One of our adopted family. It made everything 10 times worse knowing that. I pushed the horseshoe into the coals of the fire again, then looked to the girl as it heated. Her eyes had gone to flint as she watched Aleg. Not sure if it was the right thing to do, I offered her the brand. Her face went hard, and she took it. Aleg didn't seem to understand what was about to happen until she had the hot iron against his chest. He shrieked and twisted, but lacked the strength to get away as she pressed it hard against him. She grimaced as he struggled weakly against the iron, her eyes brimming with angry tears. After a long minute, she pulled the iron away and stood, crying quietly. I let her be. Aleg looked up at her and somehow managed to find his voice. "Ah, girl. We had some good times, didn't we?" She stopped crying and looked at him. "Don't." I kicked him sharply in the side before he could say anything else. He stiffened in mute pain and then spat blood at me. I landed another kick, and he went limp. Not knowing what else to do, I took back the brand and began heating it again. There was a long silence. "Is Ellie still asleep?" I asked. Kryn nodded. "Do you think it would help for her to see this?" She thought about it, wiping at her face with a hand. "I don't think so," she said finally. "I don't think she could see it right now. She's not right in her head." "The two of you are from Levenshire?" I asked to keep the silence at arm's length. "My family farms just north of Levenshire," Kryn said. "Ellie's father is mayor." "When did these come into your town?" I asked as I set the brand to the back of another hand. The sweet smell of charred flesh was becoming thick in the air. "What day is it?" I counted in my head. Felling. "They came into town on Thaden." She paused. 5 days ago?" Her voice was tinged with disbelief. "We were glad to have the chance to see a play and hear the news. Hear some music." She looked down. "They were camped on the east edge of town. When I came to get my fortune read, they told me to come back that night. They seemed so friendly, so exciting." Kryn looked at the wagons. "When I showed up, they were all sitting around the fire. They sang me songs. The old woman gave me some tea. I didn't even think. She looked like my gran." Her eyes strayed to the body of the old woman, then away. "Then, I don't remember what happened. I woke up in the dark, in one of the wagons. I was tied up and Her voice broke a little, and she rubbed absent-mindedly at her wrists. She glanced back at the tent. "I guess Ellie got an invitation, too." I finished branding the backs of their hands. I had been planning to do their faces, too, but the iron was slow to heat in the fire, and I was quickly growing sick of the work. I hadn't slept at all, and the anger that had burned so hot for so long was in its final flicker, leaving me feeling cold and numb. I made a gesture to the pot of oats I'd pulled off the fire. "Are you hungry?" "Yes," she said, then darted a look toward the bodies. "No." "Me neither. Go wake up Ellie, and we can get you home." Kryn hurried off to the tent. After she disappeared inside, I turned to the line of bodies. "Does anyone object to my leaving the troop?" I asked. None of them did. So I left. I returned his hat and gave him the 3 bits besides. When I first heard the stories people were telling about me at the university, I'd expected them to be short-lived. I thought they would flare up, then die just as quickly, like a fire exhausting its fuel. But that hadn't been the case. The tales of Kvothe rescuing girls and bedding Felurian mixed and mingled with scraps of truth and the ridiculous lies I'd spread to bolster my reputation. There was fuel aplenty, so the stories swirled and spread like a brush fire with the wind blowing hard behind it. Honestly, I didn't know if I should be amused or alarmed. When I went to Imre, people would point at me and whisper to each other. My notoriety spread until it was impossible for me to casually cross the river and eavesdrop on the stories people told. Tarbean, on the other hand, was 40 miles away. After I left Drover's lot behind, I returned to the room I'd rented in one of the nicer parts of Tarbean. In this part of the city, the wind off the ocean brushed away the stink and the dust, leaving the air feeling sharp and clear. I called up water for a bath, and in a fit of lavish spending that would have left my younger self dizzy, I paid 3 pennies to have the porter take my clothes to the nearest Sealdish laundry. Then, clean and sweet-smelling again, I went down to the tap room. I'd picked the inn carefully. It wasn't fancy, but it wasn't seedy either. The tap room was low-ceilinged and intimate. It sat at the corner of 2 of Tarbean's most well-traveled roads, and I could see Sealdish traders rubbing elbows with Yillish sailors and Vintish wagoneers. It was the perfect place for stories. It wasn't long before I was lurking at the end of the bar, listening to how I had killed the black beast of Trebon. I was stunned. I had actually killed a rampaging Dracus in Trebon, but when Nina had come to visit me a year ago, she hadn't known my name. My growing reputation had somehow swept through the town of Trebon and gathered up that story in its wake. There at the bar, I learned many things. Apparently, I owned a ring of amber which could force demons to obey me. I could drink all night and never be the worse for it. Locks opened at the barest touch of my hand, and I had a cloak made all out of cobwebs and shadows. That was also the first time I heard anyone call me Kvothe the Arcane. It was not a new name, apparently. The cluster of men listening to the story simply nodded along when they heard it. I learned that Kvothe the Arcane knew a word that would stop arrows dead in the air. Kvothe the Arcane only bled if the knife that cut him was made of raw, untempered iron. The young clerk was building to the dramatic finish of the story, and I was genuinely curious as to how I was going to stop the demon beast with my ring shattered and my cloak of shadows nearly burned away. But just as I forced my way into Trebon's church, shattering the door with a magic word and a single blow of my bare hand, the door of the inn burst open, startling everyone as it banged hard against the wall. A young couple stood there. The woman was young and beautiful, dark-haired and dark-eyed. The man was richly dressed and pale with panic. "I don't know what's the matter," he cried, looking about wildly. "We were just walking, and then she couldn't breathe." I was at her side before anyone else in the room had time to stand. She had half collapsed onto an empty bench, with her escort hovering over her. She had one hand pressed against her chest, while the other pushed him away weakly. The man ignored it and crowded close to her, speaking in a low, urgent voice. The woman kept sliding away from him until she was at the edge of the bench. I pushed him ungently aside. "I think she wants her space from you right now." "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice shrill. "Are you a physician? Who is this man? Someone fetch a physician at once!" He tried to elbow me aside. "You!" I pointed to a large sailor sitting at a table. "Take this man and put him over there." My voice snapped like a whip, and the sailor jumped to his feet, grabbed the young gentleman by the back of his neck, and scuffed him tidily away. I turned back to the woman and watched as her perfect mouth opened. She strained and drew in only the barest rasp of a breath. Her eyes were wild and wet with fear. I moved close to her and spoke in my gentlest tones. "You will be fine. All is well," I reassured her. "You need to look in my eyes." Her eyes fixed on mine, then widened in recognition, in amazement. "I need you to breathe for me." I laid one hand against her straining chest. Her skin was flushed and hot. Her heart was thrilling like a frightened bird. I laid my other hand along her face. I looked deeply into her eyes. They were like dark pools. I leaned close enough to kiss her. She smelled of celis flower, of green grass, of road dust. I felt her strain to breathe. I listened. I closed my eyes. I heard the whisper of a name. I spoke it soft, but close enough to brush against her lips. I spoke it quiet, but near enough so that the sound of it went twining through her hair. I spoke it hard and firm, and dark and sweet. There was a rush of indrawn air. I opened my eyes. The room was still enough that I could hear the velvet rush of her second desperate breath. I relaxed. She laid her hand over mine, over her heart. "I need you to breathe for me," she repeated. "That's 7 words. "It is," I said. "My hero," Dennis said, and drew a slow and smiling breath. "It were powerful strange," I heard the sailor say on the other side of the room. "There was someat in his voice. I swear by all the salt in me, I felt like a puppet with my string pulled." I listened with half an ear. I guessed the deckhand simply knew to jump when a voice with the proper ring of authority told him to. But there was no sense in telling him that. My performance with Denna, combined with my bright hair and dark cloak, had identified me as Kvothe. So it would be magic, no matter what I had to say about it. I didn't mind. What I had done tonight was worthy of a story or two. Because they recognized me, folk were watching us, but not coming very close. Denna's gentleman friend had left before we thought to look for him. So the two of us enjoyed a certain privacy in our small corner of the tap room. "I should have known I'd come across you here," she said. "You're always where I least expect to find you. Have you migrated away from the university at last?" I shook my head. "I'm playing truant for a couple days." "Are you heading back soon?" "Tomorrow, actually. I've got a fetter cart." She smiled. "Would you like some company?" I gave her a frank look. "You must know the answer to that." Denna blushed a little and looked away. "I suppose I do." When she looked down, her hair cascaded off her shoulders, falling around her face. It smelled warm and rich, like sunshine and cider. "Your hair," I said. "Lovely." Surprisingly, she blushed even deeper at this and shook her head without looking up at me. "So that's what we've come to after all this time?" she said, darting a look up at me. "Flattery?" It was my turn to be embarrassed, and I stammered. I wouldn't... I would." I took a breath before reaching out to lightly touch a narrow, intricate braid, half hidden in her hair. "Your braid," I clarified. "It almost says lovely." Her mouth made a perfect O of surprise, and one hand went self-consciously to her hair. "You can read it?" she said, her voice incredulous, her expression slightly horrified. "Merciful Telu, isn't there anything you don't know?" "I've been learning Yiddish," I said, "or trying to. It's got 6 strands instead of 4, but it's almost like a story knot, isn't it?" "Almost?" she said. "It's a damn sight more than almost." Her fingers plucked at the piece of blue string at the end of her braid. "Even Yiddish folk barely know Yiddish these days," she said under her breath, plainly irritated. "I'm not any good," I said. "I just know some words." "Even the ones that do speak it don't bother with the knots." She glared sideways at me. "And you're supposed to read them with your fingers, not by looking at them." "I've mostly had to learn by looking at pictures in books," I said. Denna finally untied the blue string and began to unfurl the braid, her quick fingers smoothing it back into her hair. "You didn't have to do that," I said. "I liked it better before." "That's rather the point, isn't it?" She looked up at me, tilting her chin proudly as she shook out her hair. "There. What do you think now?" "I think I'm afraid to give you any more compliments," I said, not exactly sure what I'd done wrong. Her demeanor softened a bit, her irritation fading. "It's just embarrassing. I never expected anyone to be able to read it. How would you feel if someone saw you wearing a sign that said, 'I'm dashing and handsome'?" There was a pause. Before it could grow uncomfortable, I said, "Am I keeping you from anything pressing?" "Only Squire Strahota." She made a negligent gesture toward her departed escort. "Pressing, was he?" I gave a half smile, raising an eyebrow. "All men press one way or another," she said with mock severity. "They're still keeping to their book, then?" Denna's expression grew rueful, and she sighed. "I used to hope they'd disregard the book with age. Instead, I found they merely turned a page." She held up her hand, displaying a pair of rings. "Now instead of roses, they give gold, and in the giving, they grow sudden bold." "At least you're being bored by men of means," I said consolingly. "Who wants a mean man?" she pointed out. Little matter if his wealth is above or below the board. I laid a gentling hand on her arm. You must forgive these men of mercenary thought. These poor, rich men who, seeing that you can't be caught, attempt to buy a thing they know cannot be bought. Denna applauded delightedly. A plea of grace for enemies. I merely point out that you yourself are not above the giving of gifts, I said, as I myself well know. Her eyes hardened, and she shook her head. There is a great difference between a gift freely given and one that's meant to tie you to a man. There's truth to that, I admitted. Gold can make a chain as easily as iron. Still, one can hardly blame a man who hopes to decorate you. Hardly, she said with a smile that was both wry and weary. Many of their suggestions are rather indecorous. She looked at me. What of you? Would you have me decorated or indecorous? I have given some thought to that, I said with a secret smile, knowing I had her ring tucked safely away in my room at Anchor's. I made a show of looking her over. Both have their merits, but gold is not for you. You are too bright for burnishing. Denna gripped my arm and squeezed it, giving me a fond smile. Oh, my Kvothe, I've missed you. Half the reason I came back to this corner of the world was in the hope of finding you. She stood and held out her arm to me. Come, take me away from all this. Dramatically, then took the reins from me. Do you think that's a good idea? Kryn asked when I came back to pack the other horses. Graytail is gentle as a lamb. Just because Elle is witless as a sheep, Kryn said archly, doesn't make them a good pairing. I cracked a smile at that. We'll watch them close for an hour or so. If it doesn't work, it doesn't. But sometimes, the best help a person can find is helping someone else. Since I had slept poorly, I was twice weary today. My stomach was sour, and I felt gritty, like someone had sanded the first 2 layers of my skin away. I was almost tempted to doze in the saddle, but I couldn't bring myself to ride while the girls walked. So I plodded along, leading my horse and nodding on my feet. But today I couldn't fall into the comfortable half-sleep I tend to use when walking. I was plagued with thoughts of Alec, wondering if he was still alive. I knew from my time in the Medica that the gut wound I'd given him was fatal. I also knew it was a slow death. Slow and painful. With proper care, it might be a full span of days before he died. Even alone in the middle of nowhere, he could live for days with such a wound. Not pleasant days. He would grow delirious with fever as the infection set in. Every movement would tear the wound open again. He couldn't walk on his hamstrung leg either. So if he wanted to move, he'd have to crawl. He would be cramped with hunger and burning with thirst by now. But not dead from thirst. No. I had left a full water skin nearby. I had laid it at his side before we left. Not out of kindness. Not to make his last hours more bearable. I had left it because I knew that with water he would live longer, suffer more. Leaving him that water skin was the most terrible thing I'd ever done, and now that my anger had cooled to ashes, I regretted it. I wondered how much longer he would live because of it. A day? 2? Certainly no more than 2. I tried not to think of what those 2 days would be like. But even when I forced thoughts of Alec from my mind, I had other demons to fight. I remembered bits and pieces of that night. The things the false troopers had said as I cut them down. The sounds my sword had made as it dug into them. The smell of their skin as I had branded them. I had killed 2 women. What would Vashette think of my actions? What would anyone think? Exhausted from worry and lack of sleep, my thoughts spun in these circles for the remainder of the day. I set up camp from force of habit and kept up a conversation with Elle through an effort of sheer will. The time for sleep came before I was ready, and I found myself rolled in my shade in the front of the girls' tent. I was dimly aware that Kryn had started giving me the same worried look she'd been giving Elle for the past 2 days. I lay wide-eyed for an hour before falling asleep, wondering about Alleg. When I slept, I dreamed of killing them. In my dream, I stalked the forest like grim death unwavering. But it was different this time. I killed Otto, his blood spattering my hands like hot grease. Then I killed Laren and Josh and Tim. They moaned and screamed, twisting on the ground. Their wounds were horrible, but I could not look away. Then the faces changed. I was killing Taryn, the bearded ex-mercenary in my troop. Then I killed Trip. Then I was chasing Shandy through the forest, my sword naked in my hand. She was crying out, weeping in fear. When I finally caught her, she clutched at me, knocking me to the ground, burying her face in my chest, sobbing, "No, no, no," she begged. "No, no, no." I came awake. I lay on my back, terrified, and not knowing where my dream ended and the world began. After a brief moment, I realized the truth. Elle had crawled from the tent and lay curled against me, her face pressed against my chest, her hand grasping desperately at my arm. "No, no," she choked out. "No, no, 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 no." Her body shook with helpless sobs when she couldn't say it anymore. My shirt was wet with hot tears. My arm was bleeding where she clutched it. I made consoling noises and brushed at her hair with my hand. After a long while, she quieted and eventually fell into an exhausted sleep, still clinging tightly to my chest. I lay very still, not wanting to wake her by moving. My teeth were clenched. I thought of Alleg and Otto and all the rest. I remembered the blood and screaming and the smell of burning skin. I remembered it all and dreamed of worse things I could have done to them. I never had the nightmares again. Sometimes I think of Alleg and I smile. We made it to Levenshire the next day. Elle had come to her senses, but remained quiet and withdrawn. Still, things went more quickly now, especially as the girls decided they had recovered enough to take turns riding Greytail. We covered 6 miles before we stopped at midday, with the girls becoming increasingly excited as they began to recognize parts of the countryside. The shape of hills in the distance, a crooked tree by the road. But as we grew closer to Levenshire, they grew quiet. "It's just over the rise there," Kryn said, getting down off the roan. "You ride from here, Elle." Elle looked from her, to me, to her feet. She shook her head. I watched them. "Are the two of you okay?" "My father's going to kill me." Kryn's voice was barely a whisper, her face full of serious fear. "Your father will be one of the happiest men in the world tonight," I said, then thought it best to be honest. "He might be angry, too, but that's only because he's been scared out of his mind for the last 8 days. Kryn seemed slightly reassured, but Elle burst out crying. Kryn put her arms around her, making gentle sounds. "No one will marry me," Elle sobbed. "I was going to marry Jason Watterson and help him run his store. He won't marry me now. No one will." I looked up to Kryn and saw the same fear reflected in her wet eyes. But Kryn's eyes were angry, while Elle's held nothing but despair. "Any man who thinks that way is a fool," I said, weighting my voice with all the conviction I could bring to bear. "And the two of you are too clever and too beautiful to be marrying fools." It seemed to calm Elle somewhat, her eyes turning up at me as if looking for something to believe. "It's the truth," I said, "and none of this was your fault. Make sure you remember that for these next couple days." "I hate them," Elle spat, surprising me with her sudden rage. "I hate men." Her knuckles were white as she gripped Greytail's reins. Her face twisted into a mask of anger. Kryn put her arms around Elle, but when she looked at me, I saw the sentiment reflected quietly in her dark eyes. "You have every right to hate them," I said, feeling more anger and helplessness than ever before in my life. "But I'm a man too. Not all of us are like that. We stayed there for a while, not more than a half-mile from town. We had a drink of water and a small bite to settle our nerves, and then I took them home. So I held off chasing and made a show of wiping water from my face and arms. "Give up so easily," she taunted. "Are you so sudden doused?" I lowered my hand into the water. "I was hoping to find my stone again," I said, pretending to look around for it. Denna laughed, shaking her head. "You'll not lure me in that easily." "I'm serious," I said. "I wanted to hear the end of its story." "What story was that?" she asked teasingly, not coming any closer. "It was a story of a girl who trifled with a powerful arcanist," I said. "She mocked him and she scoffed at him. She laughed at him full scornfully. He caught her one day in a brook, and rhyming, he did quell her fears. And then the girl forgot to look behind her, and it led to tears." I grinned at her and pulled my hand out of the water. She turned in time for the wave to hit her. It was only as high as her waist, but it was enough to unbalance her. She went under in a swirl of dress and hair and bubbles. The current carried her to me, and I helped her to her feet, laughing. She came to the surface looking 3 days drowned. "Not fair!" she sputtered indignantly. "Not fair!" "I disagree," I said. "You're the fairest water maid I hope to see today." She splashed at me. "Flatter all you like. The truth remains for God to see. You cheated. I used honest trickery." She tried to dunk me then, but I was ready for it. We struggled for a while until we were pleasantly breathless. Only then did I realize how close she was. How lovely. How little our wet clothing seemed to separate us. Denna seemed to realize it at the same time, and we moved a little apart from each other, as if suddenly shy. The wind stirred, reminding us how wet we were. Denna skipped lightly to the shore and stripped away her dress without a moment's hesitation, tossing it over the greystone to dry. She wore a white shift underneath that clung to her as she made her way back into the water. She gave me a playful push as she passed me by, then crawled atop a smooth black boulder that lay half-submerged near the center of the stream. It was a perfect sunning stone, smooth basalt, dark as her eyes. The whiteness of her skin and the too revealing shift were a sharp contrast against it, almost too bright to look on. She lay on her back and spread her hair to dry. Its wetness made a pattern against the stone that spelled the name of the wind. She closed her eyes and tipped her face toward the sun. Felurian herself could not have been more lovely, more perfectly at ease. I moved toward the shore as well and stripped off my sodden shirt and vest. I had to be content with my wet pants, as I had nothing else to wear. "What does that stone tell you?" I asked to fill the silence as I laid my shirt next to her dress on the greystone. She ran one hand over the smooth surface of the stone and spoke without opening her eyes. "This one is telling me what it is like to live in the water but not be a fish." She stretched like a cat. "Bring the basket over here, would you?" I fetched the basket and waded out toward her, moving slowly so as not to splash. She lay perfect and still, as if asleep, but as I watched, her mouth curved into a smile. "You're quiet," she said. "But I can smell you standing there." "Nothing bad, I hope." She shook her head gently, still not opening her eyes. "You smell like dried flowers, like strange spice smoldering, close to catching flame." "Like river water, too, if I have any guess." She stretched again and smiled an easy smile, showing the perfect whiteness of her teeth, the perfect pinkness of her lips. She shifted her position on the rock slightly, almost as if she were making room for me. Almost. I thought of joining her. The stone was large enough for two if they were willing to lie close. "Yes," Denna said. "Yes to what?" I asked. "Your question," she said, tilting her face toward me, her eyes still closed. "You're about to ask me a question." She adjusted her position slightly on the stone. "The answer is yes." How was I to take that? What should I ask for? A kiss? More? How much was too much to ask? Was this a test? I knew asking too much would only drive her away. I was wondering if you would move over a little, I said gently. Yes. She shifted again, making more space beside her. Then she opened her eyes, and they went wide at the sight of me standing shirtless above her. She glanced down and relaxed when she saw my pants. I laughed, but her wide-eyed look of shock pushed me back into caution. I set the basket in the place I had thought to take myself. What thought was that, my lady? She colored a bit, embarrassed. I didn't think you were the sort to bring a girl her lunch while you were running stark. She gave a little shrug, looked at the basket, at me. But I like you this way, my own bare-chested slave. She closed her eyes again. Feed me strawberries. I was happy to oblige, and so we passed the afternoon. Lunch was long gone, and the sun had dried us. For the first time since our fight in Severin, I felt things were right between us. The silences no longer lay around us like holes in the road. I knew it had just been a matter of waiting patiently until the tension passed. As the afternoon slowly slid by, I knew this was the right time to bring up the subject I had been biting my tongue over for so long. I could see the dull green of old bruises on her upper arms, the remnant of a raised welt on her back. There was a scar on her leg above her knee, new enough that the red of it showed through the white of her shift. All I needed to do was ask about them. If I phrased things carefully, she'd admit they were from her patron. From there, it would be a simple thing to draw her out, to convince her she deserved better, that whatever he was offering her was not worth this abuse. And for the first time in my life, I was in a position to offer her a way out. With Alvaron's line of credit and my work in the fishery, money would never be a problem for me. For the first time in my life, I was wealthy. I could give her a way to escape. What happened to your back? Denna asked softly, interrupting my train of thought. She was still reclining on her stone. I was leaning against it, my feet in the water. What? I asked, unconsciously turning a foolish half-circle. You're scarred all along your back, she said gently. I felt one of her cool hands touch my sun-warm skin, tracing a line. I could hardly tell they were scars at first. They're pretty. She traced another line down my back. It looks like some giant child mistook you for a piece of paper and practiced his letters on you with a silver pen. She took her hand away, and I turned to face her. How did you get them? She asked. I caused some trouble at the university, I said somewhat sheepishly. They whipped you? She said incredulous. Twice, I said. And you stay there? She asked as if she still couldn't believe it. After they did this to you? I shrugged it away. There are worse things than whipping, I said. There's nowhere else I can learn the things they teach here. When I want a thing, it takes more than a little blood to... It was only then I realized what I was saying. The masters whipped me. Her patron beat her. And we both stayed. How could I convince her my situation was different? How could I convince her to leave? Denna looked at me curiously, her head tilted to the side. What happens when you want a thing? I shrugged. I was just saying I'm not easily chased away. I've heard that about you, Denna said, giving me a knowing look. A lot of girls in Imre say you're not easily chased. She sat upright and began to slide toward the edge of the stone. Her white shift twisted and slid slowly up her legs as she moved. I was about to comment on her scar, hoping I might still bring the conversation around to her patron when I noticed Denna had stopped moving and was watching me as I stared at her bare legs. What do they say exactly? I asked, more for something to say than from any curiosity. She shrugged. Some think you're trying to decimate Imre's female population. She edged closer to the lip of the stone. Her shift shifted distractingly. Decimate would imply 1 in 10, I said, trying to turn it into a joke. That's slightly ambitious, even for me. How reassuring, she said. Do you bring all of them? She made a little gasp as she slipped down the side of the stone. She caught herself just as I was reaching out to help her. Bring them what? I asked. Roses, fool, she said sharply. Or have you turned that page already? Would you like me to carry you? I asked. Yes, she said. But before I could reach for her, she slid the rest of the way into the water, her shift gathering to a scandalous height before she slipped free into the stream. The water rose to her knee, just dampening the hem. We made our way back to the Greystone and silently worked our way into our now dry clothes. Denna fretted at the wetness at the hem of her shift. You know, I could have carried you, I said softly. Denna pressed the back of her hand to her forehead. Another 7 words. I swoon. She fanned herself with her other hand. What should a woman do? Love me. I had intended to say it in my best flippant tone, teasing, making a joke of it, but I made the mistake of looking into her eyes as I spoke. They distracted me, and when the words left my mouth, they ended up sounding nothing at all the way I had intended. For a fleet second, she held my eyes with intent tenderness. Then, a rueful smile quirked up the corner of her mouth. Oh no, she said. Not that trap for me. I'll not be one of the many. I clenched my teeth, stuck somewhere between confusion, embarrassment, and fear. I'd been too bold and made a mess of things, just as I'd always feared. When had the conversation managed to run away from me? I beg your pardon? I said stupidly. You should. Denna straightened her clothes, moving with an uncharacteristic stiffness, and ran her hands through her hair, twisting it into a thick plait. Her fingers knitted the strands together, and for a second I could read it clear as day. Don't speak to me. I might be thick, but even I can read a sign that obvious. I closed my mouth, biting off the next thing I'd been about to say. Then Denna saw me eyeing her hair and pulled her hands away self-consciously without tying off the braid. Her hair quickly spun free to fall loose around her shoulders. She brought her hands in front of her and twisted one of her rings nervously. Hold a moment, I said. I'd almost forgotten. I reached into the inner pocket of my vest. I have a present for you. Her mouth made a thin line as she looked at my outstretched hand. You too? She asked. I honestly thought you were different. I hope I am, I said, and opened my hand. I'd polished it, and the sun caught the edges of the pale blue stone. Oh! Denna's hands went to her mouth, her eyes suddenly brimming. Is it really? She reached out with both hands to take it. It is, I said. She turned it over in her hands, then removed one of her other rings and slid it onto her finger. It is, she said in amazement, a few tears spilling over. How did you ever? I got it from Ambrose, I said. Oh, she said. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, and I felt the silence loom up between us again. It wasn't much trouble, I said. I'm just sorry it took so long. I can't thank you enough for this. Denna reached out and took my hand between hers. You would think that would have helped, that a gift and clasped hands would make things right between us. But the silence was back now, stronger than before, thick enough that you could spread it on your bread and eat it. There are some silences that even words cannot drive away. And while Denna was touching my hand, she wasn't holding it. There is a world of difference. Denna looked up at the sky. The weather's turning, she said. We should probably head back before it rains. I nodded, and we left. Clouds cast their shadows across the field behind us as we went. Half were thinking, there were 2 women with them. Did he kill them too?
Well, then.
The mayor looked down at me for a long moment.
Good,
he said, as if he had just made up his mind.
That's good. The world's a better place for it.
I felt everyone relax slightly. These are their horses. I pointed to the 2 horses that had been carrying our baggage. They belong to the girls now. About 40 miles east you'll find the wagons. Kryn can show you where they're hidden. They belong to the girls too.
They'll fetch a good price off in Thamesford,
the mayor mused. Together with the instruments and clothes and such, they'll fetch a heavy penny, I agreed. Split 2 ways. It'll make a fine dowry, I said firmly. He met my eyes, nodded slowly in understanding.
That it will. What about the things they stole from us?
A stout man in an apron protested.
They smashed up my place and stole 2 barrels of my best ale.
Do you have any daughters? I asked him calmly. The sudden stricken look on his face told me he did. I met his eye, held it. Then I think you came away from this pretty well. The mayor finally noticed Jason clutching his broken arm.
What happened to you?
Jason looked at his feet, and Seth spoke up for him.
He said some things he shouldn't.
The mayor looked around and saw that getting more of an answer would involve an ordeal. He shrugged and let it go. I could splint it for you, I said easily.
No,
Jason said too quickly, then backpedaled.
I'd rather go to Gran.
I gave a sideways look to the mayor. Gran? He gave a fond smile.
When we scrape our knees, Gran patches us back up again.
Would Bill be there? I asked. The man with the crushed leg? He nodded.
She won't let him out of her sight for another span of days if I know her.
I'll walk you over, I said to the sweating boy who was carefully cradling his arm. I'd like to watch her work. As far from civilization as we were, I expected Gran to be a hunched old woman who treated her patients with leeches and wood alcohol. That opinion changed when I saw the inside of her house. Her walls were covered with bundles of dry herbs and shelves lined with small, carefully labeled bottles. There was a small desk with 3 heavy leather books on it. One of them lay open, and I recognized it as the Huraborica. I could see handwritten notes scrawled in the margins, while some of the entries had been edited or crossed out entirely. Gran wasn't as old as I'd thought she'd be, though she did have her share of gray hair. She wasn't hunched either, and actually stood taller than me, with broad shoulders and a round, smiling face. She swung a copper kettle over the fire, humming to herself. Then she brought out a pair of shears and sat Jason down, prodding his arm gently. Pale and sweating, the boy kept up a constant stream of nervous chatter while she methodically cut his shirt away. In the space of a few minutes, without her even asking, he'd given her an accurate if somewhat disjointed version of Elle and Kryn's homecoming.
It's a nice clean break, she said at last, interrupting him. How'd it happen?
Jason's wild eyes darted to me, then away.
Nothing,
he said quickly, then realized he hadn't answered the question.
I
broke it, I said. Figured the least I could do was come along and see if there's anything I could do to help set it right again. Gran looked back at me.
Have you dealt with this sort of thing before?
I've studied medicine at the university, I said. She shrugged.
Then I guess you can hold the splints while I wrap 'em. I have a girl who helps me, but she run off when she heard the commotion up the street.
Jason eyed me nervously as I held the wood tight to his arm, but it took Gran less than 3 minutes to bind up the splint with an air of bored competence. Watching her work, I decided she was worth more than half the students I could name in the Medica. After we'd finished, she looked down at Jason.
You're lucky, she said. It didn't need to be set. You hold off using it for a month. It should heal up just fine.
Jason left as quickly as he was able, and after a small amount of persuasion, Gran let me see Bill, who was laid up in her back room. If Jason's arm was a clean break, then Bill's was messy as a break can be. Both the bones in his lower leg had broken in several places. I couldn't see under the bandages, but his leg was hugely swollen. The skin above the bandages was bruised and mottled, stretched as tight as an overstuffed sausage. Bill was pale but alert, and it looked like he would probably keep the leg. How much use it would be was another matter. He might come away with nothing more than a heavy limp, but I wouldn't bet on him ever running again.
"What sort of folks shoot a man's horse?"
he asked indignantly, his face covered in a sheen of sweat.
"It ain't right."
It had been his own horse, of course, and this wasn't the sort of town where folk had horses to spare. Bill was a young man with a new wife and his own small farm, and he might never walk again because he had tried to do the right thing. It hurt to think about. Gran gave him 2 spoonfuls of something from a brown bottle, and it dragged his eyes shut. She ushered us out of the room and closed the door behind her. "Did the bone break the skin?" I asked, once the door was closed. She nodded as she put the bottle back on the shelf. "What have you been using to keep it from going septic?"
"Sour, you mean?" she asked. "Ramsbur."
"Really?" I asked. "Not arrowroot?"
"Arrowroot?"
She snorted as she added wood to the fire and swung the now steaming kettle off of it.
"You ever tried to keep something from going sour with arrowroot?"
"No," I admitted.
"Let me save you the trouble of killing someone, then."
She brought out a pair of wooden cups.
"Arrowroot is useless. You can eat it if you like, but that's about it."
"But a paste of arrowroot and besame is supposed to be ideal for this."
"Besame might be worth half a damn," she admitted, "but Ramsbur is better. I'd rather have some red blade, but we can't always have what we want. A paste of motherleaf and Ramsbur is what I use, and you can see he's doing just fine. Arrowroot is easier for folk to find, and it pulps smooth, but it ain't got any worthwhile properties."
She shook her head.
"Arrowroot and camphor, arrowroot and besame, arrowroot and saltbine. Arrowroot ain't a palliative of any sort. It's just good at carrying around what works."
I opened my mouth to protest, then looked around her house, at her heavily annotated copy of the Huraborica. I closed my mouth. Gran poured hot water from the kettle into 2 cups.
"Sit yourself down for a bit," she said. "You look like you're on your last leg."
I looked longingly at the chair. "I should probably be getting back," I said.
"You've got time for a cup,"
she said, taking my arm and setting me firmly into the chair.
"And a quick bite. You're pale as a dry bone, and I've a bit of sweet pudding here that ain't got anybody to give it a home."
I tried to remember if I'd eaten any lunch today. I remembered feeding the girls. "I don't want to put you to any more trouble," I said. "I've already made more work for you."
"About time somebody broke that boy's arm," she said conversationally. "Has a mouth on him like you wouldn't believe."
She handed me one of the wooden cups.
"Drink that down, and I'll get you some of that pudding."
The steam coming off the cup smelled wonderful. "What's in it?" I asked.
"Rose hip, and some apple brandy I still up my own self."
She gave a wide smile that crinkled the edges of her eyes.
"If you like, I can put in some arrowroot, too."
I smiled and sipped. The warmth of it spread through my chest, and I felt myself relax a bit, which was odd, as I hadn't realized I'd been tense before. Gran bustled about a bit before setting 2 plates on the table and easing herself down into a nearby chair.
"You really killed those folk?"
she asked plainly. There wasn't any accusation in her voice. It was just a question. I nodded.
"You probably shouldn't have told anyone," she said. "There's bound to be a fuss. They'll want a trial and have to bring in the Azzy from Chelmsford."
"I didn't tell them," I said. Kryn did.
"Ah," she said.
The conversation lulled. I drank the last swallow out of my cup, but when I tried to set it on the table, my hands were shaking so badly that it knocked against the wood, making a sound like an impatient visitor at the door. Gran sipped calmly from her cup. "I don't care to talk about it," I said at last. "It wasn't a good thing." "Some folk might argue that," she said gently. "I think you done the right thing." Her words brought a sudden hot ache behind my eyes, as if I were about to burst into tears. "I'm not so sure about that," I said, my voice sounding strange in my own ears. My hands were shaking worse now. Gran didn't seem surprised by this. "You've had the bit in your teeth for a couple days now, haven't you?" Her tone made it clear it wasn't really a question. "I know the look. You've been keeping busy, looking after the girls. Not sleeping, probably not eating much." She picked up the plate. "Eat your pudding. It will help to get some food in you." I ate the pudding. Halfway through, I began to cry, choking a bit as it stuck in my throat. Gran refilled my cup with more tea and poured another dollop of brandy in on top of it. "Drink that down," she repeated. I took a swallow. I didn't mean to say anything, but I found myself talking anyway. "I think there might be something wrong with me," I said quietly. "A normal person doesn't have it in him to do the things I do. A normal person would never kill people like this." "That may be," she admitted, sipping from her own cup. "But what would you say if I told you Bill's leg had gone a bit green and sweet-smelling under that bandage?" I looked up, startled. "He's got the rot?" She shook her head. "No, I told you he's fine. But what if?" "We'd have to cut the leg off," I said. Gran nodded seriously. "That's right. And we'd have to do it quick. Today. No dithering about and hoping he'd fight his way through on his own. That wouldn't do a thing but kill him." She took a sip, watching me over the top of her cup, making it a question of sorts. I nodded. I knew it was true. "You've got some medicine," she said. "You know that proper doctoring means hard choices." She gave me an unflinching look. "We ain't like other folk. You burn a man with an iron to stop his bleeding. You save the mother and lose the babe. It's hard and nobody ever thanks you for it. But we are the ones that have to choose." She took another slow drink of tea. "The first few times are the worst. You'll get the shakes and lose some sleep, but that's the price of doing what needs to be done." "There were women, too," I said, the words catching in my throat. Gran's eyes flashed. "They earned it twice as much," she said, and the sudden furious anger in her sweet face caught me so completely by surprise that I felt prickling fear crawl over my body. "A man who would do that to a girl is like a mad dog. He ain't hardly a person, just an animal needs to be put down. But a woman who helps him do it? That's worse. She knows what she's doing. She knows what it means." Gran put her cup down gently on the table, her expression composed again. "If a leg goes bad, you cut it off." She made a firm gesture with the flat of her hand, then picked up her slice of pudding and began to eat it with her fingers. "And some folk need killing. That's all there is to it." By the time I got myself under control and made it back outside, the crowd in the street had swelled. The local tavern keeper had rolled a barrel onto his front landing, and the air was sweet with the smell of beer. Crin's father and mother had ridden back into town on the roan. Pete was there, too, having run back. He offered up his unbroken head for my inspection and demanded his 2 pennies for services rendered. I was warmly thanked by Crin's parents. They seemed to be good people. Most people are if given the chance. I caught hold of the roan's reins, and using him as a sort of portable wall, I managed to get a moment of relatively private conversation with Crin. Her dark eyes were a little red around the edges, but her face was bright and happy. "Make sure you get Lady Ghost," I said, nodding to one of the horses. "She's yours. The mayor's daughter would have a fair dowry no matter what, so I'd loaded Crin's horse with the more valuable goods, as well as most of the false trooper's money. Her expression grew serious as she met my eyes, and again she reminded me of a young Denna. "You're leaving?" she said. I guess I was. She didn't try to convince me to stay, and instead surprised me with a sudden embrace. After kissing me on the cheek, she whispered in my ear, "Thank you." We stepped away from each other, knowing propriety would only allow so much. "Don't sell yourself short and marry some fool," I said, feeling as if I should say something. "Don't you either," she said, her dark eyes mocking me gently. I took Greytail's reins and led her over to where the mayor stood, watching the crowd in a proprietary way. He nodded as I approached. I drew a deep breath. "Is the constable about?" He raised an eyebrow at this, then shrugged and pointed off into the crowd. "That's him there. He was 3/4 drunk even before you brought our girls home, though. Don't know how much use he'll be to you now." "Well," I said hesitantly, "I'm guessing someone is going to need to lock me up until you can get word to the Azzy off in Thamesford." I nodded to the small stone building in the center of town. The mayor looked sideways at me, frowning a bit. "You want to be locked up?" "Not particularly," I admitted. "You can come and go as you please, then," he said. "The Azzy won't be happy when he hears," I said. "I'd rather not have anyone else go up against the iron law because of something I've done. Aiding in the escape of a murderer can be a hanging offense." The big man gave me a long looking over. His eyes lingered a bit on my sword, the worn leather of my boots. I could almost feel him noticing the lack of any serious wounds, despite the fact that I'd just killed 6 armed men. "So you'd let us just lock you up?" he asked. "Easy as that?" I shrugged. He frowned again, then shook his head as if he couldn't make sense of me. "Well, aren't you just as gentle as a lamb?" he said wonderingly. "But no, I won't lock you up. You haven't done anything less than proper." "I broke that boy's arm," I said. He rumbled darkly. "Forgot about that." He reached into his pocket and brought out halfpenny. He handed it to me. "Much obliged." I laughed as I put it in my pocket. "Here's my thought," he said. "I'll head over and see if I can find the constable. Then I'll explain to him we've got to lock you up. If you've slipped off in the middle of this confusion, we wouldn't hardly be aiding in the escape, would we?" "It would be negligence in maintenance of the law," I said. "He might take a few lashes for it, or lose his post." "Shouldn't come to that," the mayor said. "But if it does, he'll be happy to do it. He's Ellie's uncle." He looked out at the crowd on the street. "Will 15 minutes be enough for you to slip off in all the confusion?" "If it's all the same to you," I said, "could you say I disappeared in a strange and mysterious way when your back was turned?" He laughed at this. "Don't see why not. You need more than 15 minutes on account of it being mysterious and all?" 10 should be a great plenty, I said as I unpacked my loot case and travel sack from Greytail and handed the mayor the reins. "You'd be doing me a favor if you took care of him until Bill is up and about," I said. "You leaving your horse?" he asked. "He's just lost his," I shrugged. "And we Rue are used to walking. I wouldn't know what to do with a horse anyway," I said half-honestly. The big man gripped the reins and gave me a long look, as if he wasn't quite sure what to make of me. "Is there anything we can do for you?" he asked at last. "Remember it was bandits who took them," I said as I turned to leave. "And remember it was one of the Edema Rue who brought them back." I picked up the short stack of finished pages and tapped them on the table, squaring their corners before resting the half-finished page on top. He opened his leather satchel, removed the bright green crown of holly, and slid the pages inside. Then he screwed shut his inkwell and began to dismantle and clean all the pieces of his pen. Kvothe stood and stretched. Then he gathered up the empty plates and cups, carrying them into the kitchen. Bast merely sat, his expression blank. He didn't move. He hardly seemed to be breathing. After several minutes, Chronicler began to dart glances in his direction. Kvothe came back into the room and frowned. "Bast?" he said. Bast slowly turned his eyes to look at the man behind the bar. "Shep's wake is still going on," Kvothe said. "There's not much cleaning up to do tonight. Why don't you head over for the end of it? They'll be glad to have you." Bast considered for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't think so, Reshi," he said, his voice flat. "I'm not really in the mood." He pushed himself out of his chair and made his way across the room toward the stairs without looking either of them in the eye. "I'll just turn in." The hard sounds of his footsteps retreated slowly into the distance, followed by the sound of a closing door. Chronicler watched him go, then turned to look at the red-haired man behind the bar. Kvothe was looking at the stairway too, his eyes concerned. "He's just had a rough day," he said, sounding as if he were speaking to himself as much as his guest. "He'll be fine tomorrow." Wiping off his hands, Kvothe walked around the bar and headed to the front door. "Do you need anything before you turn in?" he asked. Chronicler shook his head and began fitting his pen back together. Kvothe locked the front door with a large brass key, then turned to Chronicler. "I'll leave this in the lock for you," he said, "in case you wake up early and feel like having a walk or some such. I don't tend to sleep very much these days." He touched the side of his face where a bruise was beginning to mottle his jaw. "But tonight I might make an exception." Chronicler nodded and shouldered his satchel. Then he delicately picked up his holly crown and headed up the stairs. Alone in the common room, Kvothe swept the floor methodically, catching all the corners. He finished the dishes, washed the tables and the bar, and rolled down all the lamps but one, leaving the room dimly lit and full of flickering shadow. For a moment, he looked at the bottles behind the bar, then turned and made his own slow climb upstairs. Bast stepped slowly into his room, closing the door behind himself. He moved quietly through the dark to stand before the hearth. Nothing but ash and cinder remained from the morning's fire. Bast opened the wood bin, but there was nothing inside except a thick layer of chaff and chips at the bottom. The dim light from the window glinted in his dark eyes and showed the outline of his face as he stood motionless, as if trying to decide what to do. After a moment, he let the lid of the bin fall closed, wrapped himself in a blanket, and folded himself onto a small couch in front of the empty fireplace. He sat there for a long while, his eyes open in the dark. There was a faint scuffle outside his window, then nothing, then a faint scraping. Bast turned and saw a dark shape outside, moving in the night. Bast went motionless, then slid smoothly from the couch to stand in front of the fireplace. Eyes still on the window, his hands hunted carefully across the top of the mantel. There was another scrape at the window, louder this time. Bast's eyes darted away from the window to the mantel, and he caught up something with both hands. Metal gleamed faintly in the dim moonlight as he crouched, his body tense as a coiled spring. For a long moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement outside the window or in the darkened room. Tap, 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 tap. It was a faint noise, but perfectly clear in the stillness of the room. There was a pause. Then the noise came again, sharp and insistent against the window glass. Tap, 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 tap. Bast sighed. Relaxing out of his tense crouch, he walked over to the window, threw the drop bar, and opened it. "My window doesn't have a lock," Chronicler said petulantly. "Why does yours?" "Obvious reasons," Bast said. "Can I come in?" Bast shrugged and moved back toward the fireplace while Chronicler climbed awkwardly through the window. Bast struck a match and lit a lamp on a nearby table, then carefully set a pair of long knives on the mantel. One was slender and sharp as a blade of grass, the other keen and graceful as a thorn. Chronicler looked around as light swelled to fill the room. It was large, with rich wood paneling and thick carpets. 2 lounging couches faced each other in front of the fireplace, and one corner of the room was dominated by a huge canopy bed with deep green curtains. There were shelves filled with pictures, trinkets, and oddments, locks of hair wrapped in ribbon, whistles carved from wood, dried flowers, rings of horn and leather and woven grass, a hand-dipped candle with leaves pressed into the wax, and, in what was obviously a recent addition, holly boughs decorated parts of the room. One long garland ran along the headboard of the bed, and another was strung along the mantel, weaving in and out through the handles of a pair of bright, leaf-bladed hatchets hanging there. Bast sat back in front of the cold fireplace and wrapped a rag blanket around his shoulders like a shawl. It was a chaos of ill-matching fabric and faded color except for a bright red heart sewn squarely in the center. "We need to talk," Chronicler said softly. Bast shrugged, his eyes fixed dully on the fireplace. Chronicler took a step closer. "I need to ask you." "You don't have to whisper," Bast said without looking up. "We're on the other side of the inn. Sometimes I have guests. It used to keep him awake, so I moved to this side of the building. There are 6 solid walls between my room and his." Chronicler sat on the edge of the other couch, facing Bast. "I need to ask about some of the things you said tonight. About the Kvothe." "We shouldn't talk about the Kvothe." Bast's voice was flat and leaden. "It's not healthy." "The Sith, then," Chronicler said. "You said if they knew about this story, they'd kill everyone involved. Is that true?" Bast nodded, eyes still on the fireplace. "They'd burn this place and salt the earth behind them." Chronicler looked down, shaking his head. "I don't understand this fear you have of the Kvothe," he said. "Well," Bast said, "evidence seems to indicate that you're not terribly smart." Chronicler frowned and waited patiently. Bast sighed, finally pulling his eyes away from the fireplace. "Think. The Kvothe knows everything you're ever going to do. Everything you're going to say. That makes it an irritating conversationalist," Chronicler said, "but not—" Bast's expression went suddenly furious. "They invade, and they invade till death." He spat almost incoherently. He was trembling, clenching and unclenching his hands. Chronicler went pale at the venom in Bast's voice, but he didn't flinch. "You're not angry at me," he said calmly, looking Bast in the eye. "You're just angry, and I happen to be nearby." Bast glared at him, but said nothing. Chronicler leaned forward. "I'm trying to help. You know that, right?" Bast nodded sullenly. "That means I need to understand what's going on." Bast shrugged. His sudden flare of temper had burned itself out, leaving him listless again. "Kvothe seems to believe you about the Kvothe," Chronicler said. "He knows the hidden turnings of the world," Bast said. "And what he doesn't understand, he's quick to grasp." Bast's fingers flicked idly at the edges of the blanket. "And he trusts me." "But doesn't it seem contrived? The Kvothe gives a boy a flower. One thing leads to another, and suddenly there's a war." Chronicler made a dismissive motion. "Things don't work that way. It's too much coincidence." "It's not coincidence." Bast gave a short sigh. "A blind man has to stumble through a cluttered room. You don't. You use your eyes and pick the easy way. It's clear to you as anything. The Kvothe can see the future. All futures. We have to fumble through. It doesn't. It merely looks and picks the most disastrous path. It is the stone that stirs the avalanche. It is the cough that starts the plague. But if you know the Kvothe is trying to steer you," Chronicler said, "you would just do something else. He gives you the flower, and you just sell it." Bast shook his head. "The Kvothe would know. You can't second-guess a thing that knows your future. Say you sell the flower to the prince. He uses the flower to heal his betrothed. A year later, she catches him diddling the chambermaid, hangs herself in disgrace, and her father launches an attack to avenge her honor." Bast spread his hands helplessly. "You still get civil war." But the young man who sold the flower stays safe. Probably not, Bast said grimly. More likely he gets drunk as a lord, catches the pox, then knocks over a lamp and sets half the city on fire. You're just making things up to prove your point, Chronicler said. You're not actually proving anything. Why do I need to prove anything to you? Bast asked. Why would I care what you think? Be happy in your silly little ignorance. I'm doing you a favor by not telling you the truth. What truth is that? Chronicler said, plainly irritated. Bast gave a weary sigh and looked up at Chronicler, his expression utterly empty of all hope. I would rather fight Haliax himself, he said. I'd rather face all the Chandrian together than have 10 words of conversation with the Kvothe. This gave Chronicler a bit of a pause. They'd kill you, he said. Something in his voice made it a question. Yes, Bast said. Even so. Chronicler stared at the dark-haired man sitting across from him, wrapped in a rag blanket. Stories taught you to fear the Kvothe, he said, disgust plain in his voice, and that fear is making you stupid. Bast shrugged, his empty eyes drifting back to the non-existent fire. You bore me, manling. Chronicler stood up, stepped forward, and slapped Bast hard across the face. Bast's head rocked to the side, and for a moment he seemed too shocked to move. Then he came to his feet in a blur of motion, blanket flying from his shoulders. He grabbed Chronicler roughly by the throat, teeth bared, his eyes a deep, unbroken blue. Chronicler looked him squarely in the eye. The Kvothe set all of this in motion, he said calmly. It knew you would attack me, and terrible things will come of it. Bast's furious expression went stiff, his eyes widening. The tension left his shoulders as he let go of Chronicler's throat. He started to sink back down under the cushions of the couch. Chronicler drew back his arm and slapped him again. If anything, the sound was even louder than before. Bast bared his teeth again, then stopped. His eyes darted to Chronicler, then away. The Kvothe knows you fear it, Chronicler said. It knows I would use that knowledge against you. It's still manipulating you. If you don't attack me, terrible things will come of it. Bast froze as if paralyzed, trapped halfway between standing and sitting. Are you listening to me? Chronicler said. Are you finally awake? Bast looked up at the scribe with an expression of confused amazement. A bright red mark was blossoming on his cheek. He nodded, sinking slowly back onto the couch. Chronicler drew back his arm. What will you do if I hit you again? Beat 10 colors of guts out of you, Bast said earnestly. Chronicler nodded and sat back down on his couch. I will, for the sake of argument, accept that the Kvothe knows the future. That means it can control many things. He raised a finger. But not everything. The fruit you ate today was still sweet in your mouth, wasn't it? Bast nodded slowly. If the Kvothe is as malicious as you say, it would harm you in every way possible. But it cannot. It could not keep you from making your Reshi laugh this morning. It could not keep you from enjoying the sun on your face or kissing the rosy cheeks of farmers' daughters, could it? A flicker of a grin found Bast's face. I kissed more than that, he said. That, Chronicler said firmly, is my point. It cannot poison everything we do. Bast looked thoughtful, then sighed. You're right in a way, he said, but only an idiot sits in a burning house and thinks everything is fine because fruit is still sweet. Chronicler made a point of looking around the room. The inn doesn't look like it's on fire to me. Bast looked at him incredulously. The whole world is burning down, he said. Open your eyes. Chronicler frowned. "Even ignoring everything else," he said, bulling ahead, "Felurian let him go. She knew he'd spoken with the Kvothe. Surely she wouldn't have loosed him on the world unless she had some way to guard against its influence." Bast's eyes brightened at the thought, then dimmed almost immediately. He shook his head. "You're looking for depth in a shallow stream," he said. "I don't follow you," Chronicler demanded. "What possible reason could she have for letting him go if he was truly dangerous?" "Reason?" Bast asked, dark amusement coloring his voice. "No reason. She's got nothing to do with reason. She let him go because it pleased her pride. She wanted him to go out into the mortal world and sing her praises, tell stories about her, pine for her. That's why she let him leave." He sighed. "I've already told you. My folk are not famous for our good decisions." "Perhaps," Chronicler said. "Or perhaps she simply recognized the futility of trying to second-guess the Kvothe." He made a nonchalant gesture. "If whatever you're going to do is wrong, you might as well do whatever you want." Bast sat quietly for a long moment. Then he nodded, faintly at first, then more firmly. "You're right," he said. "If everything is going to end in tears anyway, I should do what I want." Bast looked around the room, then came suddenly to his feet. After a moment's searching, he found a thick cloak crumpled on the floor. He gave it a vigorous shake and wrapped it around his shoulders before heading to the window. Then he stopped, came back to the couch, and rummaged in the cushions until he found a bottle of wine. Chronicler looked puzzled. "What are you doing? Are you going back to Shep's wake?" Bast paused on his way back to the window, seeming almost surprised to see Chronicler still standing there. "I'm going about my business," he said, tucking the bottle of wine under his arm. He opened the window and swung one foot outside. "Don't wait up." Kvothe stepped briskly into his room, closing the door behind himself. He moved about busily. He cleared the cold ashes from the fireplace and set new wood in its place, sparking the fire to life with a fat red sulfur match. He fetched a second blanket and spread it over his narrow bed. Frowning slightly, he picked up the crumpled piece of paper from where it had fallen to the floor and returned it to the top of his desk, where it sat next to the two other crumpled sheets. Then, moving almost reluctantly, he made his way to the foot of his bed. Taking a deep breath, he wiped his hands on his pants and knelt in front of the dark chest that sat there. He rested both hands on the curved lid and closed his eyes, as if listening for something. His shoulders shifted as he tugged against the lid. Nothing happened. Kvothe opened his eyes. His mouth made a grim line. His hands moved again, pulling harder, straining for a long moment before giving up. Expressionless, Kvothe stood and walked to the window that overlooked the woods behind the inn. He slid it open and leaned out, reaching down with both hands. Then he drew himself back inside, clutching a slender wooden box. Brushing away a coating of dust and spiderwebs, he opened the box. Inside lay a key of dark iron and a key of bright copper. Kvothe knelt in front of the chest again and fit the copper key into the iron lock. With slow precision, he turned it. Left, then right, then left again, listening carefully to the faint clicks of some mechanism inside. Then he lifted the iron key and fit it into the copper plate. This key he did not turn. He slid it deep into the lock, brought it halfway out, then pushed it back before drawing it free in a smooth, quick motion. After replacing the keys in their box, he put his hands back on the sides of the lid in the same position as before. "Open," he said under his breath. "Open, damn you! Edro!" He lifted, his back and shoulders tensing with the effort of it. The lid of the chest didn't budge. Kvothe gave a long sigh and leaned forward until his forehead pressed against the cool, dark wood. As the air rushed out of him, his shoulders sagged, leaving him looking small and wounded, terribly tired and older than his years. His expression, however, showed no surprise, no grief. It was merely resigned. It was the expression of a man who has finally received bad news he'd already known was on the way. Chronicler asked. Kvothe touched his scalp speculatively. I'll need a stitch or two, I suspect. What can I do to help? Chronicler asked, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Don't hover over me. Kvothe pushed himself awkwardly to his feet, then slumped into one of the tall stools at the bar. If you want, you can fetch me a glass of water, and maybe a wet cloth. Chronicler scurried back into the kitchen. There was the sound of frantic rummaging, followed by several things falling to the ground. Kvothe closed his eyes and leaned heavily against the bar. Why is the door open? Bast called as he stepped through the doorway. It's cold as a witch's tit in here. He froze, his expression stricken. Reshi? What happened? What happened? Ah, Bast, Kvothe said. Close the door, would you? Bast hurried over, a numb expression on his face. Kvothe sat in a stool at the bar, his face swollen and bloody. Chronicler stood next to him, dabbing awkwardly at the innkeeper's scalp with a damp cloth. I might need to prevail on you for a few stitches, Bast, Kvothe said, if it wouldn't be too much trouble. Reshi, Bast repeated. What happened? Devon and I got into a bit of an argument, Kvothe said, nodding at the scribe, about the proper use of the subjunctive mood. It got a little heated toward the end. Chronicler looked up at Bast, then blanched, and took several quick steps backward. He's joking, he said quickly, holding up his hands. It was soldiers. Kvothe chuckled painfully to himself. There was blood on his teeth. Bast looked around the empty tap room. What did you do with them? Not much, Bast, the innkeeper said. They're probably miles away by now. Was there something wrong with them, Reshi? Like the one last night? Bast asked. Just soldiers, Bast, Kvothe said. Just two of the king's own. Bast's face went ashen. What? He asked. Reshi, why did you let them do this? Kvothe gave Bast an incredulous look. He gave a brief, bitter laugh, then stopped with a wince, sucking air through his teeth. Well, they seemed like such clean and virtuous boys, he said, his voice mocking. I thought, why not let these nice fellows rob me, then beat me to a pulp? Bast's expression was full of dismay. But you... Kvothe wiped away the blood that was threatening to run into his eye, then looked at Bast as if he were the stupidest creature drawing breath in the entire world. What? He demanded. What do you want me to say? 2 soldiers, Reshi? Yes, Kvothe shouted. Not even 2. Apparently 1 thick-fisted thug is all it takes to beat me half to death. He glared furiously at Bast, throwing up his arms. What is it going to take to shut you up? Do you want a story? Do you want to hear the details? Bast took a step backward at the outburst. His face went even paler, his expression panicked. Kvothe let his arms fall heavily to his sides. Quit expecting me to be something I'm not, he said, still breathing hard. He hunched his shoulders and rubbed at his eyes, smearing blood across his face. He let his head sag wearily. God's mother, why can't you just leave me alone? Bast stood as still as a startled hart, his eyes wide. Silence flooded the room, thick and bitter as a lungful of smoke. Kvothe drew a slow breath, the only motion in the room. I'm sorry, Bast, he said without looking up. I'm just in a little pain right now. It got the better of me. Give me a moment, and I'll have it sorted out. Still looking down, Kvothe closed his eyes and drew several slow, shallow breaths. When he looked up, his expression was chagrined. I'm sorry, Bast, he said. I didn't mean to snap at you. A touch of the color returned to Bast's cheeks. Some of the tension left his shoulders as he gave a nervous smile. Kvothe took the damp cloth from Chronicler and wiped the blood away from his eye again. "I'm sorry I interrupted you before, Bast. What is it you were about to ask me?" Bast hesitated, then said, "You killed 5 Skrael not 3 days ago, Reshi." He waved toward the door. "What's some thug compared to that?" "I picked the time and place for the Skrael rather carefully, Bast," Kvothe said, "and I didn't exactly dance away unscathed, either." Chronicler looked up surprised. "You were hurt?" he asked. "I didn't know. You didn't look it." A small, wry smile twisted the corner of Kvothe's mouth. "Old habits die hard," he said. "I do have a reputation to maintain. Besides, we heroes are only hurt in properly dramatic ways. It rather ruins the story if you find out Bast had to knit about 10 feet of stitches into me after the fight." Realization broke over Bast's face like a sunrise. "Of course," he said, his voice thick with relief. "I forgot. You're still hurt from the Skrael. I knew it had to be something like that." Kvothe looked at the floor, every line of his body sagging and weary. "Bast," he began. "I knew it, Reshi," he said emphatically. "There's no way some thug could get the better of you." Kvothe drew a shallow breath, then let it out in a rush. "I'm sure that's it, Bast," he said easily. "I expect I could have taken them both if I'd been fresh." Bast's expression grew uncertain again. He turned to face Chronicler. "How could you let this happen?" he demanded. "It's not his fault, Bast," Kvothe said absent-mindedly. "I started the fight." He put a few fingers into his mouth and felt around gingerly. His fingers came out of his mouth bright with blood. "I expect I'm going to lose this tooth," he mused. "You will not lose your tooth, Reshi!" Bast said fiercely. "You will not!" Kvothe made a slight motion with his shoulders, as if trying to shrug without moving any more of his body than he needed to. "It doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things, Bast." He pressed the cloth to his scalp, then looked at it. "I probably won't need those stitches either." He pushed himself upright on the stool. "Let's have our dinner and get back to the story." He raised an eyebrow at Chronicler. "If you're still up for it, of course." Chronicler stared at him blankly. "Reshi," Bast said, worried. "You're a mess." He reached out. "Let me look at your eyes." "I'm not concussed, Bast," Kvothe said, irritated. "I've got 4 broken ribs, a ringing in my ears, and a loose tooth. I have a few minor scalp wounds that look more serious than they really are. My nose is bloody but not broken, and tomorrow I will be a vast tapestry of bruises." Kvothe gave the faint shrug again. "Still, I've had worse. Besides, they reminded me of something I was close to forgetting. I should probably thank them for that." He prodded at his jaws speculatively and worked his tongue around in his mouth. "Perhaps not a terribly warm thanks." "Reshi, you need stitches," Bast said, "and you need to let me do something about that tooth." Kvothe climbed off the stool. "I'll just chew on the other side for a few days." Bast took hold of Kvothe's arm. His eyes were hard and dark. "Sit down, Reshi." It was nothing like a request. His voice was low and sudden, like a throb of distant thunder. "Sit down." Kvothe sat. Chronicler nodded approvingly and turned to Bast. "What can I do to help?" "Stay out of my way," Bast said brusquely, "and keep him in this chair until I get back." He strode upstairs. There was a moment of silence. "So," Chronicler said, "subjunctive mood." "At best," Kvothe said, "it is a pointless thing. It needlessly complicates the language. It offends me." "Oh, come now," Chronicler said, sounding slightly offended. "The subjunctive is the heart of the hypothetical. In the right hands—" He broke off as Bast stormed back into the room, scowling and carrying a small wooden box. "Bring me water," Bast said imperiously to Chronicler. "Fresh from the rain barrel, not from the pump. Then I need milk from the icebox, some warmed honey, and a broad bowl. Then clean up this mess and stay out of my way." Bast washed the cut on Kvothe's scalp, then threaded one of his own hairs through a bone needle and laced 4 tight stitches through the innkeeper's skin more smoothly than a seamstress. "Open your mouth," Bast said, then peered inside, frowning while he prodded one of the back teeth with a finger. He nodded to himself. Bast handed Kvothe the glass of water. "Rinse out your mouth, Reshi. Do it a couple of times and spit the water back into the cup." Kvothe did. When he finished, the water was red as wine. Chronicler returned with a bottle of milk. Bast sniffed it, then poured a splash into a wide pottery bowl. He added a dollop of honey and swirled it around to mix it. Finally, he dipped his finger into the glass of bloody water, drew it out, and let a single drop fall into the bowl. Bast swirled it again and handed Kvothe the bowl. "Take a mouthful of this," he said. "Don't swallow it. Hold it in your mouth until I tell you." His expression curious, Kvothe tipped the bowl and took a mouthful of the milk. Bast took a mouthful as well. Then he closed his eyes for a long moment, a look of intense concentration on his face. Then he opened his eyes. He brought the bowl close to Kvothe's mouth and pointed into it. Kvothe spat out his mouthful of milk. It was a perfect, creamy white. Bast brought the bowl to his own mouth and spat. It was a frothy pink. Kvothe's eyes widened. "Bast," he said, "you shouldn't—" Bast made a sharp gesture with one hand, his eyes still hard. "I did not ask for your opinion, Reshi." The innkeeper looked down, uncomfortable. "It's more than you should do, Bast." The dark young man reached out and laid a gentle hand on the side of his master's face. For a moment, he looked tired, weary through to the bone. Bast shook his head slowly, wearing an expression of bemused dismay. "You are an idiot, Reshi." Bast drew his hand back, and the weariness was gone. He pointed across the bar where Chronicler stood watching. "Bring the food." He pointed at Kvothe. "Tell the story." Then he spun on his heel, walked back to his chair by the hearth, and lowered himself into it as if it were a throne. He clapped his hands twice sharply. "Entertain me," he said with a wide, mad smile, and even from where the others stood near the bar, they could see the blood on his teeth. Chapter 137. Questions. While the mayor of Levenshire seemed to approve of how I'd handled the false troopers, I knew matters weren't as simple as that. According to the iron law, I was guilty of at least 3 egregious crimes, any one of which would be enough to see me hanged. Unfortunately, everyone in Levenshire knew my name and description, and I worried the story might run ahead of me on the road. If that happened, I could easily come to a town where the local constables would do their duty and lock me up until a traveling magistrate arrived to judge my case. So I made my best speed towards Severin. I put in 2 days of hard walking, then paid for a seat on a coach heading south. Rumor travels fast, but you can keep ahead of it if you're willing to ride hard and lose a little sleep. After 3 days of bone-jarring ride, I arrived in Severin. The coach entered the city by the eastern gate, and for the first time, I saw the gibbet Braden had told me about. The sight of the bleached bones in the iron cage did not ease my anxieties. The mayor had put a man in there for simple banditry. What might he do to someone who had slaughtered 9 traveling players on the road? I was sorely tempted to head straight to the 4 Tapers, where I hoped to find Denna, despite what the Kvothe had said. But I was covered in several days of grime and sweat. I needed a bath and a brush before I spoke with anyone. As soon as I was inside the mayor's estate, I sent a ring and note to Stapes, knowing it would be the quickest way to get in touch with the mayor for a private conversation. I made it back to my room with little delay, though it meant brushing roughly past a few courtiers in the halls. I had just set down my travel sack and sent runners for hot water when Stapes appeared in the doorway.
"Young Master Kvothe,"
he beamed, grabbing my hand to shake it.
"It's good to have you back. Lord and Lady, but I've been worried about you."
His enthusiasm wrung a tired smile from me. "It's good to be back, Stapes. Have I missed much?"
"Much?"
He laughed.
"The wedding, for one."
"Wedding?" I asked, but I knew the answer as soon as I said it. "The mayor's wedding?" Stapes nodded excitedly.
"Oh, it was a grand thing. It's a shame you had to be gone for it, considering."
He gave a knowing look, but didn't say anything else. Stapes was always very discreet. "They didn't waste much time, did they?"
"It's been 2 months since the betrothal,"
Stapes said with a hint of reproach.
"Not a bit less than proper."
I saw him relax a bit, and he gave me a wink.
"Which isn't to say they weren't both a bit eager."
I chuckled as runner boys came through the open door with buckets of steaming water. The splashing as they began to fill the bath was like sweet music. The manservant watched them leave, then leaned close and said in a quieter voice,
"You'll be glad to hear our other unresolved matter has been tended to properly."
I looked at him blankly, searching through my memory for what he might be referring to. So much had happened since I had left. Stapes saw my expression.
"Codicus,"
he said, his mouth twisting bitterly around the name.
"Dagon brought him back only 2 days after you left. He'd gone to ground not 10 miles from the city."
"So close?" I asked, surprised.
Stapes nodded grimly. "He was tucked away in a farmhouse like a badger in a burrow. He killed 4 of the mayor's personal guard and cost Dagon an eye. In the end, they only caught him by setting fire to the place."
"And what happened then?" I asked. "Not a trial, certainly."
"The matter was tended to," Stapes repeated. "Properly."
He said the last with a great weight of grim finality. His normally kind eyes were narrow with hate. In that moment, the round-faced little man looked very little like a grocer at all. I remembered Alvaron calmly saying, "Take off his thumbs." Given what I knew of Alvaron's swift and decisive anger, I doubted anyone would ever see Codicus again. Did the mayor manage to uncover why? Even though I spoke softly, I left the rest unsaid, knowing Stapes would not approve of my mentioning the poisoning openly.
"It's not my place to say,"
Stapes said carefully. His tone was slightly offended, as if I should know better than to ask him such things. I let the subject go, knowing that I wouldn't be able to get anything else out of Stapes. "You'd be doing me a favor if you could deliver something to the mayor for me," I said, walking to where I dropped my worn travel sack. I rooted through it until I found the mayor's lockbox down near the bottom. I held it out to Stapes. "I'm not sure what's in it," I said, "but it's got his crest on the top, and it's heavy. I hope it might be some of the taxes that were stolen." I smiled. "Tell him it's a wedding present." Stapes took hold of the box, smiling.
"I'm sure he'll be delighted."
3 more runners appeared, but only 2 of them ran past with steaming buckets. The 3rd went to Stapes and handed him a note. There was more splashing in the other room, and all 3 of the boys left again, stealing glances at me. Stapes skimmed the note, then looked up at me.
"The mayor is hoping it would be convenient for you to meet him in the garden at 5th bell," he said.
The garden meant polite conversation. If the mayor had wanted a serious discussion, he would have summoned me to his rooms, or paid me a call through the secret passage that connected his rooms with mine. I looked at the clock on the wall. It wasn't a sympathy clock of the sort I was used to at the university. This was a harmony clock, swinging pendulum and all. Beautiful machinery, but not nearly as accurate. Its hands showed a quarter to the hour. "Is that clock fast, Stapes?" I asked hopefully. 15 minutes was barely enough time for me to strip out of my road clothes and lace myself into some sufficiently decorous court finery. But given the layers of dirt and sour sweat that covered me, that would be as pointless as tying a silk ribbon around a steaming cowpat. Stapes looked over my shoulder, then checked a small gear watch he kept in his pocket.
"It looks about 5 minutes slow, actually."
I rubbed my face, considering my options. I wasn't simply mussed from a day's travel. I was filthy. I had walked hard under the summer sun, then spent days trapped in a stifling hot carriage. While the mayor was not one to judge things entirely by appearances, he did value propriety. I would not make a good impression if I showed up reeking and filthy. Unbidden, the memory of the iron gibbet rose up in my mind, and I decided I couldn't risk making a bad impression. Not with the news I brought. "Stapes, I won't be ready for at least an hour. I could meet with him at 6th bell if he would like." Stapes's expression turned stiff and affronted. Its message was clear. You simply didn't request a different meeting time with the Mayor Alvaron. He asked, you came. That was the way of things. "Stapes," I said as gently as I could, "look at me. Smell me. I've come 300 miles in the last span of days. I'm not going to go strolling in the garden covered in road dust and reeking like a barbarian." Stapes's mouth firmed into a frown. "I'll tell him you're otherwise occupied." More steaming buckets arrived. "Tell him the truth, Stapes," I said as I began to unbutton my shirt. "I'm sure he'll understand." After I was scrubbed, brushed, and properly dressed, I sent the mayor my golden ring and a card that said, "Private conversation at your earliest convenience." Within an hour, a runner returned with a card from the mayor saying, "Await my summons." I waited. I sent a runner to fetch dinner, then waited the rest of the evening. The following day passed without any further message, and because I didn't know when Alvaron's summons might come, I was effectively trapped in my rooms again, waiting for his ring. It was nice to have time to catch up on my sleep and have a second bath, but I was worried about the news from Levenshire catching up with me. The fact that I couldn't make my way down to Severin Low to look for Denna was a vast irritation as well. It was the sort of silent rebuke all too common in courtly settings. The mayor's message was clear. When I call, you come. My terms, or not at all. It was childish in the way only the nobility can be. Still, there was nothing to be done. So I sent my silver ring to Braden. He arrived in time to share supper with me and caught me up on the season's worth of gossip I'd missed. Court rumor can be terribly insipid stuff, but Braden skimmed the cream off the top for me. Most of it centered around the mayor's whirlwind courtship and marriage to the lackless heir. They were besotted with each other, apparently. Many suspected a child might already be on the way. The royal court in Rhaenyra was busy too. The Prince Regent Elatus had been killed in a duel, sending much of the southern Farrell into chaos as various nobility did their best to capitalize on the death of such a highly ranked member of the court. There were rumors, too. The mayor's men had taken care of some bandits off in a remote piece of the Eld. They'd been waylaying tax collectors, apparently. There was grumbling in the north, where folk had to suffer a second visit from the mayor's collectors, but at least the roads were clear again, and those responsible were dead. Braden also mentioned an interesting rumor of a young man who had gone to visit Felurian and come back more or less intact, though slightly fey around the edges. It wasn't a court rumor exactly, more the sort of thing you heard in a tap room. A low sort of rumor no high-born person would ever deign to lend an ear to. His dark, owlish eyes glittered merrily as he spoke. I agreed that such stories were indeed quite low and beneath the notice of fine persons such as ourselves. My cloak? It was rather fine, was it not? I couldn't remember where exactly I'd had it tailored. Somewhere exotic. By the way, I'd heard quite an interesting song the other day on the subject of Felurian. Would he like to hear it? We also played tack, of course. Despite the fact that I had spent a long time away from the board, Braden said my playing was much improved. It seemed I was learning how to play a beautiful game. Needless to say, when Alvaron sent his next summons, I came. I was tempted to arrive a few minutes late, but I resisted, knowing no good could come of it. The mayor was walking about on his own when I met him in the garden. He stood straight and tall, looking for all the world as if he'd never needed to lean on my arm or use a walking stick. "Kvothe," he smiled warmly. "I'm glad you could find time to visit me." "Always my pleasure, Your Grace." "Shall we walk?" he asked. "The view is pleasant from the South Bridge this time of day." I fell into step beside him, and we began to wind our way among the carefully tended hedges. "I could not help but notice that you are armed," he remarked, disapproval heavy on his voice. My hand went unconsciously to Sasura. It was at my hip now, rather than over my shoulder. Is there aught amiss with that, your grace? I have understood that all men keep the right to gird themselves in Vintas. It is hardly proper, he stressed the word. I understand that in the king's court in Raniere there's not a gentleman would dare be seen without a sword. Well spoken as you are no gentleman, Alvaron pointed out coolly, as you would do well to remember. I said nothing. Besides, it is a barbarian custom, and one that will bring the king to grief in time. No matter what the custom in Raniere, in my city, my house, and my garden, you will not come before me armed. He turned to look at me with hard eyes. I apologize if I have given any offense, your grace. I stopped and offered him a more earnest bow than the one I'd given before. My show of submission seemed to appease him. He smiled and laid a hand on my shoulder. There's no need for all that. Come, look at the morning fire. The leaves will be turning soon. We walked for a piece of an hour, chatting amiably about small nothings. I was unfailingly polite, and Alvaron's mood continued to improve. If catering to his ego kept me in his good graces, it was a small price to pay for his patronage. I must say that marriage suits your grace. Thank you, he nodded graciously. I have found it much to my liking. And your health continues well? I asked, pressing the boundaries of public conversation. Exceeding well, he said. Another benefit of married life, no doubt. He gave me a look that told me he would not appreciate further inquiry, at least not in so public a place as this. We continued our walk, nodding to the nobles we passed. The mayor chatted on about trivialities, rumors in the court. I played along, filling my part in the conversation. But the truth was, I needed to have done with this so we could have an earnest conversation in private. But I also knew Alvaron could not be rushed into a discussion. Our talks had a ritual pattern. If I violated that, I would do nothing but annoy him. So I bided my time, smelled the flowers, and pretended interest in the gossip of the court. After a quarter hour, there was a characteristic pause in the conversation. Next, we would engage in an argument. After that, we could go somewhere private enough to speak of important matters. I have always thought, Alvaron said at last, introducing the topic of our discussion, that everyone has a question that rests in the center of who they are. How do you mean, your grace? I believe everyone has some question that drives them. A question that keeps them awake nights. A question they worry like a dog with an old bone. If you understand a man's question, it brings you closer to understanding the man himself. He looked sideways at me, half smiling. Or so I have always believed. I thought on it for a moment. I would have to agree with you, your grace. Alvaron raised an eyebrow at this. As easy as that? He sounded slightly disappointed. I was expecting a bit of a struggle from you. I shook my head, glad for the easy opportunity to introduce a topic of my own. I've been worrying at a question for some years now, and I expect I will worry it some few years more. So what you say makes a perfect sense to me. Really? He said hungrily. What is it? I considered telling him the truth, about my search for the Chandrian and the death of my troop, but there was no real chance of that. The secret still sat in my heart, heavy as a great smooth stone. It was too personal a thing to tell someone as clever as the mayor. What's more, it would reveal my Edema Rue blood, something I had not made public knowledge in the mayor's court. The mayor knew I wasn't nobility, but he didn't know my blood was quite so low as that. It must be a heavy question for you to take so long in weighing it, Alvaron joked as I hesitated. Come, I insist. In fact, I will offer you a trade. A question for a question. Mayhap we will help each other to an answer. I could hardly hope for better encouragement than that. I thought for a moment, choosing my words carefully. Where are the Emir? The bloody-handed Emir. Elveron mused softly to himself. He glanced sideways at me. I assume you're not asking where their bodies are bestowed. No, Your Grace, I said somberly. His face turned thoughtful. Interesting. I drew a relieved breath. I had half expected him to give a flip response, to tell me the Emir were centuries dead. Instead, he said, I studied the Emir a great deal when I was younger, you know. Truly, Your Grace? I said, surprised by my own good luck. He looked at me, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. Not that surprising. I wanted to be one of the Emir when I was a boy. He looked ever so slightly embarrassed. Not all the stories are dark, you know. They did important things. They made hard choices that no one else was willing to. That sort of thing frightens people, but I believe they were a great force for good. I've always thought so too, I admitted. Out of curiosity, which was your favorite story? Atreon, Elveron said a little wistfully. I haven't thought of that in years. I could probably recite the 8 Oaths of Atreon from memory. He shook his head and glanced in my direction. And you? Atreon is a bit bloody for me, I admitted. Elveron looked amused. They weren't called the bloody-handed Emir for nothing, he said. The tattoos of the Ciridae were hardly decorative. True, I admitted. Still, I prefer Sir Savian. Of course, he said, nodding. You're a romantic. We walked in silence for a moment, turning a corner and strolling past a fountain. I was enamored with them as a child, Elveron said at last, as if confessing something slightly embarrassing. Men and women with all the power of the church behind them, and that was at a time when all the power of Aetur stood behind the church. He smiled. Brave, fierce, and answerable to no one save themselves and God. And other Emir, I added. And ultimately the Pontifex, he finished. I assume you've read his proclamation declaiming them? Yes. We came to a small arching bridge of wood and stone, then stopped at the top of the arch and looked out over the water, watching the swans maneuver slowly on the current. Do you know what I found when I was younger? The mayor asked. I shook my head. Once I'd grown too old for children's stories of the Emir, I started wondering more specific things. How many Emir were there? How many were gentry? How many horse could they put to field for an armed action? He turned slightly to gauge my reaction. I was in Felton at the time. They have an old Aetur and Mendery where they keep church records for the whole of the northern feral. I looked through their books for 2 days. Do you know what I found? Nothing, I said. You didn't find anything. Elveron turned to look at me. His expression held a carefully controlled surprise. I found the same thing at the university, I said. It seemed as if someone had removed information about the Emir from the archives there. Not everything, of course, but there were scarce few solid details. I could see the mayor's own conclusions sparking to life behind his clever gray eyes. And who would do such a thing? He prompted. Who would have better reason than the Emir themselves? I said, which means they are still around, somewhere. Thus your question. Elveron started walking again, slower than before. Where are the Emir? We left the stone bridge and began to walk the path around the pond, the mayor's face full of serious thought. Would you believe I had the same thought after searching in the Mendery? He asked me. I thought the Emir might have avoided being brought to trial, gone into hiding. I thought there might even be Emir in the world after all this while, acting in secret for the greater good. I could feel the excitement bubbling in my chest. What did you discover? I asked eagerly. Discover? Elveron looked surprised. Nothing. My father died that year and I became mayor. I dismissed it as a boyish fancy. He looked out over the water and the gently gliding swans. But if you found this same thing half a world away—" He trailed off. "And I drew the same conclusion, Your Grace." Alvaron nodded slowly. "It is disturbing that there might be a secret this important." He looked around the garden, at the walls of his estate. "And in my own lands. I don't like that." He turned back to me, his eyes sharp and clear. "How do you propose to search them out?" I smiled ruefully. "As Your Grace pointed out, no matter how well-spoken or well-educated I am, I will never be nobility. I lack the connections and the resources to research this as thoroughly as I would like, but with your name to open doors, I could make a search of many private libraries. I could access archives and records too private or too hidden to be pruned." Alvaron nodded, his eyes not leaving mine. "I think I understand you. I, for one, would give a great deal to know the truth of this matter." He looked away as the sound of laughter drifted upward, mixing with the footsteps of a group of approaching nobles. "You've given me a great deal to think about," he said in softer tones. "We will discuss this further in more privacy." "What time would be convenient for you to meet, Your Grace?" Alvaron gave me a long speculative look. "Come to my rooms this evening. And since I cannot give you an answer, let me offer you a question of my own instead." "I value questions near as much, Your Grace." Chapter 138. Notes. With nearly 5 hours until my meeting with the mayor, I was finally free to go about my business in Severin Low. From the horse lifts, the sky was so clear and blue it could break your heart to look at it. With that in mind, I made my way to the Four Tapers Inn. The taproom wasn't busy, so it isn't surprising that the innkeeper spotted me heading toward the back stairs. "Stop, you!" he called out in broken Aturan. "Pay! Room only for paying men!" Not wanting a scene, I approached the bar. The innkeeper was a thin, greasy man with a thick Lenati accent. I smiled at him. "I was just visiting a friend. The woman in room 3, long, dark hair." I gestured to show how long. "Is she still here?" "Ah," he said, giving me a knowing look. "The girl. Her name, Danae." I nodded, knowing Denna changed her name as often as some other women changed their hair. The greasy man nodded again. "Yes, the pretty dark eyes. She gone for long." My heart fell, despite the fact that I'd known better than to hope she would still be here after all this time. "Do you know where she might have gone?" He barked a short laugh. "No! You and all the other wolves come sniffing after her. I could have sold knowing to you all to make a thick purse, but no, I hadn't idea." "Might she have left a message for me?" I asked without real hope. I hadn't found any letter or note waiting for me at Alvaron's estate. She was expecting me to find her here. "Was she?" he said mockingly, then seemed to remember something. "I think there a note found. Might be. Not much a reader, me. You would like it?" He smiled. I nodded, my heart lifting a little. "She left without payment in her room," he said. 17.5 pennies. I brought out a silver round and showed it to him. He reached for it, but I set it on the table and held it there with 2 fingers. He scurried off into a back room and was gone for a long 5 minutes. He finally returned with a tightly folded piece of paper clutched in one hand. "I am find it," he said triumphantly, waving it in my direction. "Not much good for paper here, but kindling." I looked at the piece of paper and felt my spirits lift. It was folded against itself in the same fashion as the letter I'd had the tinker deliver. If she'd copied that trick, it meant she must have read my letter and left this note for me. Hopefully, it would tell me where she had gone. How to find her. I slid the coin toward the innkeeper and took the note. Once outside, I hurried to the shadow of a recessed doorway, knowing it was the closest thing to privacy I would find on the busy street. I tore the note open carefully, unfolded it, and edged into the light. It read, "Denna, I have been forced to leave town on an errand for my patron. I will be away some time, perhaps several span. It was sudden and unavoidable, else I would have made a point to see you before I left. I regret many of the things I said when we last spoke, and wish I could apologize for them in person. I will find you when I return. Yours, Kvothe. At 8th bell, I made my way to the mayor's rooms, leaving Sasura behind. I felt oddly naked without it. It's strange how quickly we become accustomed to such things. Stape showed me into the mayor's sitting room, and Alvaron sent his manservant to invite Melowen to join us at her convenience. I wondered idly what would happen if she decided not to come. Would he ignore her for 3 days in silent rebuke? Alvaron settled onto a couch and gave me a speculative look. "I've heard some rumors surrounding your recent excursion," he said. "Some rather fantastic things I'm not given to believing. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what really happened." For a moment, I wondered how he'd managed to hear about my activities near Levenshire so quickly. Then I realized he wanted to know the details of our bandit hunt in the Eld. I breathed a mental sigh of relief. "I trust Dedan found you easily enough?" I asked. Alvaron nodded. "I regretted having to send him in my stead, Your Grace. He is not a subtle creature." He shrugged. "No real harm was done. By the time he came to me, the need for secrecy was past." "He did deliver my letter, then?" "Ah, yes, the letter." Alvaron pulled it out of a nearby drawer. "I assumed it was some sort of odd joke." "Your Grace?" He gave me a frank stare, then looked down at my letter. 27 men, he read aloud. "Experienced mercenaries by their actions and appearance. A well-established camp with rudimentary fortifications." He looked up again. "You can't expect me to believe this is the truth. The 5 of you couldn't possibly succeed against so many." "We surprised them, Your Grace," I said with a certain smug understatement. The mayor's expression soured. "Come now, all provincial humor aside, I consider this to be in extremely poor taste. Simply tell me the truth and have done." "I have told you the truth, Your Grace. Had I known you would require proof, I would have let Dedan bring you a sackful of thumbs. It took a full hour of arguing to drive the notion out of his head." This didn't set the mayor back as I expected. "Perhaps you should have let him," he said. The humor of the situation was rapidly fading for me. "Your Grace, if I were to lie to you, I would choose a more convincing tale." I let him consider this for a moment. "Besides, if all you want is proof, simply send someone out to verify it. We burned the bodies, but the skulls will still be there. I'll mark their camp for you on a map." The mayor took a different tack. "What of this other part? Their leader, the man who didn't mind being shot through the leg, the one who stepped into his tent and disappeared." "True, Your Grace." Alvaron eyed me for a long moment, then sighed. "Then I believe you," he said. "But still, it's strange and bitter news," he muttered almost to himself. "Indeed, Your Grace." He gave me an oddly calculating look. "What do you make of it?" Before I could answer, there was the sound of a female voice from the outer rooms. Alvaron's scowl vanished, and he sat up straighter in his chair. I hid a smile behind my hand. "It's Melowen," Alvaron said. "If I am correct, she is bringing us the question I mentioned earlier." He gave me a sly smile. "I think you will enjoy it. A puzzling thing indeed." Chapter 139. Lockless. Stapes escorted Melowen into the room while Alvaron and I rose to our feet. She was dressed in gray and lavender, and her curling chestnut hair was pulled back to reveal her elegant neck. Melowen was followed by 2 serving boys carrying a wooden chest. The mayor moved to take his wife's elbow, while Stapes directed the boys to set the chest to one side of her chair. Alvaron's manservant hurried them outside and gave me a conspiratorial wink before he closed the door behind himself. Still standing, I turned to Maelowin and made my bows. "I am pleased to have the chance to meet with you again." "My lady?" I made the last a question, as I wasn't sure how to address her. The Lackless lands used to be a full earldom, but that was before the Bloodless Rebellion, when they still controlled Tinue. Her marriage to Alvaron complicated things too, as I wasn't sure if there was a female counterpart to the title of Maerschon. Maelowin waved her hand easily, dismissing the issue entirely. "Lady is well enough between us two, at least when we are closeted. I've no need for formality from one to whom I owe so great a debt." She took hold of Alvaron's hand. "Please, sit if you've a mind." I made another bow and took my seat, eyeing the chest as casually as possible. It was about the size of a large drum, made of well-jointed birch and bound in brass. I knew the proper thing to do was engage in polite small talk until the matter of the chest was broached by one of the two of them. However, my curiosity got the better of me. "I was told you were bringing a question with you. It must be a weighty one for you to keep it so tightly bound." I made a nod toward the chest. Maelowin looked at Alvaron and laughed as if he had told a joke. "My husband said you weren't the type to let a puzzle sit for very long." I gave a slightly shamefaced smile. "It goes against my nature, lady." "I would not have you battle your nature on my account." She smiled. "Would you be so good as to bring it round in front of me?" I managed to lift the chest without hurting myself, but if it weighed less than 10 stone, then I'm a poet. Maelowin sat forward in her chair, leaning over the chest. "Lerand has told me of the part you played in bringing us together. For that, my thanks. I hold myself in debt to you." Her dark brown eyes were gravely serious. "However, I also consider the greater piece of that debt repaid by what I am about to show you. I can count on both hands the people who have seen this. Debt or no, I would never have considered showing you had not my husband vouchsafed me your full discretion." She gave me a pointed look. "By my hand, I will not speak of what I see to anyone," I assured her, trying not to seem as eager as I was. Maelowin nodded. Then, rather than drawing out a key as I'd expected, she pressed her hands to the sides of the chest and slid 2 panels slightly. There was a soft click, and the lid sprang slightly ajar. Lockless, I thought to myself. The open lid revealed another chest, smaller and flatter. It was the size of a bread box, and its flat brass lock plate held a keyhole that was not keyhole-shaped, but a simple circle instead. Maelowin drew something from a chain around her neck. "May I see that?" I asked. Maelowin seemed surprised. "I beg your pardon?" "That key. May I see it for a moment?" "God's bother!" Alvaron exclaimed. "We haven't come to the interesting bit yet. I offer you the mystery of an age, and you admire the wrapping paper." Maelowin handed me the key, and I gave it a quick but thorough examination, turning it in my hands. "I like to take my mysteries layer by layer," I explained. "Like an onion?" he snorted. "Like a flower," I countered, handing the key back to Maelowin. "Thank you." Maelowin fit the key and opened the lid of the inner chest. She slid the chain back around her neck, tucked it underneath her clothes, and rearranged her clothes and hair, repairing any damage done to her appearance. This seemed to take an hour or so. Finally, she reached forward and lifted something out of the chest with both hands. Holding it just out of my sight behind the open lid, she looked up at me and took a deep breath. "This has been," she began. "Just let him see it, dear," Alvaron interjected gently. "I'm curious to see what he thinks on his own." He chuckled. "Besides, I fear the boy will have a fit if you keep him waiting any longer." Reverently, Maelowin handed me a piece of dark wood the size of a thick book. I took it with both hands. The box was unnaturally heavy for its size, the wood of it smooth as polished stone under my fingers. As I ran my hands over it, I found the sides were carved. Not dramatically enough to attract the attention of the eyes, but so subtly my fingers could barely feel a gentle pattern of risings and fallings in the wood. I brushed my hands over the top and felt a similar pattern.
"You were right," Maelowin said softly. "He's like a child with a midwinter's gift."
"You haven't seen the best of it yet," Alvaron replied. "Wait until he starts. The boy has a mind like an iron hammer."
"How do you open it?" I asked. I turned it in my hands and felt something shift inside. There were no obvious hinges or lid, not even a seam where a lid might be. It looked for all the world like a single piece of dark and weighty wood, but I knew it was a box of some sort. It felt like a box. It wanted to be opened. "We don't know," Maelowin said. She might have continued, but her husband hushed her gently. "What's inside?" I tilted it again, feeling the contents shift. "We don't know," she repeated. The wood itself was interesting. It was dark enough to be Roa, but it had a deep red grain. What's more, it seemed to be a spice wood. It smelled faintly of something. A familiar smell I couldn't quite put my finger on. I lowered my face to its surface and breathed in deeply through my nose, something almost like lemon. It was maddeningly familiar. "What sort of wood is this?" Their silence was answer enough. I looked up and met their eyes. "You don't give a body much to work with, do you?" I smiled to soften any offense the words might bring. Alvaron sat forward in his chair. "You must admit," he said with thinly veiled excitement, "this is a most excellent question. You've shown me your gift at guessing before." His eyes glittered gray. "So what can you guess about this?" "It's an heirloom," I said easily. "Very old." "How old would you think?" Alvaron interjected hungrily. "Perhaps 3,000 years," I said, "give or take." Maelowin stiffened in surprise. "I am close to your own guesses, I take it." She nodded mutely. "The carving has no doubt been eroded over the long years of handling." "Carving?" Alvaron asked, leaning forward in his chair. "It's very faint," I said, closing my eyes. "But I can feel it." "I felt no such thing." "Nor I," said Maelowin. She seemed slightly offended. "I have exceptionally sensitive hands," I said honestly. "They're necessary for my work." "Your magic?" she asked, with a well-hidden hint of childlike awe. "And music," I said, "if you'll allow me." She nodded. So I took her hand in my own and pressed it to the top of the box. "There. Can you feel it?" She furrowed her forehead in concentration. "Perhaps just a bit." She took her hand away. "Are you sure it's a carving?" "It's too regular to be an accident." "How can it be you haven't noticed it before? Isn't it mentioned in any of your histories?" Maelowin was taken aback. "No one would think of writing down anything regarding the Loklos box. Haven't I said this is the most secret of secrets?" "Show me," Alvaron said. I guided his fingers over the pattern. He frowned. "Nothing. My fingers must be too old. Could it be letters?" I shook my head. "It's a flowing pattern, like scrollwork. But it doesn't repeat. It changes." A thought struck me. "It might be a Yillish story knot." "Can you read it?" Alvaron asked. I ran my fingers over it. "I don't know enough Yillish to read a simple knot if I had the string between my fingers." I shook my head. "Besides, the knots would have changed in the last 3,000 years. I know a few people who might be able to translate it at the university." Alvaron looked to Maelowin, but she shook her head firmly. "I will not have this spoken of to strangers." The mayor seemed disappointed by this answer, but didn't press the point. Instead, he turned back to me. "Let me ask you your own questions back again. What sort of wood is it?" "It's lasted 3,000 years," I mused aloud. "It's heavy despite being hollow, so it has to be a slow wood, like hornbeam or rennel. Its color and weight make me think it has a good deal of metal in it too, like Roa.
Probably iron and copper, I shrugged. That's the best I can do. What's inside it? I thought for a long moment before saying anything. Something smaller than a salt box, I began. Maelowin smiled, but Alvaron gave the barest of frowns, so I hurried on. Something metal, by the way the weight shifts when I tilt it. I closed my eyes and listened to the padded thump of its contents moving in the box. No. By the weight of it, perhaps something made of glass or stone. Something precious, Alvaron said. I opened my eyes. Not necessarily. It has become precious because it is old, and because it has been with the family for so long. It is also precious because it is a mystery, but was it precious to begin with? I shrugged. Who can say? But you lock up precious things, Alvaron pointed out. Precisely. I held up the box, displaying its smooth face. This isn't locked up. In fact, it might be locked away. It may be something dangerous. Why would you say that? Alvaron asked curiously. Why go through this trouble? Maelowin protested. Why save something dangerous? If something is dangerous, you destroy it. She seemed to answer her own question as soon as she had voiced it. Unless it was precious as well as dangerous. Perhaps it was too useful to destroy, Alvaron suggested. Perhaps it couldn't be destroyed, I said. Last and best, Alvaron said, leaning forward even further in his seat. How do you open it? I gave the box a long look, turned it in my hands, pressed the sides. I ran my fingers over the patterns, feeling for a seam my eyes could not detect. I shook it gently, tasted the air around it, held it to the light. I have no idea, I admitted. Alvaron slumped a little. It was too much to expect, I suppose. Perhaps some piece of magic? I hesitated to tell him that sort of magic only existed in stories. None I have at my command. Have you ever considered simply cutting it open? Alvaron asked his wife. Maelowin looked every bit as horrified as I felt at the suggestion. Never, she said as soon as she caught her breath. It is the very root of our family. I would sooner think of salting every acre of our lands. And hard as this wood is, I hurried to say, you would most likely ruin whatever was inside, especially if it is delicate. It was only a thought, Alvaron reassured his wife. An ill-considered one, Maelowin said sharply, then seemed to regret her words. I'm sorry, but the very thought— She trailed off, obviously distraught. He patted her hand. I understand, my dear. You're right. It was ill-considered. Might I put it away now? Maelowin asked him. I reluctantly handed the box back to Maelowin. If there were a lock, I could attempt to circumvent it, but I can't even make a guess at where the hinge might be, or the seam for the lid. In a box, no lid or locks. Lackless keeps her husband's rocks. The child's skipping rhyme ran madly through my head, and I only barely managed to turn my laugh into a cough. Alvaron didn't seem to notice. As always, I trust to your discretion. He got to his feet. Unfortunately, I fear I have used up the better portion of our time. I'm certain you have other matters to attend to. Shall we meet tomorrow to discuss the Emir? Second bell? I had risen to my feet with the mayor. If it please your grace, I have another matter that warrants some discussion. He gave me a serious look. I trust this is an important matter. Most urgent, your grace, I said nervously. It should not wait another day. I would have mentioned it sooner, had we both privacy and time. Very well. He sat back down. What presses you so direly? Lerand, Maelowin said with slight reproach, it is past the hour. Hyannis will be waiting. Let him wait, he said. Kvothe has served me well in all regards. He does nothing lightly, and I ignore him only to my detriment. You flatter me, your grace. This matter is a grave one. I glanced at Maelowin. And somewhat delicate as well. If your lady desires to leave, it might be for the best." "If the matter is important, should I not stay?" she asked archly. I gave the mayor a questioning look. "Anything you wish to say to me, you can tell my lady wife," he said. I hesitated. I needed to tell Alvaron about the false troopers soon. I was sure if he heard my version of events first, I could present them in a way that cast me in a favorable light. If word came through official channels first, he might not be willing to overlook the bald facts of the situation, that I had slaughtered 9 travelers of my own free will. Despite that, the last thing I wanted was Maelowin present for the conversation. It couldn't help but complicate the situation. I tried one final time. "It is a matter most dark, Your Grace." Alvaron shook his head, frowning slightly. "We have no secrets." I fought down a resigned sigh and drew a thick piece of folded parchment from an inner pocket of my shade. "Is this one of the writs of patronage Your Grace has granted?" His eyes flickered over it, showing some surprise. "Yes. How did you come by it?" "Oh, Leyrand," Maelowin said. "I knew you let the beggars travel in your lands, but I never thought you would stoop to patronizing them as well." "Only a handful of troops," he said, "as befitting my rank. Every respectable household has at least a few players." "Mine," Maelowin said firmly, "does not." "It is convenient to have one's own troop," Alvaron said gently, "and more convenient to have several. Then one can choose the proper entertainment to accompany whatever event you might be hosting. Where do you think the musicians at our wedding came from?" When Maelowin's expression did not soften, Alvaron continued, "They are not permitted to perform anything bawdy or heathen, dear. I keep them under most close controlment, and rest assured, no town in my lands would let a troop perform unless they had a noble's writ with them." Alvaron turned back to me. "Which brings us back to the matter at hand. How did you come to have their writ? The troop must be doing poorly without it." I hesitated. With Maelowin here, I was unsure as to the best way to approach the subject. I'd planned on speaking to the mayor alone. "They are, Your Grace. They were killed." The mayor showed no surprise. "I thought as much. Such things are unfortunate, but they happen from time to time." Maelowin's eyes flashed. "I'd give a great deal to see them happen more often." "Have you any idea who killed them?" the mayor asked. "In a certain manner of speaking, Your Grace." He raised his eyebrows expectantly. "Well, then?" "I did." "You did what?" I sighed. "I killed the men carrying that writ, Your Grace." He stiffened in his seat. "What?" "They had kidnapped a pair of girls from a town they passed through." I paused, looking for a delicate way of saying it in front of Maelowin. "They were young girls, Your Grace, and the men were not kind to them." Maelowin's expression, already hard, grew cold as ice at this. But before she could speak, Alvaron demanded incredulously, "And you took it on yourself to kill them? An entire troop of performers I had given license to?" He rubbed his forehead. "How many were there?" 9. "Good Lord!" "I think he did right," Maelowin said hotly. "I say you give him a score of guards and let him do the same to every rabble band of rue he finds within your lands." "My dear," Alvaron said with a touch of sternness, "I don't care for them much more than you, but law is law. When law is what you make it," she interjected. "This man has done you a noble service. You should grant him fief and title and set him on your council." "He killed 9 of my subjects," Alvaron pointed out sternly. "When men step outside the rule of law, anarchy results. If I heard of this in passing, I would hang him for a bandit." "He killed 9 rue rapists, 9 murdering rabble thieves. 9 fewer edema men in the world is a service to us all." Maelowin looked at me. "Sir, I think you did nothing but what was right and proper." Her misdirected praise did nothing but fan the fire beneath my temper. Not all of them were men, my lady, I said to her. Maelwyn paled a bit at that remark. Alvaron rubbed his face with a hand. Good Lord, man, your honesty is like a felling axe. And I should mention, I said seriously, begging both your pardons, that those I killed were not Edema Rue. They were not even a real troop. Alvaron shook his head tiredly and tapped the writ in front of him. It says here otherwise. Edema Rue and troopers both. The writ was stolen goods, your grace. The folk I met on the road had killed a troop of Rue and taken up their place. He gave me a curious look. You seem rather certain of it. One of them told me so, your grace. He admitted they were merely impersonating a troop. They were pretending to be Rue. Maelwyn looked as if she couldn't decide whether she was confused or sickened by the thought. Who would pretend such a thing? Alvaron nodded. My wife makes a point, he said. It seems more likely that they lied to you. Who wouldn't deny such a thing? Who would willingly admit to being one of the Edema Rue? I felt myself flush hot at this, suddenly ashamed that I had concealed my Edema Rue blood for all this time. I don't doubt your original troop were Edema Rue, your grace, but the men I killed were not. No Rue would do the things they did. Maelwyn's eyes flashed furiously. You do not know them. I met her eyes. My lady, I think I know them rather well. But why? Alvaron asked. Who in their right mind would try to pass themselves off as Edema Rue? For ease of travel, I said, and the protection your name offers. He shrugged my explanation away. They were probably Rue that tired of honest work and took up thieving instead. No, your grace, I insisted. They were not Edema Rue. Alvaron gave me a reproachful look. Come now, who can tell the difference between bandits and a band of Rue? There is no difference, Maelwyn said crisply. Your grace, I would know the difference, I said hotly. I am Edema Rue. Silence. Maelwyn's expression turned from blank shock to disbelief to rage to disgust. She came to her feet, looked for a moment as if she would spit on me, then walked stiffly out the door. There was a clatter as her personal guard came to attention and followed her out of the outer rooms. Alvaron continued to look at me, his face severe. If this is a joke, it is a poor one. It is none, your grace, I said, wrestling with my temper. And why have you found it necessary to hide this from me? I have not hidden it, your grace. You yourself have mentioned several times that I am far from gentle birth. He struck the arm of his chair angrily. You know what I mean! Why did you never mention that you were one of the Rue? I think the reason rather obvious, your grace, I said stiffly, trying to keep from spitting out the words. The words Edema Rue have too strong a smell for many gentle noses. Your wife has found her perfume cannot cover it. My lady has had unfortunate dealings with the Rue in the past, he said by way of explanation. You would do well to note. I know of her sister, her family's tragic shame. Run off and love a trooper. How terrible, I said scathingly, my entire body prickling with hot rage. Her sister's sense does credit to her family, less so the actions of your lady wife. My blood is worth as much as any man's, and more than most. And even were it not, she has no leave to treat me as she did. Alvaron's expression hardened. I rather think that she has leave to treat you as she will, he said. She was simply startled by your sudden proclamation. Given her feelings about you ravel, I think she showed remarkable restraint. I think she rues the truth. A trooper's tongue has gotten her to bed more quickly than her sister. As soon as I said it, I knew I had gone too far. I clenched my teeth to keep from saying anything worse. That will be all, Alvaron said with cold formality, his eyes flat and angry. I left with all the angry dignity I could muster, not because I had nothing else to say, but because if I had stayed one moment longer, he would have called for guards, and that is not how I wish to make my exit.
Don't forget to subscribe.